Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Carl reached the gate of Arasaka Academy at 7:27 a.m. 3 minutes to spare. More than enough. He scanned in, waited for the ID confirmation, and stepped through the entrance. Even the uniform surprised him. It was a full suit, yet it moved like athletic wear. Someone definitely designed it to feel weightless. 2 minutes later, he arrived at his classroom. Only a handful of students were inside, maybe 10 in total. They all looked about his age, but the stiff posture and the way they tugged at their collars made it obvious they were here for the same experience program he was. A special class just for temporary students. Typical. Carl didn't bother making small talk. He scanned the room instead. The space was close to 100 square meters, arranged in 4 rows and 5 columns. 20 reclining immersion pods filled the place. Arasaka's teaching method relied on full dive sessions, something close to brain dance but designed purely for coursework. Lying down reduced the nausea and headaches after disconnecting, so the setup made sense. His assigned spot was row 4, column 4. Good enough. While the others hovered around their pods like they were sacred relics, Carl settled into his immediately. The cushioning surprised him. Too comfortable for a school chair. At 7:30 a.m., a soft chime hit. A bald female hologram materialized at the front. Good morning, students. So this was the AI instructor. Carl listened with half an ear while opening a private channel to Oliver and Jack. Carl, already lying down. This chair is insanely soft. We should get one of these. Think Arasaka sells them? Jack, how's it going? Getting along with the classmates yet? Carl, bro, class just started. And this room is all temps like me. If I want to find the actual corporate brats, I'll check other floors during break. Kinda hoped I'd land in a class with a few airs, but guess not. Oliver, will you even have time to look around? Carl, yeah, classes are only 40 minutes, breaks are 20. Plus lunch. Honestly, the most chill schedule I've ever seen. Hard to believe this place belongs to Arasaka. Maybe rich kids get the easy timetable. Oliver, I heard they push for top grades. Something about fighting to the death just to earn a diploma. Carl, that might be exactly why the schedule is so relaxed. If the classes were easy and mostly pointless, students had more time to chase achievements outside them. That was the real competition. No one here would rely on basic coursework anyway. If you needed extra material, throwing money at the faculty solved everything. Studying during break time, that was the real joke. While Carl traded messages with the others, time slipped by. Or maybe it just felt that way because the AI droned through nothing but rules. The exact same rules the staff member repeated the day before. 40 straight minutes of it. Not one actual lesson. When the session finally ended, the others stayed in their pods, tried to memorize every line as if their lives depended on it. Carl was already on his feet, stretching. The AI vanished. It wouldn't return for the next 20 minutes. That gave him plenty of time to observe other classes. And if anyone thought he stood out, good. He was supposed to be a rough-edged street kid hoping to claw his way into corporate life. Acting restless only made the disguise better. But he didn't go snooping right away. If the academy monitored new students, wandering around too eagerly would only paint a target on his back. So he played it safe. Where's the bathroom again? He said it loud enough for anyone nearby to hear and turned down the hallway. Soft footsteps echoed from the opposite direction. 2 seconds. Carl slowed just slightly, adjusting his timing. The person rounded the corner and bumped straight into him. A light collision. Carl sharpened his senses on instinct. A girl with deep blue hair tied in a single ponytail. Purple cybernetic eyes. Small cheek plates that he couldn't identify. Not bad looking, not striking either. More surprised than hurt. Before he could help her up, he caught another detail. A second presence behind her. A boy with punk black hair and 2 chrome scars on his face. Nothing flashy. No visible Sandevistan. But even with Carl slowing his perception, the guy's eyes still locked onto him for a split second. Reflexes like that weren't normal. Sharp awareness. Good instincts. Carl let time snap back to normal. The girl let out a startled yelp as she dropped to the floor. Carl and the boy met eyes for one short beat, then both looked away. The boy walked past like nothing happened. Carl crouched and offered the girl a hand. Sorry about that. You okay? He smiled politely, but his mind was on someone else entirely. Not the girl. The boy. Interesting. Sorry about that. You all right? The blue-haired girl lifted her head at the sound of Carl's voice. Her purple cybernetic eyes flickered once, and in less than a heartbeat, they ran a full scan on him. Gaius Brutus. Origin, Haywood. Age, 17. Record, illegal braindance sales. ACPA bounty, none. The data slotted cleanly into her memory. So that was his identity. A trial student, then. She didn't take Carl's hand. She shook her head, pushed herself up on her own, and brushed off her uniform. When you take corners, be more careful. Her tone was calm and flat. Then she walked past him without another glance. Carl answered anyway. I'll watch it next time. Whether she heard him or not didn't matter, because while she stepped around him, Carl's fingers turned over with practiced ease. Something small and smooth disappeared into his palm. He'd already noticed the camera above the junction. The collision had been timed, so their bodies blocked its angle perfectly. No one saw a thing. He kept walking until he reached the blind spot he discovered yesterday. Once he was out of every camera's view, he opened his hand. Jackpot. A vehicle control chip. High-end. Custom-made. And Carl recognized the model the instant he saw the emblem. Herrera Outlaw GTS. A top-tier Spanish luxury car. Handcrafted. Ultra-rare. And stupidly expensive. A teenager carrying this? Her parents had to be deep inside Arasaka's upper floors. He'd only wanted a small item, an excuse for a follow-up conversation. Instead, he'd lifted something worth more than half the district. He had to return it fast. If she noticed it missing and traced it back to him, this little intro would turn into a security report. Carl turned and called after her. Hey, hold on. You dropped something. The girl slowed. Then she turned back. Her eyes landed on the chip, and a flicker of surprise broke through her calm expression. So she didn't even realize it was gone. Even better. This yours? Carl asked, closing the distance with an easy smile. Must have gotten stuck in my sleeve when we bumped into each other. She didn't take it right away. Her eyes flashed again, another scan. A second verification. Only after that did she extend her hand. Yes, it's mine. Her hand was pale and delicate, except for her ring finger. That one was metallic silver, fully cybernetic. A small contrast, but impossible to miss up close. She slid the chip out of Carl's palm with a light brush of her fingertips, careful not to touch his skin directly. Thank you. No problem. I should have been paying attention. Technically, she ran into him, but that was irrelevant. Arguments never helped first impressions. Carl gave a polite nod, then turned away. No need to drag things out. The first encounter was to make her notice him. The second encounter made her remember him. That was enough for today. She'll be my first contact. I just need more Arasaka students willing to talk to a temp like me. Every connection matters. Carl washed his hands in the restroom and checked the time. Only 5 minutes of the break had passed. He didn't approach anyone else. Not yet. One good impression per break was plenty. Showing too much initiative on day one wouldn't match his persona. Better to act like a clueless street kid feeling his way around. That was the plan. Except the moment he stepped out of the restroom, 3 male students blocked his path. You're the trial student, Gaius, right? The blonde kid in front took one look at Carl, shaking water off his hands, and immediately stepped back, like he was worried about getting sprayed. Carl eyed him and the 2 guys standing behind him. Seriously? Rich kids picking a fight on my first day? We're really doing the bully cliché? He debated his options. A punch? A headshot? A kick somewhere delicate? Before he decided, the blonde kid spoke again, completely derailing the thought. You got any chips? Carl blinked. The student lowered his voice. His 2 friends leaned in like they were about to hear the secret of the universe. I checked your file. Says you've sold black market braindances before. You got anything good? The school's too strict, and my dad checks all my accounts. I can't buy anything myself. And just like that, Carl understood. This wasn't trouble. This was opportunity. He just found the fastest way to get every bored, rebellious male student in Arasaka Academy to come to him. Huh? Smuggling black market braindance chips into school? Carl, are you messing with me? You went to school for one day, and this is what you come back with. At their usual team meeting spot, Oliver's place, Oliver stared at Carl in utter disbelief as he listened to his first day experience at Arasaka Academy. What else could I do? Carl shrugged, looking completely innocent. The moment they saw my Gaius identity, which has a record for selling black market braindance chips, they flocked to me like I was a damn supplier. I didn't even have to say anything. They were already placing orders, listing their preferred genres, and handing me deposits. I mean, at that point, I couldn't just refuse, right? Oh, wait. How much did they give you as a deposit? 100 eddies each. Full price is 500 per chip. And the normal street price for the kind of black market BD they want. Around 250 eddies. So, you're saying you just flip these chips and you double your money? Pretty much. At first, Oliver thought Carl was bullshitting. But now he was deep in thought. Suddenly, the idea of selling braindance chips to Arasaka students didn't sound so bad after all. This actually sounds profitable. But why do they approach you so quickly? And why do they seem so experienced with this process? Apparently, there's already a student dealer in the academy. Because of him, most of the students already know how the transactions work. Then why didn't they just go to him instead of you? Because he's too careful. He only sells in small quantities, and his transaction process is tedious as hell. Supply doesn't meet demand. Carl leaned back with a smirk. And let's be honest, compared to some cautious, part-time dealer and actual street criminal who's got documented experience in the trade, just sounds more reliable, right? Shit, when you put it that way, it actually makes sense. Oliver thought about it for a second. If he were an Arasaka student, he'd rather buy from a professional street dealer than some nerdy kid selling 1 or 2 chips at a time. But then he realized something. Wait, Carl, you have the background for this, but do you actually know how to handle it? Hell no. Carl sighed. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you guys for help. Jack, who had been quietly listening, let out a deep sigh as well. Goddamn, Father's identity work was a little too good. I wasn't expecting him to include a criminal record in your profile, too. I wouldn't be surprised if Gaius was one of Father's disposable aliases, probably used by some of his guys to take the fall for crimes in the past. But Jack, this isn't a bad thing. It's actually perfect for what we're trying to do. Oliver grinned. Selling braindance chips as a way to meet students? Genius, right? Totally unexpected, which makes it even better. Who the hell would suspect that a fresh trial student, who's already jumping back into crime, is actually there to spy on an Arasaka board member? Oliver laughed, shaking his head. This whole thing sounds insane. I just finished watching this anime BD called Jobless Reincarnation. The Road to Prime Minister, and Carl. You're giving me the same energy right now. Oliver, for fuck's sake, watch less anime. Carl groaned, slouching on the couch. Anyway, help me out here. I already took their money. I need to actually deliver these braindance chips. Carl sighed. On my way back, I cleaned out the black market BD supply at our usual shop. Not enough. He glanced at Oliver and Jack. Any ideas? Regular BD shops won't just sell black market shit to a newcomer. Well, yeah, NCPD has done plenty of sting operations like this before. Jack thought for a moment and then had an idea. Carl, didn't you say there's already a student dealer selling black market braindance chips in the academy? Why don't we track him down and see where he gets his supply? If we cut off his source, maybe we could take over his business. Stealing his customers? Sounds good to me. Oliver immediately approved of the plan, showing absolutely zero guilt about robbing a fellow student of his hustle. If you can't handle the business, don't run it. In Oliver's mind, big money should be controlled by people who can actually handle it. If that student was too young or too hesitant to manage the trade properly, then it was better left to professionals. All right, works for me. I've already gathered some intel on him. Carl smirked. But honestly, I think we can recruit him as a distributor instead. We take the high-risk stuff, and he handles the lower-end market. These students aren't just looking for black market braindance chips. They want regular BDs too. Let him sell the normal stuff for us. That way, we won't even have to worry about supply. He's too scared to deal with illegal chips? Fine. He sells the legit ones. We split the profits. It's easier to bring people in with money. Jack frowned. You really think he'll go along with it? Oh, he will. Carl grinned, sending over a dossier on the student. David Martinez, a student at Arasaka Academy, not from a corporate family. His background is nowhere near as protected as the others, so I was able to dig up everything. He's from Santo Domingo. Oliver, he's actually from your neighborhood. Santo Domingo, huh? Oliver narrowed his eyes. Never seen his face before. Probably because you two never crossed paths much. Carl had already taken note of David earlier that day. At a hallway corner, they had locked eyes for a brief moment, and something about the kid's instinct had caught Carl's attention. Anyway, he comes from a single-parent household. His mother works as an emergency medical tech for Night City Healthcare, busting her ass on long shifts to pay for his tuition. Even with that, they're struggling financially. I hacked into their rental history. They've had 3 cases of overdue rent payments. The longest one almost got them locked out of their apartment. They only paid up on the very last day. So, I think I can make him an offer he can't refuse. Oliver immediately understood. So you're planning to use him to build an information network inside Arasaka Academy? Exactly. One group buys black market BDs. Another group buys regular BDs. Together, we can squeeze every bit of intel out of these students. Jack still had a question, though. Wait, I get why illegal BDs are in demand. But why would these rich kids need someone to bring them normal braindance chips? Can't they just buy them at a store? Carl sighed. Jack, this is why you never went to school. Jack raised an eyebrow. Look, Arasaka Academy encourages ruthless competition. You think the parents who send their kids there want them slacking off, watching braindance for fun? Do you think corporate execs would allow their children to waste time relaxing? Carl smirked. Now tell me, if these kids are willing to pay stupid amounts of money just to watch some braindance, what kind of home life do you think they come from? Jack and Oliver exchanged knowing looks. So it's just a side hustle for the rich kids who want to unwind. It all made sense now. Their next step was clear. Follow David Martinez, and if necessary, use money or force to convince him. David Martinez felt like something was off. No, actually, he had felt uneasy ever since leaving his apartment. David lived in Mega Building H4 in Santo Domingo, a massive residential complex mostly occupied by low-income workers. Having grown up in an environment full of exhausted, empty-eyed people, he had a sharp sense for spotting unusual attention. He could instantly recognize the eyes of a junkie, the gaze of a thief, and, like now, the feeling of being watched by someone with an agenda. He was being followed. David trusted his instincts. After all, it was this very sense of danger that had helped him survive in Night City, despite his overworked mother not always being able to watch over him, and despite never carrying a gun himself. His eyes scanned the street. At the end of the block, he spotted an NCPD patrol officer. In the NCPD, being a patrol cop was the most dangerous, least respected job, but ironically, their presence was one of the few things keeping the streets from complete chaos. That said, in Santo Domingo, it was probably the 6th Street gang that really ran things. David stepped toward the cop, hoping that just being near law enforcement would scare off whoever was following him. This trick had worked many times before. If he ever felt unsafe, he would stick close to either the NCPD or the 6th Street gang. Compared to random street thugs and ruthless scavengers, even the corrupt police and violent gangsters were the lesser evil. But today, it wasn't working. Even as he approached the cop, that intense gaze on his back didn't fade. If anything, it felt even stronger. Whoever was following him wasn't afraid of the NCPD. David wasn't just being stalked by some random street thug. Did I do something to piss someone off? Why the hell is someone after me? If Mega Building H4 wasn't right behind him, he would have already turned around and gone straight home. But, no, I can't go home. If he led them back to his place, they'd know where he lived. And if this person was bold enough to ignore the NCPD, Then his mom could be in danger too. David touched his pocket. Not much money, but just enough to buy a disposable pistol from one of the automated vending machines. A €5 plastic gun. It only held a single bullet, but it had enough stopping power to kill an average person. I've never fired a gun before. Can I do it? I have to. Taking a deep breath, David forced himself to stay calm. Pretending not to notice his stalker, he casually walked past the NCPD officer. He had considered asking for help, but he knew exactly what kind of person a street patrol cop really was. If things got violent, that cop would probably run away faster than him. Hell, the guy might even use him as a human shield. After all, what did a beat cop really have to rely on? Just their uniform. Certainly not their cheap-ass Lexington pistols. If he turned around and pulled a Lexington on a real gangster, they'd probably laugh before shooting him. As David walked past the cop, he tilted his head slightly, just enough to catch a glimpse of his pursuer. It was only a split-second glance, but that one glimpse was enough to burn the image into his mind forever. Behind him, a towering, broad-shouldered man, long black hair tied into a small ponytail, wearing a bulletproof jacket. His waist looked heavy, not with some cheap Lexington, but something much bigger. Just from the silhouette, David knew whatever was in that holster was serious firepower. Shit. Who the fuck is this guy? Why the hell is someone this dangerous following me? He didn't look like a scavenger, but his stance, his presence. If someone told David this guy was a corporate bodyguard for a high-ranking exec, he would have believed it. How did I, just a normal kid, get on this guy's radar? In that single moment, David Martinez rewound his entire 17 years of life in his mind, desperately searching for an answer. And the sad truth was, David couldn't think of a single reason why this was happening. His life had been ordinary, right? He had grown up in Santo Domingo, just like any other kid. He had been a good son, following his mother's wishes, studying hard, staying out of trouble. He had enrolled in Arasaka Academy, where sure, he was constantly looked down upon by the corporate brats, but still, he had managed to study, day after day, just like everyone else. So why the hell was this happening to him? A phrase suddenly flashed through his mind. In Night City, you never know what'll come first, tomorrow, or the unexpected. David kept walking at the same steady pace, pretending like everything was normal, but his mind was made up. He reached a vending machine by the sidewalk, casually buying a drink, taking a sip like he was just quenching his thirst. The moment the liquid hit his tongue, David realized he had fucked up. Too focused on the man behind him, he hadn't even checked what drink he bought. It was Tiny Cola. Tiny Cola wasn't the problem. The problem was David couldn't handle carbonated drinks. But right now, he couldn't afford to react. Keeping his expression completely neutral, he acted as naturally as possible, his hand moving casually to the weapon vending machine beside him. He pressed the button. Transaction complete. Click. The plastic clatter of something dropping inside the machine made David freeze for a second. It sounded almost like a gun slide being pulled back. For a split second, he thought the guy behind him had cocked his gun. His heart almost stopped, but he forced himself to stay calm, quickly reaching down to pick up the disposable pistol that had just dropped out. Then, acting as naturally as possible, he tore open the packaging and gripped the gun tightly in his hands. There had been more expensive options. One disposable pistol even came with a 36-round magazine, but cost 100 eddies, way more than David could afford. So he had settled for the cheapest model. One shot, only one chance. Deep breaths, David. Deep breaths. He reassured himself. This isn't a Lexington. He recalled the ad. This gun has serious firepower. It can punch through cheap Kevlar vests. But the recoil is strong enough to break a rookie's wrist. Don't panic. If you mess up the shot, the recoil might throw your aim off, and then it's over. Then, he heard footsteps approaching. His stalker was getting closer. Had they seen him by the gun? Were they coming for him now? Here? Right here. David was shaking, but his grip on the gun never wavered. He clenched his teeth, about to turn around and fire. But before he could, heavy footsteps suddenly sped up. A large hand shot out, gripping his hands tightly around the gun. David had no time to react. His experience just wasn't enough. Shit. David's face went pale. He thought, this is it. I'm done. But then, a deep voice, laced with barely suppressed amusement, spoke from beside him. David Martinez, your little black market BD business got busted. You're coming with me. I brought him. Appreciate it, Jackie. Sorry for making you head to Santo Domingo alone. No problem, Oliver. It's not like you haven't told me about your situation before. If 6th Street doesn't want you back, then screw him. We'll see how they act when they need us. Jackie led a meek-looking David Martinez into the restaurant, practically dragging him along like a lost puppy. David nervously glanced around at his surroundings, only to realize that he'd been brought into a high-end restaurant, one that he'd never dare step into, one that he had only ever looked at from the outside, a place where no dish cost less than 100 eddies. Go ahead, take a seat. We're actually using this as an excuse to treat ourselves for once, so don't be shy. Order whatever you want, it's on me. Carl flashed a friendly smile, gesturing for David to sit down. Their table was next to a floor-to-ceiling window, and as David sat by the glass, Jackie immediately took the seat next to him, effectively blocking off any chance of escape. No need to look so tense. Here, have a drink. Oliver, grinning like a wolf luring in Little Red Riding Hood, pushed a glass toward him. Apple juice. Real apples. Try it. David hesitated. His eyes darted left to Jackie, then right to the window. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly. Then, as if accepting his fate, he grabbed the glass and chugged half of it in one go. Whoa, didn't expect you to down it like that. Carl smirked, watching the scene unfold. As David forced himself to swallow, the real taste finally hit his tongue. Real fruit. His eyes lit up for a brief moment. Then, perhaps thinking, fuck it, he grabbed the glass again and drank the rest down in a single gulp. Unfortunately, he choked on it. Easy there, kid. Jackie patted his back, helping him clear his throat. As David caught his breath, he looked at the 3 grinning men around him. He had no regrets. That was real apple juice. All right, just say it. What do you want from me? David had already resigned himself to whatever fate awaited him. But Oliver, watching the scene unfold, looked genuinely surprised. He turned to Jackie. Wait, you didn't explain things to him. I did, but the kid doesn't believe me. Of course I don't. You stalk me, drag me into a fancy-ass restaurant, then tell me you want me to sell black market BDs with you? Who the hell would believe that? David was losing it. This had to be a setup. He had been prepared for anything, being used as a fall guy, forced into some terrorist attack, maybe even sent off to die for some corporate scheme. As long as it didn't involve his mom, he was ready. Keep your voice down. Noticing a few side glances from other diners, Carl tapped a button on the table. A transparent, soundproof barrier silently rose around them. Damn, high-end places really don't hold back. Muttering under his breath, Carl double-checked for any recording devices. Satisfied, he pulled down the curtains by the window and turned slightly toward Oliver. Then, his face began to change. A sharp twinge of pain ran through his nerves as the cyberware in his skin shifted his facial structure. The face that emerged was one David recognized immediately. You. David's jaw dropped. Staring at the face before him, his mind reeled. He knew this face. Everyone at school had been talking about it. A new student had transferred in, a professional BD smuggler from the streets, looking to make a fortune in Arasaka Academy. David had seen the announcement on the Academy's official site. And now, that same face was sitting right in front of him. Do you believe me now? Carl swiftly reverted to his original face, frowning slightly. Every transformation came with a sharp nerve pain. Annoying. Once this mission was over, he was getting this implant removed as fast as possible. If it synced too deeply with his nervous system, that'd be a real problem. It still feels unreal, like I'm dreaming. David, having never seen a face-changing implant before, stared in a daze. Well, now you have. Carl chuckled, then, to ease the conversation along, came up with an idea to keep things relaxed and prevent David from overthinking. As a sign of our partnership, take this money as an initial investment for buying BDs. Don't worry, as long as you don't try to pocket it, it's all yours in the end. A stream of data flickered through Carl's neural interface. his vision locked onto its target. Good thing I have built-in cheats. Otherwise, I'd probably need special glasses or a cyberware implant to do this. Initial investment? As long as I don't pocket it, it's all mine? What do you mean? Ding! A soft chime echoed in David's head. Then, his already pitifully low account balance of 17.5 eddies suddenly jumped by an amount so absurd that he couldn't even comprehend it. T10,000 eddies? David froze. For the first time in his 17 years of life, he experienced the sensation of being knocked unconscious by money. The feeling was so intoxicating that, for the next half an hour, he remained in a dreamlike trance, half afraid that if he fully woke up, it would all disappear. Could he help them sell BDs? Absolutely. No question. Was he willing to work with them? Hell yes. Could he even focus on eating right now? Sort of. When Oliver casually asked if he was actually eating his food, David suddenly realized he was cutting into thin air. The actual food had been shoved to the side of his plate without him even noticing. Snapping back to reality, David adjusted his posture and began eating properly. But, for the first time ever, the taste of high-quality food didn't matter. Only one thought consumed his mind. His mom wouldn't have to worry about rent anymore. She wouldn't have to stress over paying for laundry machine repairs. She wouldn't have to work herself to death just to survive. For the sake of giving his mother a better life, David was willing to walk straight into the fires of hell. Carl watched David's determined expression, his eyes burning with newfound resolve, and sighed. Dude, it's literally just selling BDs. You don't have to act like you're throwing your life away. After finishing their meal, Oliver watched David walking away with a spring in his step, practically floating. Then, he turned to Carl and asked, Carl, you said that as long as he doesn't try to pocket the money, it's all his. But aren't you afraid he might just take the cash and run? 10,000 eddies isn't that much to us right now. Carl swirled the last bit of his luxury restaurant fruit juice, savoring the taste. If he's honest, giving him the money is just an investment. But if he really thinks about running off with it instead of doing his job properly, a small smile crept onto his lips. If we can find him to wire him the money, we can also find him to deal with him. Fair point. Oliver crossed his arms and looked at David's fading silhouette. Still, I've got this weird feeling that kid is going to do well. Maybe he'll even exceed expectations. Think I might be biased cause he's from Santo Domingo like me. Come on, your so-called homeland won't even let you go back. Carl chuckled. United City people are something else. Not one of you calls yourselves a Night City citizen. You all cling to your districts like it's your birthright. Jack's from Haywood. You're from Santo Domingo. Gotta make sure everyone knows. How else are we supposed to distinguish ourselves in this city? Jack came back, waving a bill in his hand. Dinner cost us 1,200 eddies. Could have bought a tenth of a whole pig for that. He clicked his tongue. Kid looks scrawny, but damn, he can eat. That's just how it is when you're still growing. Carl, who had footed the bill, was well aware of how extravagant their meal had been. Truth be told, it was ridiculous. Other than their group, the only people in the restaurant were corporate big shots or high-ranking gangsters. So what's next? Heading back, Carl was about to ask about their next move when his personal terminal buzzed. A message from Blanca. Blanca, interested in taking on another side job? Huh, another one? Carl had no issue with taking work, but the frequency was getting ridiculous. He still hadn't finished the last 2 jobs Blanca had sent his way, and here she was, dropping another one in his lap. Was she some kind of mission board NPC? Carl, still working on the tasks you gave me. You know they aren't exactly urgent, so I've got some spare time. What's the job? If it's a long-term thing, I'll have to pass. But if it's something quick, I can squeeze it in. As he typed, a thought crossed his mind. At this rate, he was taking more gigs from Blanca than from any other fixer. Then again, it made sense. She paid well, her jobs were clear-cut, and she didn't pull the kind of scummy tricks that fixers like Faraday did. That bastard always took a huge cut for himself and paid out crumbs. No way in hell Carl was ever working for him again. Blanca, it's just a short-term job. There's a retired lieutenant from the new U.S. Armed Forces. Name's James Norris. He arrived in Night City recently. I'll be straight with you. He's one of ours from Militech. He was supposed to come here as a retired officer and handle some small tasks for the company. But for some reason, yesterday he suddenly shot and killed our liaison officer and then fled into the city center. Carl frowned. The message stopped abruptly, which felt a little strange. Carl, so, you want us to take care of this rogue soldier? Blanca, no. I want you to observe him. Find out why he did it. If possible, try talking to him, convince him to get back on track and finish his mission. Carl chuckled. So, the liaison's life doesn't matter, huh? As long as you're still useful, a little mistake can be ignored. Classic corporate mindset. Carl, and if he refuses to cooperate? Blanca, then let's just say he's gone cyber psycho. Take him out. Carl, that's it? Just like that? Blanca, hum. Gotta love Blanca's gigs. So simple. So straightforward. Carl, he's in the city center, right? I could start looking now. Got any detailed intel? And what's the payout? Blanca, he has a military-grade counter-intrusion chip. No exact location. You'll have to find him yourselves. As compensation for the missing intel, I'll increase the pay. How does 150,000 eddies sound? Carl paused. A corp actually giving out extra money because they're missing information? Carl, more money for less intel? That doesn't sound like a corpo move. Blanco, saying it so bluntly now? I thought you'd at least try to sugarcoat it. Carl, sugarcoat what? Let's be real. If you're paying this much, it means you don't really expect me to talk to this lieutenant. Blanca, sharp as ever. You sure you don't want to work for me full-time? I could use someone as capable as you. Carl, cut the crap. Just get to the point. We're not that close. Carl understood exactly why Blanca was being so friendly. It was because he was useful. If he wasn't, he'd end up just like the dead liaison officer. Or like James Norris, hunted down as a liability. Blanca knew he saw through her, but she didn't seem to care. Blanca, all right, I'll be direct. James Norris was implanted with an experimental military-grade Sandevistan that's still in development. And the guy in charge of the project? Let's just say we don't get along. Carl exhaled sharply. Another goddamn office war. Of course. Blanca, if James Norris is confirmed to have gone cyber psycho, then this project will be considered a failure. And when that happens, the lead researcher will be executed for wasting company resources. And guess what? I'll be able to take over the project myself. Carl, office politics again, huh? Guess I should just get used to it. Blanca, that's how things work in the company. If even a hardened soldier like Norris loses his mind after getting the implant, it proves that this tech isn't viable for normal people, which means there's no reason to keep experimenting. Don't worry, I just need confirmation that he's cyber psycho. The implant? I don't care about it. If you're interested, you could take it. Just remember, it has military-grade dream recording and surveillance software installed. If you don't have a counter-intrusion chip, you want to strip out those parts first. Carl, I don't make a habit of ripping cyberware out of people, especially prototype gear that probably has some nasty rejection effects. But fine, I'll take the job. Send over the details. While waiting for the files, Carl turned to Jack and Oliver. So, we've got a new job. A former lieutenant. 150,000 eddies. Sounds like we're hunting James Norris. Subdermal armor, grounded plating, experimental military-grade Sandevistan, military-grade neural processor, military-grade frontal cortex, enhanced reflex Korenzikov, a custom projectile launch system in his left arm firing high-explosive rounds, and mantis blades installed in his right arm and leg. TSK, TSK, TSK. Oliver read through the intel while shaking his head. This guy's loaded to the teeth. At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if he turned cyber psycho. Honestly, it might not even be the Sandevistan that set him off. At 150,000 eddies bounty. No wonder. He's practically a walking armory of military-grade implants, including an experimental model. Damn, he's going to be a tough one. Jack compared himself to the target and realized his own implants barely amounted to a fraction of what this former lieutenant was packing. Sure, more implants didn't always mean victory in a fight, but this was an overwhelming gap, one that felt downright oppressive. With Korenzikov enhancing his reflexes and Sandevistan boosting his speed, one wrong move, and he could wipe us out in a second. Carl nodded in agreement and looked at Oliver. We'll need your sniper rifle for this one. A clean shot to the head should do it. You're not even going to try talking first? The client did say we should attempt communication if possible. What? Gamble my life on the off chance he hasn't gone cyber psycho. No thanks. Carl made the call. Once we locate him, I'll approach, but from a safe distance. Jack, you'll be recording everything. The moment he so much as twitches with an aggressive expression, Oliver, you take the shot. We'll send that footage to Blanca as proof that he snapped. Oliver's newest rifle, the Nakomata, was a tech sniper rifle manufactured by Tsunami Defense Systems. With its electromagnetic acceleration, it could pierce even reinforced exoskeletons, so a mere subdermal armor wouldn't stand a chance. Carl, you're really going to be the one to approach him? Isn't that too dangerous? That's why I said I'll keep my distance. Relax, if shit hits the fan, I'll run like hell without hesitation. At least he had the reflexes to keep up with a Sandevistan user. If anyone was going to do it, it had to be him. So now, the only issue is finding James Norris. Oliver scanned the corporate district, bustling with suits. A former military officer should stick out like a sore thumb. I know military types. I can tell if someone's a soldier at a glance. Where do we start looking? Carl asked, and Oliver immediately pointed in a direction. Corpo Plaza. Corpo Plaza. Rebuilt after the Fourth Corporate War, Corpo Plaza is now one of the most iconic locations in Night City. Its signature circular memorial park serves as a tribute to those lost in the war. Carl followed Oliver's gaze and immediately understood. In a district where land is worth more than its weight in eddies, a rogue ex-military officer who just gunned down his own company's contact could only go somewhere anyone had access to. A public memorial park. It's not like he could just stroll up to another corporation's headquarters and loiter around. Any corpo security would kindly greet him with a friendly shock baton. So, Carl started, but mid-sentence he felt a cold drop hit his forehead. He glanced up. Rain. The pollution-heavy sky of Night City released its toxic drizzle, covering the city in filth. Let's find some cover first. Sure, we won't get sick from it, but I'd rather not smell like rotting chrome for the rest of the day. Lifting his sleeve, Carl sniffed the raindrops soaking into the fabric, then pointed toward the memorial park. There are some bio trees over there. We can use them for cover. Hiding from the rain while scoping out the homeless who stay in the park, even during bad weather? Yeah, that's a solid plan. With Jack casting his vote in favor, the three of them stopped standing around like idiots in the rain and made a run for Corpo Plaza. When they arrived, however, they saw that the NCPD had already set up a cordon around the Central Memorial Park. Judging by the scene, something had gone down. The three exchanged glances before moving to a bio tree near the NCPD's perimeter, looking toward the restricted area. Because of the rain and the distance, Carl couldn't see clearly past the cordon. He turned to Jack, who had cybernetic eyes. What's going on in there? I see a corpo stiff lying on the ground. Big hole in his head. Blown to bits. Nah, just a clean hole. Judging by the size of the wound, probably a shot from a Lexington. A Lexington, used to pop a corpo's skull? Carl didn't quite understand what had happened. Could this be related to our target? Just as he was pondering this, his gaze landed on a familiar figure among the officers inside the cordon. I know someone here. Gonna go say hi. Leaving Jack and Oliver under the tree, Carl stepped out into the rain and jogged over to the NCPD officer. A few seconds later, while Johnson was busy handling the murder corpo case, he heard a voice from beyond the police barrier. Officer Johnson, what happened here? Hearing his name, Johnson instinctively looked over. He paused for a second upon recognizing Carl, then handed his current task to a subordinate before walking toward the holographic cordon set up between police cruisers. Stopping just inside the barrier, Johnson greeted Carl with a nod. Long time no see, Carl. How's life? Not bad. Officer Johnson, did you guys get Cyber Psycho here? Need some help. Cyber Psycho. Johnson turned to glance at the dead corpo behind him and quickly pieced together Carl's reason for showing up. Looking for work again, huh? Unfortunately, today wasn't his lucky day. Nope, just a standard revenge killing. We already caught the perp on the spot, just cleaning up now. Johnson shrugged. Not the kind of action you're looking for. Damn. Carl was disappointed. He thought he might have stumbled onto a lead. After a brief moment of regret, he was about to thank Johnson for the info when his peripheral vision caught something. A massive, bare-chested man with short golden hair, a pair of guns strapped to his back, a cybernetic visor over his eyes, and a physique like a war machine, was walking slowly toward the crime scene. That guy is... Carl's pupils widened. James Norris. Carl hadn't expected to actually run into him so soon. Oliver, Jack, get ready. I found the target. As he sent the message, Carl saw James Norris slowly walk toward an NCPD cruiser, reach over his shoulder, and pull out a DB-2 Satara Tech double-barrel shotgun. DB-2 Satara Tech shotgun. A chargeable tech shotgun capable of delivering devastating shots. There's a saying, where Satara strikes, even steel bends. If you ever find yourself facing it, you'd better pray your bones are made of reinforced titanium. As soon as Norris pulled out the shotgun, his triple cyber optics flared with an eerie red glow, a glow that Carl immediately recognized. That overheated radiance, the kind produced when cyberware runs at its absolute limit. He'd seen it before, on Cyber Psychos. Shit, in this rain, with military-grade jamming in effect, will Oliver even be able to get a clean shot? Even as anxiety crept in, Carl rushed past the police barricade. Carl! Officer Johnson was still processing Carl's sudden change in expression when Carl grabbed his shoulder and yanked him backward. Call your guys and get them the fuck out of here. That guy's not right. He might be Cyber Psycho. Not right. Cyber Psycho. The exhaustion from overtime work immediately left Johnson's system as his eyes darted toward his men. What he saw made his stomach drop. Inside the barricade, a massive man had approached a police cruiser, pointed a shotgun through the window, and aimed it directly at an NCPD officer sitting inside. Huh? The hell you doing? The officer in the car, who had been in the middle of a radio conversation, turned just in time to see the twin barrels of the shotgun aimed right at his face. At that exact moment, his radio crackled with a desperate order from his superior. Get the fuck out of there. He's Cyber Psycho. Cyber Psycho? The thought barely registered before. Boom! The window shattered. Shards of glass flew in all directions. Flames of impact flared against metal, and the officer felt a sharp sting tear into his face. The pain registered before the fear. I'm not dead. Dumbass. Get the hell out the other door and run. His superior's furious yelling over the radio snapped him back to reality. His body reacted faster than his brain. He slid across the seat, slammed his back against the opposite door, and rolled out onto the wet pavement, collapsing into the rain. He was still alive. James Norris didn't pursue him. He wasn't interested anymore. Something far more dangerous had just entered his field of perception. A soldier's instincts, sharpened by countless battles, were screaming at him. If he stayed fixated on killing that cop, he would get injured. And if he got injured in the face of that incoming threat, he would die. Red, black, fire. Muttering incomprehensible words under his breath, James Norris turned toward the source of the high-level threat his instincts had picked up. And in his cyber optics flickering display, he saw Carl, black-haired, gun raised, aiming directly at him. Kenshin. That's... The moment he saw the gun, his battle-hardened instincts kicked in, and for a brief moment his scattered, frenzied thoughts were overridden by raw firearm recognition. As Norris turned toward him, holding a now-cracked and damaged shotgun, Carl let out a quiet breath. Good. At least I reacted in time. Had he hesitated for even a second, breaking the shotgun mid-action wouldn't have been so easy. He didn't know if Norris, clearly in the middle of cyberpsychosis, could even comprehend his words, but Carl called out to him anyway. Forget the others. How about playing with me instead? At the same time, Carl sent a message through his comms to Jack and Oliver. To Jack, flank from the side. Don't get too close. Suppress him with your Saratoga. I need to gauge his Sandevistan speed first. To Oliver, hold your cat mew steady. My life's in your hands. Then he contacted Officer Johnson. To Johnson, pull your men back. He's a former new U.S. Army lieutenant, fully loaded with military-grade cyberware. Your guys Lexingtons won't even scratch him. Don't throw your lives away. Just provide covering fire from a safe distance. Carl's mind processed the data stream, then added one final request. Oh, and call him Max TAC. If I can't take him down, I'll hold out until they get here. Carl, I'll back you up. No, stay the fuck back, Johnson. Carl stepped forward into the rain, droplets splattering against his face, which subtly but unmistakably held a faint trace of excitement. I can't afford to protect you in a situation like this. Just trust us. We're professionals. Then, Carl flashed him a grin. And besides, if I couldn't protect my friends, I'd be heartbroken. Friends? For a moment, Johnson froze. Then he laughed. Well, shit. Guess I'm honored. He didn't hesitate anymore. Johnson began retreating, and at the same time, barked orders through the NCPD comms channel. All units fall back. Keep your distance and suppress with gunfire. That guy's loaded with military-grade implants. Don't get close. Call in Max TEC. Let those lunatics handle their own kind. As Carl's data stream found an opening, he initiated a breach into James Norris's system. The puppet demon kicked in, and instantly, Carl's Arasaka type 3 cyberdeck hit its processing limit. Fucking hell. Arasaka had boasted about their type 3 in their ads, saying it could handle top-tier data warfare. But one single puppet demon had already maxed it out? Carl sighed internally. To be fair, this is military-grade security. It was already a miracle his cyberdeck was even breaching at all. Hell, if his deck could talk, it'd probably be cursing him out for running against a full-blown military firewall. Carl's puppet demon wasn't meant to fully disable Norris. It was just meant to slow him down. Because right now, time was everything. Whether it was giving Jack and Oliver time to get into position, or ensuring those cops got the hell out of there. Every second counted. Carl hadn't expected this fight. But honestly, it saved them the effort of tracking Norris down. And now, with NCPD's body cams recording everything, there was no longer any doubt. This guy was Cyber Psycho. Now there was only one thing left to do. Fight. Kill him. That was the only thought left in Carl's mind. Distance, 22 meters. James Norris felt the intrusion of the data stream into his system. The puppet demon flooded his neural pathways, disrupting the transmission between his pyramidal tracks and his legs, completely locking him in place just as he was about to take a step forward. Military-grade anti-hacking countermeasures prioritized protecting the user's brain, preventing hackers from overloading implants to the point of self-destruction. But when it came to blocking movement-disrupting hacks, that priority was much lower. So, the movement inhibitor demon easily bypassed security and took effect on James. But Carl knew it wouldn't last long. A military-grade cyberware system would quickly recognize the breach and begin purging it. At best, he had 1 second. That was more than enough time to shoot. At a 20-meter distance, Carl took aim with his Kenshin, and in an instant he fired 6 shots. 2 aimed for James's cybernetic eyes. 2 targeted his bare, unarmored left chest. 1 went straight for his throat, and the last one was aimed at a rather delicate spot below his waist. Carl was genuinely curious. Would a so-called hard-ass like James Norris still be able to act tough if he got shot there? Gunfire erupted, and in that moment, time seemed to slow. It wasn't that time actually slowed down. It was that Carl's reflexes had caught up to James Norris activating his implants. His Korenzikov spinal mod kicked in, enhancing his reaction speed, and then the military-grade prototype Sandevistan activated. Even with his legs immobilized, James's movements became as fluid as a butterfly. He dodged the shots aimed at his eyes. He sidestepped the bullet meant for his throat. And as for the shot aimed at his groin, James didn't even try to dodge, because as the bullet tore through his pants, Carl saw something unexpected. There was nothing there, only an empty, reinforced metal casing. Oh, Carl suddenly understood. That's why they call him a hard ass. Ding. Out of the 6 bullets fired, 4 had been completely dodged. The only 2 that landed were the ones aimed at his left chest. But instead of tearing through flesh, they hit metal. The bullets collided against his chest plate with a sharp metallic clang, and then clattered to the ground, completely flattened. Carl's eyes narrowed. Beneath the damaged artificial skin, he saw it. Subdermal armor. This motherfucker just tanked my Kenshin. Carl's mind raced. Fuck, I should have known. Militech's gear isn't on the same level as civilian crap. He recalled something from his past life's era. Back in America, ballistic vests were ranked across 6 levels. Level 1 could stop basic 9mm bullets. Level 4 could withstand armor-piercing rounds at 850 meters per second. The difference between low-end and high-end protection was massive. And clearly, even in 2075, that hadn't changed one damn bit. Military gear was for insiders. Carl figured Militech's soldiers probably felt grateful for getting top-tier protection. But as someone on the other side of that corporate advantage, he really wanted to fucking swear. TSS. The data stream cut off. Carl's hacking had reached its limit. Now, there was one good news and one bad news. And Carl was the type who liked hearing bad news first. Bad news? His cyberdeck had maxed out. Due to lack of skill, he couldn't use another demon for a while. Good news? James had already activated his Sandevistan once. According to Blanca, the experimental Sandevistan wasn't something a normal person could handle. Even for a highly adaptable soldier like James, in previous company tests, he had only managed to activate it 3 times a day before passing out, which meant he had 2 uses left. James dropped the useless remains of his destroyed shotgun. From the start of their engagement, only 3 seconds had passed, and he had only now found the time to discard his broken weapon. Then, he reached for his waist and drew 2 handguns. One was from Militech, the other from Arasaka. Militech M76E Omaha. Arasaka HJK 11 Yukimura. Militech M76E Omaha. A powerful burst-fire handgun from Militech. Each shot fired 3 rounds. If the trigger was held, the gun's magnetic rails would charge up. Then it could unleash 3-round bursts rapidly, packing the firepower of a light machine gun in close quarters. Arasaka HJK 11 Yukimura, released in 2040, yet still regarded as one of the best pistols ever made. This gun sparked the smart weapon revolution. Rumor had it, Kong Tao's early smart weapon tech was directly inspired by the Yukimura, capable of single-fire or 3-round bursts. Even 30 years later, it remained a top-tier weapon. Carl didn't hesitate. The moment James drew his guns, Carl immediately took aim and fired, right at James's weapons. According to the intel, James didn't have a SmartLink implant, but Carl knew better. A highly trained soldier, with combat experience and discipline, could outshoot even corporate security officers, who relied on smart aiming implants. Carl trusted James's shooting skills, which is why he needed to take out those guns first. But James had expected it. Before Carl's bullets could hit their mark, James blocked the shots with his cybernetic arm. Damn, military instincts kicking in again. Carl clicked his tongue. But he wasn't fighting alone. Jack, aim for his guns. You got it, Mano. Jack Wells is on the scene. Jack had arrived, as always, right on time. He raised his Saratoga submachine gun and unloaded a full burst, straight at James's hands. Jack wasn't the best marksman. He wasn't as precise as Carl. He wasn't as deadly as Oliver. But he had survived the streets. His skills were on par with any trained soldier. And right now, all he needed was to fire suppressive bursts. Metal cracked. Bullets slammed into James's hands. His Omaha pistol shattered. His Yukimura malfunctioned and fell. Both weapons hit the ground, and along with them, so did James's fingers. The intense gunfire had ripped through his cybernetic skin. His fingers shattered. His subdermal armor held firm. But his bones? They weren't unbreakable. Cyberware still needed organic support. And without proper structure, even cybernetic fingers couldn't withstand that kind of impact. But just as Carl was about to press the attack, he felt it. Time slowed down. Again, James had activated his Sandevistan. This time, his left arm shifted. From his forearm, a hidden launcher system activated. The barrel extended and locked onto Jack. Then, the high-explosive round was fired. Jack once promised Mrs. Wells that as long as he was around, Oliver and Carl would never be in danger. Yet, during that mission, Carl had suffered severe injuries. Every time Jack recalled that moment, guilt weighed heavy on his heart. He believed he had failed to fulfill his duty to protect Carl, breaking his promise. For someone like Jack, breaking a promise was something he would never forget. And today, facing James, standing in the middle of a firefight, there was no way he would let Carl fight alone again. Just as James's arm-mounted projectile launcher fired its high-explosive round, before the shell even reached him, Jack moved. He saw it. After that last escort job, Jack had used what was left of his payment, after setting aside money for his car, to buy a cyberware implant. The one he chose was called the synaptic accelerator. Synaptic accelerator, a neural processor that regulates hormone balance when faced with danger. When it detects a threat, the synaptic accelerator adjusts Jack's hormone levels, heightening his senses and slowing his perception of time, giving him an effect similar to a Sandevistan. Jack saw it clearly. The muzzle flash from James's forearm, the slow trajectory of the shell flying toward him, and in the distance, Carl's gaze locked onto him. "Watch closely, Carl. Oliver." Jack Wells is about to put on a show. On the rain-slick ground, Jack let his body collapse backward. One hand braced against the pavement, the other gripping his Saratoga submachine gun. With speed and agility that seemed impossible for someone of his size, he slid sideways across the ground, dodging out of the way. The high-explosive shell roared past. The impact tore through a nearby bioengineered tree, cutting it clean in half. Against the raw power of the projectile, the synthetic materials of the artificial tree stood no chance. Good thing that was a fake tree. Would have been a real shame if it was a real one. Night City still had real trees, though they were rare due to pollution. Even in Coronado Farm, the place that boasted the greenest landscapes in Night City, there were only about 40 actual trees. But in Corpo Plaza, where corporate executives often walked, there were a dozen real trees mixed in with the synthetic ones. These poor plants already struggled to survive in this toxic air. Getting blown apart in a firefight would just be adding insult to injury. Jack hit the ground, gravel and broken debris tumbling around him as he raised his Saratoga and fired a full burst in retaliation. The recoil altered his sliding motion, but the kinetic rounds found their mark, striking James head-on. A series of dull, rapid impacts echoed. The bullets peppered James's body, but they might as well have been mosquito bites. He barely flinched, his armored skin absorbing the impact without issue. The second activation of the Sandevistan had ended. That made two. Carl kept count in his head. 6 seconds had passed since the fight began. The NCPD officers, having finally processed what was happening, got their act together. Following Johnson's orders over their comms, they repositioned, using bioengineered trees, police vehicles, and planters as cover. Raising their Lexingtons and other sidearms, they laid down, suppressing fire. They were trying. The moment the shooting started, they hadn't stopped firing. But it was pointless. Even their best weapons could only provide covering fire. Because even the strongest weapon in their arsenal, their tactical shotguns, weren't powerful enough to pierce James's subdermal armor. Constitution Arms M2038 Tactical, a reliable, old-model shotgun that had been around for years, still favored by low-tier gang members and NCPD officers alike. Why? Simple. They couldn't afford anything better. Among budget-friendly firearms, the Tactical was the cheapest, deadliest, and easiest to use. In this price range, there was nothing else to ask for, and against James Norris, it was nowhere near enough. The NCPD's bullets rained down on James's back, but he didn't even consider turning around. At most, the bullets could shave off the short golden hairs atop his head, carving a shallow groove into his scalp, but they couldn't do any real damage. A man like James, who had already given up certain body parts, wouldn't care about something as trivial as going bald. Not to mention, his sanity was nearly gone. The relentless crackling of gunfire, like a string of firecrackers exploding around him, didn't sound like police gunfire to him. It sounded like a battlefield. This was the feeling that he was still needed, that people still relied on him. I am James Norris, Lieutenant of the New United States. I'm still on the battlefield, still fighting. I haven't been discarded. I haven't been discharged as useless. I'm not some washed-up veteran, forced to work for the very Militech I once despised. I'm special. I have the highest cyberware compatibility in my entire unit. I am different from the others. The battlefield, the enemy, death, red, the color of blood. James saw crimson droplets dripping from his own hands. Black, the charred remains of gunpowder. He dodged an ACPA thrown grenade and watched the dark blast mark it left on the pavement. Fire, the scorching flames of incendiary grenades. James lifted his head. Through the rain, he saw the neon holograms projected by the megacorporations. In his mind, they weren't just ads. They were fire, burning brightly. How beautiful, how dazzling, how glorious. As if the battlefield itself was calling to him, reminding him that he was still in control, that he was still standing tall, that he was still a soldier. Yes, this was it. Right here, this was where he belonged. Everything was just like before. James Norris was still fighting. Carl watched as James, laughing like a madman, weaved through the rain of bullets and explosions, dodging grenades with unnatural agility. Unknowingly, James had triggered his Sandevistan again. Carl's internal count advanced once more. That makes 3. Time to recall the intel. Even someone as tough as James Norris could only activate his experimental military-grade Sandevistan 3 times in a single day before reaching his absolute limit, before collapsing into unconsciousness. It was time. Jack, cover me. After sending a message to Johnson, instructing him to order his men to cease fire, Carl advanced. James's Sandevistan had already run its course. The distance between them was now 10 meters. Avoiding only the most dangerous grenades while keeping close, Carl discarded his empty Kenshin, letting it fall to the ground. He slightly raised his hands, and 2 monowires extended from his wrists. As expected, I'll have to settle this up close with the monowires I spent a fortune upgrading. Subdermal armor could reduce the impact of bullets, but against monowires, it was practically useless. James still had one last firearm on his back, but it had been shattered by the suppressive fire. Now, as Carl slowly approached, James instinctively raised his left arm projectile launcher. But when he attempted to fire, all he got was the hollow clicking of an empty chamber. Still trying to pull an air, has change move? Carl's steps remained steady. Slipping on the wet pavement was not an option. Come on, show me your mantis blades. I'd love to see what you can do in close combat. James didn't need any more encouragement. His right arm extended, deploying the lethal, gleaming edge of the mantis blades as he lunged at Carl. Just as expected, Carl's internal systems activated, carrying a demon into James's right arm. Overheat. The mantis blade's mechanisms overheated instantly. The sheer temperature seared the remaining flesh in James's arm, and his swing momentarily stalled. But a hard man was still a hard man. Without hesitation, James ignored the burning pain and swung down his mantis blade. Carl dodged. He had no intention of matching brute strength with a soldier of James's size. Even though his cybernetic arms might have been a match, he never forgot James didn't just have one set of mantis blades. Sure enough, as Carl evaded the downward strike, James's knees suddenly shot up. His legs' concealed mantis blade extended and slashed upward in pursuit. SSSHHG. The tip of the mantis blade made contact with a monowire Carl had positioned in front of him. Carl pulled the wires taut, intercepting the incoming attack with nothing but the thin strand. James's mantis blade was top tier, at least the same level as Carl's monowires. As the weapons clashed, Carl noticed a small dent forming at the tip of James's blade while his own wires emitted a sharp, grating sound, the telltale screech of blades grinding against each other. I'll have to get old Vic to fix that later. At least it's only minor damage. SSSHHG. SSHHHGK. The grinding noise stretched into a long, piercing whine. I knew it. As Carl acknowledged the inevitable, his prediction came true. James activated Sandevistan for the 4th time. Cyberpsychosis really was insane, overclocking limits like it was nothing. The raised knee came down, retracting the hindering leg blade. James pivoted with blinding speed, his mantis blades carving afterimages in the air. Before the effects of Sandevistan could fade, he was already behind Carl, swinging his blade down toward his head. A single strike. If this blade landed, Carl wouldn't stand a chance. His skin wasn't ACPA-grade armor. There was no way he could block it. So, I was right, just as expected. Carl remained still, back facing James, making no attempt to dodge. Even though his reflexes could keep up, he didn't move. Because any movement could disrupt the aim of someone who was waiting for the perfect shot. At this angle, you should be able to land the hit, right? Easy. As if responding to Carl's thoughts, Oliver, who had been aiming with his Nikomata sniper rifle since the start of the battle, finally took his first shot. A sniper only needs one shot. Boom! The deafening blast rang out, just as Sandevistan's time stopped. Blood sprayed across Carl's back, along with fragments of bone and mechanical debris. An arm, still attached to half of a mantis blade, was sent flying high into the air. We are a three-man team, after all. Well done, Oliver! Amid Jack's triumphant shout, Carl turned and flicked out his monowire. SSSHHK. The clean, precise sound of severing was unmistakable, yet James's body bore no visible wounds. James, now missing an arm, stood there stunned. The moment he realized his arm was gone, he instinctively tried to raise his knee to deploy his mantis blade once more. But as Carl turned toward him, he felt nothing from his legs. The real movement impairment is just cutting the legs off, don't you think? Carl spoke with a smile, carefully keeping his face clear of the splattered blood. Meanwhile, Jack approached and delivered a swift kick, knocking James to the ground. With his legs completely severed, leaving only his torso and head with any sensation, James lifted his gaze. Even now, despite his lost weapons and disabled cyberware, he looked ready to attack with his teeth. You might have been a real soldier after all. Jack placed his foot on James's chest, ensuring he couldn't move. Staring down at James, whose glowing red eyes still burned with the desperation of a rabid dog, Jack's gaze softened with a hint of sympathy. Cyberpsychosis. Jack drew a pistol from his belt. The weapon he pulled out was a new, produced by Tsunami Defense Systems, an elegant yet deadly kinetic firearm. Jack had it custom-painted gold and affectionately called it his golden bitch. Now, raising his prized golden bitch, Jack aimed the barrel at James's cybernetic eyes. Rest easy, soldados. In the final moments of his life, the red glow in James's eyes faded slightly. His gaze shifted, still fixated on the burning fire, the intense, scorching flames. But he no longer resisted. He simply stared at Jack, then at the golden gun in his hands, and with a serene expression, he spoke. Well played, soldier. You really should be saying that to Oliver, but I'll take it on his behalf. Thanks. And with that, Jack pulled the trigger. Bang. Bang. Whoa. David's body convulsed violently on the couch, nearly losing control as he instinctively reached up to rip off the braindance headset. The immersion of black market braindances was just too intense. So much so that David nearly lost the ability to distinguish between illusion and reality. As the images before him faded and his senses gradually returned, David found himself drenched in cold sweat, finally remembering what he was doing. He wasn't James Norris. He was David. David Martinez. Right now, he was helping out a Ripper doc he knew by pre-testing the content of a black market braindance before it went on sale. This was practically routine for David, who, as a half-braindance dealer, had to sample every new batch before distributing it to his classmates at Arasaka Academy. It made sense. He was the best test subject to determine the quality of a BD meant for street kids. But this time, the BD hit way harder than expected. The aftereffects were so strong that David still hadn't fully recovered. Beep beep. A notification chimed in his neural interface. The Ripper doc was calling. So, how is it, David? This BD was pulled fresh from the brain of Cyberpsycho less than 2 hours after his death. What's the experience like? Damn, Doc, this BD is insane. Haha. The real genius is the editor, JK. He's top tier when it comes to unrestricted content like this. To be honest, my head's spinning. I feel like I might throw up. Yeah, total synchronization with a cyber psycho will do that to anyone. Well, before you puke, why don't you try the next one? Nah, document. I'm done for today. David refused the offer, rubbing his temples as he messaged back. I saw some familiar faces in that cyber psycho BD. The shock's kind of intense. I need to process it. Calling it quits this early? I had a surprise lined up for your next BD. But hey, familiar faces? What, you saw someone you know in the crowd of NCPD officers just standing around? What a lucky guy. Got to be an extra in a real cyber psycho showdown. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I need a break, document. After cutting the call, David exhaled deeply. The suffocating pressure he'd felt during the BD finally began to ease up. Then he clutched his head. If only it had been just a random cop in the background. The problem was the people he recognized weren't extras. They were the main characters of the BD. This wasn't normal, was it? The scenes from earlier that afternoon replayed in his mind. How those guys from another class approached him about dealing BDs together. How they gave him money and took him to a fancy restaurant just to get him on board. And yet, in reality, Carl, the guy who had been sitting across from him at lunch, making small talk, was the same guy in the BD, calmly commanding the NCPD to stand by while he and his crew took on a cyber psycho head-on. This was beyond surreal. Was he still in a BD right now? Thinking about it, only 2 hours had passed since they parted ways. The Ripper Doc had said this was a fresh BD from just 2 hours ago. Did that mean Carl and his crew had gone off to fight a cyber psycho the moment David left? And if things had gone just a little differently, would that have meant he would have been right there with them, staring down a cyber psycho? That possibility seemed slim. But just considering it made David's heart race with excitement. He had watched every single cyber psycho incident recorded in the BD archives. He was one of the few kids in Night City who truly understood the horror and power of cyber psychos. And now, after witnessing Carl's team take down a heavily augmented, military-grade cyber psycho with such ease, David felt something stirring inside him, a feeling called admiration. A man, even if only once in his life, has fantasized about becoming the strongest in the world. The strength Carl and his team had displayed was practically synonymous with power. It had fulfilled David's deepest fantasies. So there really are people like this in the world. David glanced at the Arasaka Academy uniform lying beside him. Tomorrow he would see Gaius again. When that time came, no matter what, he had to ask Gaius about his experience fighting a cyber psycho. As someone who had just experienced it firsthand through a black market brain dance, who had essentially fought half a battle alongside Gaius, David was dying to know what it actually felt like to face a cyber psycho in real combat. Would he be nervous? Would he be afraid? Would he feel pressure? For the first time in his life, David felt anticipation about going to Arasaka Academy. In that oppressive, suffocating school that rejected people like him, David Martinez had finally found a glimmer of light to look toward. But speaking of school, David suddenly remembered something. The shock of watching that brain dance had been so intense that he had completely forgotten to tell the Ripper Doc that he needed to order a bulk supply. But Gaius had said he could deliver the goods any time within the week, so there was no need to rush. Right now, what mattered more was washing his uniform. After eating at the luxury restaurant today, he had zoned out for a while and accidentally spilled a bunch of soup on himself. 4 full-fledged students at Arasaka Academy. The uniform wasn't particularly expensive. They purchased it and it was theirs to keep. But because of financial circumstances, the number of uniforms a student had depended largely on their family's wealth. David only had one uniform, with no backups. If it got dirty, he had to wash it immediately and make sure it was dry before the next morning. Several times, David had shown up to school in casual clothes because he didn't have a spare uniform, violating school regulations. Every time, the AI teacher would remind him to pick up a new uniform, but getting one required payment. In the end, nothing ever came of it. David had never even considered telling his mother about this problem. As long as he washed and dried it overnight, he could wear it the next day. He just had to be careful. Beep. Insufficient balance. Drying cycle stopped. The washing machine in his apartment shut off. Mom forgot to pay the bill again. David sighed as he stared at the pile of soaking wet clothes inside. This wasn't new. Power outages and unpaid utilities were a regular part of life. At least he caught it now, at night, instead of waking up to a wet uniform in the morning. That meant he had a whole night to wring out the water and find a way to dry it manually. If this were any other day, he wouldn't have had a choice. But today was different. David still had the 10,000 eddies Gaius had given him. Gaius had told him that any profit made from selling the brain dances was his to keep. His only responsibility was making sure he bought enough to establish a reputation. Looking at the balance in his account, David did a quick calculation. Even after purchasing everything Gaius required, he would still have over 5,000 eddies left. Without hesitation, David deposited 100 eddies into the washing machine. Or, as the machine roared back to life, David Martinez found himself, once again, marveling at Gaius' generosity. Forget 10,000 eddies. Just this 100 eddies alone was more than what he could make in a whole week selling black market brain dances for the Ripper Doc. The cut he got from the Ripper Doc had always been painfully low. Morning, 7 a.m. As the alarm blared, Carl opened his eyes and spoke the first words that came from the depths of his heart after waking up. I really don't want to go to school, but whether he wanted to or not, he had to go. Rubbing his eyes as he got out of bed, Carl washed up while checking the messages that had come in while he was asleep. Johnson, the assistance bonus I applied for on your behalf has been approved. Sorry, the higher-ups classified this as a cyber psycho that was taken down too quickly, so they weren't too keen on giving out much. I managed to get 30,000. As expected, judging by the weapons NCPD officers used, Carl already knew exactly what to expect from the brass. Carl, don't worry about it. That's more than enough. He sent 10,000 each to Oliver and Jack from the 30,000 Johnson had transferred, then checked the next message. Blanca, as expected from a professional. Good work. This job is done. The 150,000 from the James Norris contract had arrived. Sending another 50,000 each to Oliver and Jack, Carl suddenly realized, why didn't he check his own balance before distributing money again? But there weren't any more incoming payments left to check. Carl glanced at his balance. After receiving the advance payment for the titanium alloy mission, he had 915,000 eddies in total. The 5,000 set aside for team expenses had already dwindled to about 2,000 after covering meals over the past few days. Subtracting that reserve fund, Carl's personal funds sat at around 910,000 eddies. Yesterday, he had given David 10,000. That left 900,000. Adding Johnson's payout and Blanca's money, 960,000. Not bad. Once he adapted a bit more to his current implants, he could probably use this money for another round of upgrades. What had Old Vic said about the ideal adaptation period again? Half a month? Carl had indeed been a bit aggressive with his modifications. He had been in 2075 for just over a month, and in that time his implants included Arasaka type, 3 cybernetic monowire titanium skeletal structure for his arm's dense, bone marrow bionic joints. He didn't personally feel much different. Everything functioned as smoothly as his old limbs. But Old Vic had warned that extensive modifications in a short time were a prime trigger for cyberpsychosis. Best to follow medical advice. Maybe you should look into acquiring a better cyber deck. That upgrade had significantly improved his abilities, but the Arasaka Type 3, while top tier on the market, was still a step behind military-grade tech. And after that, what else should he install? Carl understood his own limits well. Against ordinary cyber psychos, he could handle things without much difficulty. But if he had to fight someone like James Norris alone, he could probably win, but at a heavy cost. He'd probably lose another hand or something. He needed to get even stronger. Once you start modifying yourself, it's hard to stop until you become a cyber psycho. To avoid that, he had to choose carefully. Before experiencing the full benefits of the Arasaka Type 3, Carl had considered installing a Sandevistan. The implant was just too useful. The gap between having it and not having it in high-level combat was enormous. But after realizing that his reflexes could already keep up with Sandevistan users and that his cyberdeck allowed him to counter their speed, he knew what he actually needed. Not a Sandevistan, but a better, faster cyber deck. Carl felt like an AI. The more processing power he had, the faster he could act. After washing up, he grabbed a pack of synthetic milk from the rented fridge and paired it with a microwaved wheat bun for breakfast. The wheat bun tasted pretty good, thanks to the genetically modified wheat. The synthetic milk? Well, it was drinkable. Holding his plastic-wrapped milk and bun, Carl left his apartment, eating as he walked. The time was now 7:05 a.m. The pork is supposed to arrive tonight. I'll need to have Jack and Oliver pick up some cookware. This apartment only has a rented microwave, and I'm not one of those people who just heat up half-prepared meals and call it dinner. Beep beep. Just as Carl was thinking about how he should cook his long-awaited real pork, his communicator buzzed with a message from Oliver and Jack. Oliver, you up? We're waiting downstairs. Let's go. We'll drop you off at City Center so you can get to school. Carl, screw that. I already don't want to go. Second day of school, and he was already burned out. Despite his complaints over comms, Carl still walked toward them obediently, finishing his breakfast along the way. Did you get the money? Of course. Oliver leaned against the driver's side door with the window down. After we drop you off, I'm heading to Vic's. Yesterday's rain interference was a nightmare. If my cyber optics were better, I could have taken that guy down way sooner. Now that I have the cash, I'm definitely getting a Kiroshi Optics MK.1 upgrade. Kiroshi, huh? That's high-end tech. Didn't think Vic could get his hands on that. Carl gave Jack, who was sitting in the passenger seat, a nod in greeting before sliding into the back seat. As he shut the door, he made sure not to close it all the way. That's why the moment Vic mentioned it, I knew I had to go for it. Oliver sat up straight, rolled up the window, and turned to glance at Carl. How'd you sleep? Not as well as you guys, who don't have to wake up early for school. Carl wasted no time throwing shade, which made Jack chuckle. Damn, you're really salty. Look, once you get that intel on Tanaka, you can dip early. When this mission's done, how about we get together at my place? Now that we got all the supplies, I'll cook up some corn chips and steam pork for you. Honestly, I trust Mama Wells' cooking more than yours, Jack. You sure you can handle it? Come on, brother. You know you can always trust Jack Wells' kitchen skills. Carl thought about it for a moment. Fine. He'd give his brother a chance. He nodded, but added a condition. Then you gotta invite Misty too. Huh? Jack was caught off guard. Misty? If they were hanging out at his place, then that meant Misty and his mom would be... Yeah, definitely invite Misty. Oliver chimed in with a grin while keeping his eyes on the road. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge this gathering. You don't even have to go to school, Jack grumbled. His usually tough face showed a rare hint of embarrassment, but at the same time, it looked like he had been convinced. Finally, he nodded firmly. At 8:10 a.m., the first class ended. Right on time, Gaius Brutus walked out of the classroom. After a day of getting familiar with things, most of the other exchange students had at least learned some of their classmates' names. But Gaius Brutus, the one student who bolted out of the classroom the second class was over, was particularly memorable. To the other exchange students, skipping the opportunity to review the lesson material during break was an enormous waste. Did he not care about the 10,000 eddies his parents or guardians had spent on this opportunity? Did he have absolutely no ambition to improve himself? Getting to experience Arasaka Academy was a rare privilege, one that could even serve as a stepping stone into the Arasaka Corporation. Even if someone wasn't lucky enough to catch Arasaka's attention, just having this elite education on a resume would make finding work on the streets much easier. Even if they ended up hauling cargo at the docks, they could confidently demand higher wages. But Gaius? He was wasting this opportunity, and he knew it. For the average night city street rat, spending 10,000 eddies to study at Arasaka Academy was a golden ticket. Wasting it would be shameful. If Gaius were truly some poor kid from Haywood, he'd treasure this chance. The only problem was, he wasn't Gaius. He was Carl. There was nothing wrong with working hard and studying. But the knowledge being taught at Arasaka Academy wasn't something Carl needed to waste effort learning. The lessons on workforce optimization, which were really just sanitized lectures on how to oppress workers more efficiently, were useful for understanding corporate tactics. Carl memorized them out of curiosity, but diving deeper, spending time learning how to exploit people more precisely and steal credit from office rivals? Yeah, no thanks. Inside Arasaka Academy's faculty office, several administrators watched the classroom surveillance feeds. Only one student had left, Gaius Brutus. One of them adjusted the cameras, zooming into focus on the lone departing student. Gaius Brutus, a street dealer likely attending Arasaka Academy to sell black braindance. Have his evaluations been completed? Yes, he has some utility. According to biometric data from yesterday's afternoon class, most male students showed decreased stress hormone levels. His presence has a calming effect, which is beneficial for academy management. Then, should we allow his activities? Proposal approved until the end of the exchange program. After 1 month, we will cite him for selling black braindance on school grounds and penalize him under academy regulations. Section 3, Clause 6, Line 7. His earnings will be confiscated, and he will be fined. He will also be permanently banned from all Arasaka facilities. Are we drafting the penalty notice now? Add a clause. If he willingly surrenders his sales network and hands it over to us, we will waive the fine and only confiscate 95% of his profits. Should we officially write 95%? Adjust the details. Officially state 50%. Then, we'll negotiate for another 45% under the pretense of helping him out and pleading on his behalf. We get 45, 40 goes to the higher-ups. We take 5 and split it between us. Sounds good to me. Inside the monitoring room, the faculty staff watched Gaius walking through the halls on the security feed. In their eyes, he was already a guaranteed payday, just waiting to be cashed in. To maximize their extra earnings, none of the staff aware of this scheme would stop Gaius over the next month. In fact, they'd actively turn a blind eye to his actions. After all, who didn't like a little extra cash in their pocket? Those Arasaka corporate dogs running the academy are probably already scheming how to take my money. Through his text comms, Gaius messaged Jack and Oliver. I spent all of yesterday testing the waters. Still no warnings today. At Arasaka's level of efficiency, that's as good as a green light. We're clear to start bulk purchasing. David already sent me a full list of contacts for braindance and black market BD suppliers this morning. I'm forwarding them to you now. Jack, got it. I'll head out with Oliver after he gets his new eyes from Vic. You also wanted kitchen supplies, right? We'll grab those too. Stay sharp at the academy. Carl, I will. No way am I getting careless on Arasaka's turf. Also, don't forget the meat. I'm making red braised pork tonight. If you want to taste, don't forget it. Jack, not a chance. You've mentioned it at least 3 times. I won't forget. Been looking forward to it. Carl, it's one of the most classic pork dishes. There are plenty of other ways to prepare it, but I don't trust most of the ingredients I'd need for those. This one keeps things simple. Jack, I get it, Mr. Gourmet. Speaking of food, Vic's been getting harassed by a few scavs lately. Since he refuses to buy ripped implants off fresh corpses, they've been threatening him through email, saying they're going to take him out. Vic says he can handle it, but I think we should deal with it anyway, even if we don't get paid. What do you say? Carl, trash needs to be cleaned up. Don't ask me for approval. Just pile them up somewhere out of sight. Consider it a pre-dinner workout. Send me their email address. I'll trace it while I'm in class. We'll take care of them tonight, after school. Fast and clean. No delays. I don't want dinner getting cold. Jack, I'll send in a bit. Oh, hold up. Oliver's surgery is starting. I gotta keep an eye on the door in case some dumbass decides to walk in. Carl, all right. Hit me up later. Carl closed the comms. He was about to make his rounds, checking in with the students who had placed BD orders the day before to let them know their goods would arrive tomorrow or the day after. But then, someone blocked his path. A girl with azure blue hair, a single ponytail, and violet cyber eyes stood in front of him. Carl recognized her immediately. She was the one he had accidentally bumped into yesterday, the girl who had an Herrera Outlaw GTS keycard on her. Originally, Carl had planned to befriend her as a slow and steady way to integrate into Arasaka Academy. But after discovering how eager the male students were to help him out, he had dropped that plan by the afternoon. Why waste time winning over one girl when a whole crowd of guys were practically handing him insider information for free? So why was she the one approaching him now? Carl, slightly curious, lowered his gaze to meet the girl's. At 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, he towered over her by a good 20 centimeters, 8 inches. The girl stared straight into Carl's face, her violet cyber eyes flickering. Then she spoke a single word. Thief. Not exactly the friendliest of greetings. Thief. Gaius looked at the azure-haired girl with a face of mild confusion. Just as he was about to speak, the girl cut him off. I found it strange, so I went back and checked the surveillance footage at the corner where we bumped into each other. As you were walking, your movement had a slight pause. Then, as if you knew I was coming from the other side, you adjusted your pace just enough to collide with me. Immediately after your hand was obscured by my body for a brief moment, the bulge in my pocket, caused by my car chip, disappeared. The girl stared at Gaius with her violet cyber eyes, her gaze sharp and unwavering. After that, you made a deliberate movement to flip your hand over, just enough to conceal whatever you were holding in your sleeve. That's when I knew for sure. You were the thief. You stole my chip, then later chose to return it to me. I see. Gaius didn't bother arguing about evidence. In 2075, evidence was rarely the deciding factor in anything. If she was convinced, then she was convinced. There was no point in debating it. Instead, he was more curious about why she had tracked him down. So what? Gaius folded his arms, a classic defensive posture in psychology. But on his frame, the stance didn't make him look defensive. It made him look intimidating. The girl didn't flinch. She met his gaze, the glow in her violet eyes flickering for a moment before she spoke again. I've already disabled the security cameras in this area and replaced the footage with a fabricated loop. And that matters because, wasn't this just a normal conversation between students? Then she finally got to the point. Apologize. She pointed at his head, then his waist. Bow at a 90-degree angle and apologize sincerely for deceiving me and making me thank you under false pretenses. Huh? Apologize? This girl went out of her way to check the security footage, track him down, block surveillance, and all of that was just to make him apologize for his crime? By normal standards, shouldn't she be threatening to report him instead? The request was so simple and understanding that Gaius almost didn't believe it. After blinking a few times, he asked cautiously, "You just want me to bow and apologize?" "I care about my words," she said. "Yesterday, you tricked me into thanking you." Her violet eyes locked onto him. "So, I need to make you return that apology to me. If that's all, I don't really mind." Gaius shrugged. He was in the wrong. If she realized she had been deceived and wanted a simple apology in return, it was a reasonable request. But 90 degrees is a bit much, don't you think? How about 30 instead? A full 90-degree bow was practically the equivalent of a confession or a formal act of repentance. "You don't understand Arasaka Academy's etiquette?" "Oh, I understand it just fine." Gaius sighed. "But a rule that demands 90-degree bows all the time? To me, that feels like a shallow formality. People use it to throw away their guilt and move on, but it doesn't mean they actually regret anything." Then, he looked at her with genuine seriousness. "If I'm going to apologize, I want it to actually mean something." The girl hesitated. She studied him carefully, as if evaluating his sincerity. Then, after a pause, she adjusted her demand. 60 degrees, then." Gaius smirked. "Let's cut it down the middle, 45. The azure-haired girl seemed much less insistent about this part than she was about the apology itself. Or rather, this was probably her first time negotiating the angle of an apology. Seeing her hesitate, Gaius felt a sense of relief. It really did seem like she was just a well-protected, privileged girl who had never been touched by the filth of Night City. From the very start, she had shown her inexperience. Even after confirming that she had been pickpocketed and that the thief had deliberately approached her, she still came alone to confront him. She had even disabled the surveillance cameras herself, as if actively creating the perfect conditions for him to retaliate. And after all of that, the only thing that bothered her was that she had thanked someone who didn't deserve it, an Arasaka Academy student. Someone practically in training to become an Arasaka employee had the perfect opportunity to blackmail or extort someone and she didn't even consider it. All she wanted was an apology. Are you even a product of a Japanese corporate education? As she stood there, clearly debating whether or not to accept his counteroffer of a 45-degree bow, her expression showed she had never haggled in her life. Gaius chuckled. Then he bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you yesterday. 90 degrees. The standard angle for atonement and remorse. Why go that far? Because he had done something wrong. He had played a trick on a genuinely pure girl. And that wasn't right. The girl stared in shock. Even though she was the one who demanded this, she had never expected him to actually do it. She gasped softly, took a step back, then quickly realized what she was doing and stepped forward again, reaching out as if to help him up. But before her hand could touch him, "What's your name?" Gaius straightened up on his own, looking her in the eyes. I think meeting people in Arasaka Academy might not be so bad after all. You? The girl frowned slightly, studying his face. Did you only apologize so you could get closer to me? No, the apology was completely sincere. But now that I think about it, I really do want to get to know you. Don't worry, I'm not trying to flirt with you. And the apology wasn't just for show. It's just that, in this rotten city, seeing a rare lotus bloom in the mud is kind of interesting. He extended his hand. Gaius, Arasaka Academy exchange student. Gaius Brutus. The girl looked at his outstretched hand, then at his face. I've heard that some boys bully girls just to get their attention. A childish tactic, but sometimes the most effective one. I didn't plan it that way. But now, you are interested in me, aren't you? Good kids shouldn't refuse a handshake from a bad one, right? I do mind. But she still reached out. Her delicate fingers brushed against his palm for the briefest moment. But you are the first bad guy I've met at this academy. Why do kids act out just to get attention? Because quiet kids get ignored. They have to be just a little more obedient. Yo, David. At the entrance of David's classroom, Gaius waved to him as he stepped out after class. Gaius. The moment David saw Gaius, flashes of the scenes he had witnessed in last night's brain dance rushed through his mind. The impact of those images was undeniably strong. How's the stuff I asked for? I can bring it to you tomorrow, but we need to set up a place in advance. Bringing it straight to school. No worries, I get it. Gaius glanced at the other students trickling out of the classroom and casually pointed to a quieter spot. Want to chat over there? Yeah. After following Gaius to the designated spot, David couldn't hold back any longer. Yesterday, did you take down a cyberpsycho? A cyberpsycho? News sure spreads fast. Gaius looked at David with mild surprise. I remember the official news report credited the ACPA with handling it. How'd you know it was me? Well, David hesitated, a bit embarrassed. That James Norris, the ex-lieutenant, he had military-grade recording software installed. A braindance editor managed to put together a related braindance within 2 hours of you guys taking him down. Since it was fresh content, I gave it a try. A braindance editor within 2 hours. Gaius seemed to realize something. Don't tell me. It's part of the Cyberpsycho series? Yeah, exactly. The editor's name is JK. Knew it. That bastard. I still have a score to settle with him. A score to settle? Seeing David's confusion, Gaius decided not to reveal that he had previously been recorded as part of a cyberpsycho braindance. Instead, he pointed at the educational device on the side of David's face, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, your device, it looks different from the one I saw yesterday. Did you get a new one? I upgraded it this morning. Cost me 1,000 eddies. Oh, don't worry. I made sure to buy the quantity of braindances you wanted first. The count and quality are spot on. Noticing David's slight anxiety as he explained, Gaius just waved it off casually. No problem. I'm not too concerned about that. As long as you bought enough to help me build my reputation, that's all that matters. Like I said before, all the earnings from this sale are yours. If you didn't buy enough, it just means you'll make less profit. It's your money. How you spend it is your business. After settling that, Gaius checked the time. There were still 15 minutes left of the break. Since he had met someone interesting earlier, he had waited until the second break to find David. The morning only had 3 periods, and after the third, it would be lunchtime. Gaius had no intention of staying at Arasaka Academy during the lunch break. He had to admit, Arasaka Academy's leniency towards students who didn't want to participate in the cutthroat competition was a rare kind of freedom. It was probably the most relaxed school experience he'd ever had. On the flip side, if you couldn't pay, it didn't matter how much you wanted to compete. You had no choice but to accept their freedom. By the way, are your grades any good? Gaius had looked into David's family background. He knew David was the kind of kid who couldn't afford to pay for the extra competitive edge. He was genuinely curious. How did a kid from a struggling family do academically when he couldn't compete financially? Grades. David didn't really understand why Gaius was suddenly asking this, but he still answered honestly. The last time we had a test, I only ranked 10th in the school. In a place where competition never stopped, where almost every privileged student had a private tutor, David had managed to rank 10th in the entire school, relying solely on the sparse content from regular classes. Only ranked 10th. Yeah, David looked a bit puzzled, not understanding why Gaius was showing such a disbelieving expression. He continued, I used to maintain 7th or 8th place, but my grades have dropped recently. Now I can only manage 10th. You? Staring at David with his punk hairstyle, Gaius suddenly realized that David was, in fact, a good student. Just by attending classes and nothing more, he could secure a spot in the top 10. If he actually had the chance to compete like the others, Gaius couldn't even imagine where David might rank at Arasaka Academy. With grades like that, doesn't Arasaka Academy offer scholarships? I heard night corp schools provide them. Some do, but those are mainly for the university level. We're in the middle school section, so the scholarships are more like incentives. They're usually awarded once per semester, about 300 eddies each time. If I save carefully for emergencies, that can last me a month or two. 300 eddies, a month or two? For the metro, my mom recharges my card. I eat at the cafeteria using a preloaded meal card. The academy provides subsidies, and while the cheaper meals don't taste great, you can still get a bread roll for 1 eddy. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I could get a near-expiration meat floss bun for 5 eddies. Enough for a meal. I have dinner at home. So that 300 eddies really is just for emergencies. You don't buy snacks or drinks. Once a week, I treat myself. I love getting fatty chicken wings from Fatty's Diner. 4 eddies for a large, golden brown, crispy wing dripping with oil. I eat the wingtip on the spot and save the drumette to reheat in the microwave at night. My mom loves the wing midsection, so I always leave one on the table for her. Listening to David's story, which felt more like hardship than childhood, Gaius recalled the time he had sent Jack to fetch David. Jack had described how David had acted nonchalantly while buying a drink, using the opportunity to also purchase a 5 eddy disposable handgun. Back then, this kid must have been bleeding inside. Looking at this young boy whose eyes seemed to sparkle when talking about a 4 eddy synthetic chicken wing, something Gaius himself would turn his nose up at, he finally reached out and patted David's shoulder. Keep it up. Once we make every guy in this academy understand that if they want brain dances, they come to us, we can start expanding to the girls too. The money we'll make will ensure you have all the chicken wings you can eat. Your mom won't have to work so hard anymore, and you'll be able to pay your own tuition. Was this the classic boss selling a dream? Looking at the pure and hopeful expression on David's face, Gaius felt an indescribable sense of guilt in his heart. Damn, why did everyone he met at this academy seem so genuinely innocent? Having lived in Night City for so long, he really wasn't used to this. Fortunately, the impression that Arasaka Academy was full of pure-hearted people didn't last long. Because trouble came knocking. To be precise, trouble came looking for David. Gaius was just collateral. Figures. A poor kid and a street rat really do fit together. Don't you think so, David? Hearing the mocking voice of the approaching student, Gaius felt a strange sense of relief. Thank goodness. It's better not to leave this academy with any kind of good impression. Finally, the classic privileged brat who looks down on the poor and those from the streets had arrived. If they hadn't shown up, Gaius might have started doubting the true makeup of Arasaka Academy's student body. The one who deliberately came to provoke David and Gaius was a young man with blue mullet-styled hair. He wore the neatly pressed Arasaka Academy uniform. And as he walked over, he was flanked by two lackeys, one fat, one skinny. Just from his demeanor, he already carried the air of a corporate lackey. Gaius' gaze lingered on the right side of the boy's cheek, where a noticeable seam marked the connection of his synthetic skin. Anyone who could afford synthetic skin implants could easily erase such marks. He wondered if this kid had intentionally left it visible. Not noticing Gaius' scrutiny, the blue-haired boy, clearly here to stir trouble, focused entirely on David. He stepped in front of him, using his slightly taller height to look down at him. Well, David, I was expecting you to embarrass yourself in class today, but instead, you somehow managed to update your teaching software. Even your equipment is upgraded. That must have cost a pretty penny, huh? It's none of your business, Shengnan. David frowned. His tone made it clear that he and this so-called Shengnan didn't get along. I don't recall ever giving you permission to call my name so intimately. But since you're just a pitiful little poor kid, lacking proper etiquette, I suppose I can be understanding. The boy named Shengnan took a step closer, invading David's personal space. Relax, I don't look down on you for being poor. That's just a fact, not something that needs emphasis or mockery. Shengnan locked eyes with David and continued. You probably think I target you because you're poor, but that's not it at all. I, for one, believe in charity. Being born poor isn't your fault, and no rule says the poor can't attend Arasaka Academy. Just like there's no rule saying street thugs can't enter this school, as long as they can afford the tuition. As he spoke, Shengnan shot a glance at Gaius before turning back to David. What really bothers me, David, is your attitude. I don't have time for your nonsense, Shengnan. That's it. That attitude. Shengnan scowled, visibly irritated by David's indifference. You always act like you don't care. You don't even study that much, yet every single time you score higher than me. Over and over, again and again. Do you have any idea how I feel every time I see you ace an exam while acting like it was nothing? Even if I knew, what does that have to do with me? David looked genuinely confused, unable to understand what Shengnan was so fixated on. You work hard, sure, and that must be tough, but that's your problem, not mine. And when I say I did badly, it's because I actually did badly. It's not like I'm pretending to be worse than I am. That's exactly it, David. Why do you always act like this is just the way things are supposed to be? Like it's natural? Shengnan extended a finger, pressing it against David's chest. Every time I bust my ass studying, I see you completely relaxed, effortlessly getting top scores. And then you sigh, pretending you didn't do well. Do you have any idea how nauseating that is? Just seeing you makes me sick. You're such an eyesore. Have you noticed how no one in class wants to be around you? You're a misfit. You should just drop out already. His finger jabbed David's chest again and again. No one in this class wants someone who outperforms them without trying. It's disgusting. You live an easy life, yet act like you're struggling. Every time we see you, it makes all our hard work feel meaningless. That has nothing to do with me, though. David stared at Shengnan and his two lackeys, baffled by the way they looked at him like he had committed some unforgivable crime. If my scores bother you so much, then just ignore them and focus on yourselves. Why do you care so much about me? It's because you exist that we have to care. Shengnan practically spat out his words. Do you know how many kids in our class get scolded by their parents for not scoring as high as you? I've heard it all. We hired the best tutors, gave you the best education, and you still can't even beat some street rat from Santo Domingo? Your very existence is an eyesore. Listening to their conversation, Gaius finally understood what was going on. It was simple. A bunch of corporate brats, raised with every educational advantage, still couldn't outperform a poor kid like David. And because of that, they were under immense pressure from their parents. That pressure turned into resentment, making David a target. How typical. To Gaius, this was peak Arasaka Academy. A school established by a Japanese megacorporation was bound to have this kind of deeply ingrained, almost cultural prejudice, excluding, oppressing, and breaking down those who didn't fit their mold. This kind of twisted hierarchy had existed even back in his time, and now, in 2075, it hadn't changed one bit. Classic Japanese school politics. That's your problem, David said firmly, lifting his gaze to meet Shingnan's eyes. David didn't particularly like Arasaka Academy, but he was here because his mother wanted him to be. So he had to stay. And now, with Gaius's help, he finally had a way to financially support his family. Dropping out? Not a chance. TCH. Not like I expected you to quit just because I said so. Shungnan was about to say something else when the chime of the school bell interrupted him. Break time was over. You better not slip up, David, Shungnan sneered. I hear you might be dabbling in brainwave trafficking. You do know what happens if you get caught selling illegal BDs, right? Immediate expulsion. With that final threat, Shungnan and his lackeys hurried back to class. David watched them go, listening to the bell. He turned to say something to Gaius, but Gaius was already walking away. Relax. Just sell the legal BDs. Ignore him. But if you're feeling scared, I'll take you out after school, show you a bit of the world. Might toughen you up. That was the message Gaius sent him. As for why he didn't say it out loud, well, being exactly on time for class was already ingrained in his DNA. Carl, we're here to pick you up, huh? Why is that kid with you? Oliver pulled the Hera Sky, which technically belonged to Carl, but was practically his own car, up to the curb. As he and Jack, sitting in the passenger seat, greeted Carl, they noticed the kid from yesterday, David, trailing behind him, taking him out to see the real world. Still wearing his Gaius face, Carl walked up, scanned the area, adjusted the angle of the only surveillance camera that could see them, and erased the footage of him and David approaching. Then, he gestured for David to get into the back seat. See the real world? Oliver turned to glance at David, who sat stiffly in the back like a nervous chick, hands neatly placed on his knees. He exchanged a puzzled look with Jack before asking, "What's a school kid need to see?" He needs to know how to hold a gun when real trouble comes knocking. I'd rather teach him now than have him get gunned down by some twitchy street thug on his way to school one day. As he settled into the car, Carl felt a faint sting on his face as his features shifted back to normal. The pain was fading. His nerves were fusing well with the implant. Whether that was a good thing or not, he wasn't sure yet. You're not worried about corrupting the kid? Oliver didn't mind bringing in fresh blood, especially since today's job was just clearing out some scavs. Nothing too serious. Even rookie mercs handled that kind of work. Having a total newbie tag along might be a hassle, but they could keep him safe. He just wasn't sure why an Arasaka Academy student needed to know this stuff. A kid from a civilian background? It's better he learns. Carl turned to David. I already asked if he wanted to. It's not me dragging him along. He's interested. He wants to come. That's true. Oliver fixed his gaze on David. The kid was obviously nervous, but he still met Oliver's stare and nodded firmly. I want to learn how to shoot. That way, if my mom and I ever run into a cyber psycho, we'll at least have a chance to fight back. A cyber psycho? Kid, a gun isn't going to save you from that. If you ever run into one, you run. But yeah, you'll be able to handle punks just fine. Oliver chuckled. You got guts, kid. Real Santo Domingo energy. If 6th Street wasn't a mess right now, I'd introduce you to my old man. All right, Oliver, didn't they kick you out less than a week after you joined? And let's be real, better to stay out of gangs. Even the Valentinos are the same in the end. Jack chimed in. Gangs weren't a life worth recommending, especially for a kid with potential. Getting involved meant sinking into a pit that was damn near impossible to climb out of. Jack and Oliver had been able to leave their respective gangs thanks to some personal connections. But David? If he got wrapped up in that world, he'd be drowning in the mud for life. Enough talk, Oliver, just drive. Let's wrap this up and be done with it. David, after the job's done, I'll take you out for some real pork. Dinner's on me at my place. You can even take some home for your mom. Just tell her you made a new friend at school. Real pork. Is that really okay? It's whatever. To me, good food is something that soothes the tired soul. Your mom works hard, right? A good meal would do her some good. Plus, I'm curious to see how my cooking tastes to someone who actually busts their ass working. Yeah, that explains why Carl's got such picky-ass taste. Oliver laughed while keeping his eyes on the road. We're all looking forward to seeing if your cooking's actually as good as you claim. After a comment like that, you better eat till you're stuffed if it's good. No slinking away half full. Please, if it's that good, I'll eat a whole pot by myself. As the neon-lit cityscape blurred past the window, David listened to Carl and Oliver banter. The tight knot of nerves in his stomach slowly unraveled. Just then, Carl reached over and handed him something. Here, hold on to this for now. David instinctively took it and looked down. It was a gun. A gun. I told you, you're here to see how the real world works. Keep this on you for protection. We'll be watching your back, but things don't always go as planned. If you really want to learn how to protect yourself and your mom, you better start by learning how to hold a gun properly. The gun Carl handed him was his own Kenshin. It was a tech pistol, meaning it had way less recoil than a kinetic handgun, manageable even for someone as scrawny as David. As long as he didn't go full auto like Carl did, unloading 7 or 8 shots in a row, he wouldn't sprain his wrist. But even tech pistols had enough kick to dislocate a newbie's wrist if held wrong. So Carl got a teaching. Hold it like this. Yeah, that's right. Newbies should always use both hands. It keeps your wrist steady and stops you from pulling your aim off target. Don't grip it too hard. Just hold it like you would a doorknob, firm but relaxed. And don't rush your shots. The Kenshin has enough stopping power to blow a street thug's head clean off with a single round. Your focus shouldn't be speed, but accuracy. Jack chimed in, watching Carl instruct. Also, always keep count of your shots. The last thing you want is to pull the trigger when it matters most and realize you're out. That 1 second of hesitation, more than enough time for someone to put a couple of holes in you. And don't even think about reloading in the middle of a fight. 1 mag should be enough to end things. David nodded eagerly, absorbing every word. He kept adjusting his grip as Carl corrected him, while Oliver, now parked and watching from the driver's seat, smirked. Not bad, kid. He's got the stance down already. Then he glanced at Carl's empty holster and asked, Wait, you just gave David your Kenshin? What are you going to use? Lexington. Without hesitation, Carl grabbed a Lexington from the car. I had the gun shop owner in our mega building modify it. Enhanced firepower, upgraded for extra stopping power. Plus, I got a blade attachment under the barrel for close combat. I call it Afterlife. Carl and his crew's target was a group of scavs dumb enough to threaten Vic. Their hideout? Little Chinatown, Watson, ironically, just around the corner from Carl and Oliver's apartments. That was probably the reason these idiots thought they could strong-arm Vic into buying their stolen implants. To Carl, there were dead men walking before they even realized it. What floor? Jack, gripping a pair of golden bitch pistols, asked as Carl hacked into the apartment building's security feed. 3rd floor. 7 of them. Carl replied, eyes fixed on his display. No heavy firepower worth mentioning. Looks like a fresh crew just getting into the scav business. No wonder they had the balls to threaten Vic. Hold on. I'm patching the feed into your HUDs. Sending access now. Carl transmitted the live security footage to Oliver, Jack, and David. David wasn't just here to spectate. If he wanted to learn, he had to be in the loop. That meant following orders and understanding the situation before diving in. Even if that meant vomiting his guts out the second he saw what was on screen. Get used to it. Oliver, ever the mentor, handed David a bottle of real water as he hunched over, dry heaving against the car door. Rinse your mouth. Burn the image into your memory. If you don't learn how to protect yourself, you'll end up just like them, stripped for parts on a scav's operating table. But David gasped between breaths. I watched tons of Black Brain Dance before. I don't usually react like this. He wiped his mouth and took a sip of the water. The crisp, clean taste hit him instantly, refreshing his entire system. Eyes widening, he stared at the bottle in disbelief. This water, it tastes nothing like the crap in Santo Domingo. At the mention of Santo Domingo, Oliver let out a sigh. Yeah. He said nothing more. Carl snapped his fingers. David here. Got a little something for you. David turned just in time to catch the object Carl tossed. A grenade. A frag. Relax, Carl smirked. Custom made. Low yield. Won't bring down the whole building. Just clear out a room. Hold on to it, and when the time comes, throw it inside. We could just throw grenades in there. Of course. Carl shrugged. Not like we're rescuing hostages. I already scanned the place. No one alive except for the scavs. Just corpses dumped in cryovats, waiting to be butchered. I've marked the storage room on your HUD. Don't throw the frag in there. Even in death, Carl figured those poor souls deserved some dignity. Once we're done here, I'll call one of my NCPD contacts, see if they can track down the victims' families. Getting chopped up by scavs is bad enough. The least we can do is give them a proper send-off. With the data uploaded and plans set, all that remained was to execute the mission. Carl's squad self-assigned the job. Time frame: before dinner. Payment: Carl's braised pork. Sliding back midnight's action, Carl and his team stepped into the elevator, heading up to the 3rd floor. The scav's base of operations was a large rented suite with 4 rooms. Living room, 2 sleeping. Storage room, corpse freezing units. Processing room, 2 dismembering bodies, another negotiating sales on a terminal. Lounge, 2 wired into braindance units, hips rocking to whatever X-rated program they were plugged into. The suite was located deep within the hallway, but before reaching their target, Carl spotted 2 locals standing outside their apartment doors, smoking and chatting. Carl already identified them. 2 civilians. Hot dog vendors. No ties to the newly arrived scavs. We'll just get them to clear out. Got it. Jack, gripping his golden bitch pistol, lightly tapped the wall twice, catching the vendor's attention. He flashed his weapon and made a simple gesture: move. The 2 vendors, clearly experienced in how things worked in the streets, showed no fear or hesitation. They sized up the well-armed team, nodded, and slipped back into their apartments without a word. Just another day in the city. Merc's handling business? Nothing new. Let's go. Carl's command came through comms, and David instinctively swallowed hard, gripping his gun tighter. Despite the coaching in the car, the atmosphere was different now, tense, serious. This was what a real mercenary operation felt like. It wasn't like the edited black brain dances he'd experienced before. Reality was sharper, more intense. As he processed this, something slid out from beneath the vendor's apartment door. A small card. David's optics adjusted, zooming in on the text. Old William's hot dog stand. Want to experience real meat? 80% authentic? Come to Old William's in Chinatown, Watson. For just €10 get a massive hot dog fit for the whole family. Call now to pre-order. An ad. Remember it. If it's good, we'll stop by later. Oliver's casual response instantly deflated the tension David had been feeling. His brief excitement at witnessing a real mercenary operation vanished in an instant. Beep. After an almost imperceptible unlocking sound, Carl successfully bypassed the lock on the scavenger's suite door. Beyond the entrance, the first room housed 2 scavengers monitoring the braindance feeds. The faint unlocking noise didn't disrupt their immersion in the braindance. Carl slowly pushed the door open just enough for a single-person slip-through, but didn't rush in. Landmines. Looks like these scavs are at least somewhat cautious. Noticing Carl's hand gesture, David finally spotted 2 biosensor mines placed right at the entrance. If any living creature attempted to step over the threshold, the mines would activate. No wonder they put the break room as the first room. At first, I thought it was to fool NCPD inspections, but now I see it's meant to be a distraction. Jack commented in the comms while glancing at the sensor mines on the floor. His gaze then shifted toward the 2 scavs lying on the couch, fully absorbed in their braindance equipment, completely defenseless. I'll handle this. A monowire flicked out from Carl's wrist, and, with a precise motion, the tip of the wire connected to the control port of one of the mines. Normally used to allow remote detonation, the port now served as Carl's entry point for infiltration. Monowires could double as hacking data cables, but few people used them the way Carl did, swinging them to interface with dangerous explosives. A single miscalculation could trigger an explosion. Less than a second after the connection was established, Carl's voice came through the comms again. Done. I also disabled any possible trigger sensors. As long as we don't manually detonate them, even if a scav had previously linked to these mines, they won't notice they've been neutralized. Though, honestly, I doubt the mines these scavs bought even have that kind of feature. Still, better safe than sorry, just don't touch them. Understood. Seeing Jack and Oliver reply in the comms, David quickly followed suit. Understood. With the mines handled, Carl was the first to step into the suite. He had already taken control of the security system in the area. Be careful, slow down, David. Jack kindly reminded him before following Carl into the suite. David came next, while Oliver, as the designated rearguard, entered last. Realizing that being placed third was a courtesy, David's eyes remained locked on the sensor mines, so close that a single misstep might trigger them. His heart pounded twice before he took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his nerves. He then stepped inside, moving smoothly without making a single mistake. For a rookie, you did well. Maybe you're more suited for merc work than you think. Having watched David's performance from behind, Oliver praised him in the comms. David's first attempt was far better than Oliver's own. Back then, he had been shaking uncontrollably. Hey, is that so? Who doesn't like being praised for a job well done? At least for David, being recognized and acknowledged was something rare in his life. Oliver's continued praise made him unconsciously smile. And if it weren't for the situation, he might have scratched his head in embarrassment. You did well, but now it's time to level up. Come on, David, step forward. Carl watched as David stood next to a scavenger immersed in a brain dance, grinning like an excited kid. Carl gestured for him to come over. What are we doing? David carefully stepped forward, making sure not to disturb the scavenger, and then saw Carl handing him a small knife. You probably don't have the strength to snap his neck, so use this instead. Just go for the artery in his neck. Don't worry about him screaming or anything. I'll cover his mouth. Huh? David blankly took the knife Carl handed him, staring at the scavenger in front of him, who was still moving his lower body slightly. His mind went blank. He had already prepared himself to use a pistol to defend his life, but going straight for a knife kill without even firing a shot. Don't waste your sympathy. I ran a check on this guy. He's responsible for killing 3 kids. The oldest was barely 12. Their bodies were gutted, cyberware, and organs ripped out. One of them was even from your hometown, Santo Domingo. Think about those parents holding empty corpses, crying for their lost children. Think about the kids you see on the streets back home. Carl placed a firm hand on David's shoulder, giving him the strength to act. If you want to protect yourself, protect your family. Then when it comes to scum like scavs, never hesitate. I'm not a fan of torture, but when it's scavs, I don't mind making exceptions. Gutted kids, grieving parents. A vision flashed in David's mind. A younger version of himself, lying in a pool of blood, his body hollowed out, his mother crying over him in despair. He understood. Taking a deep breath, David made his move under Carl's watchful gaze. Schlick! The sound of a blade piercing a throat echoed at the same time as Jack snapping another scavenger's neck. David watched as the scavenger in front of him tensed up, his eyes snapping open in shock. His face twitched, his body jerked violently, his head thrashing. David had missed the artery. The scavenger still had enough strength to struggle. Again, there was no reprimand in Carl's voice. He merely glanced at the scavenger, blocked his last attempt to send an alert to his crew, and coldly urged David to finish the job. There was no room for hesitation. When dealing with scum like this, any hesitation could be the difference between life and death for himself and those around him. Understood. David replied through the comms, his hands trembling slightly as warm, crimson blood sprayed onto them. But his grip on the knife remained steady. Drawing from the biology lessons he had once learned, he found the right spot and struck again. This time, there was no mistake. David watched his life drain from the man's body. The struggle ceased. Blood soaked his clothes, dripped from his face, but his expression had changed. That was no longer the face of a boy. Oliver, who had been watching everything, ready to step in if needed, sent a message through the comms. Congrats. You're a man now. In Night City, when does a boy truly become a man? Is it when he kills his first enemy? The first time he sleeps with someone? The first time he fires a gun? No, it's the moment he makes the choice, when he fully commits to protecting those around him. Only then does he truly become a man. On an otherwise ordinary day in December 2075, a boy named David Martinez made that choice. After taking out the 2 scavs in the break room, the remaining 5 didn't last much longer against Carl's team. From the moment they entered, it only took about 2 minutes to finish the job. You're going to need a serious shower when we get back to my place. Carl glanced at David, who had fired 4 shots during the fight and, counting his earlier knife kill, had taken down 2 scavs in total. His clothes were drenched in blood. Though now I get why Arasaka loves red and black outfits. Even when they're covered in blood, it doesn't really show that much. Did I really do it? The stench of blood filled his nose. Now that the battle was over, David found himself gasping for air. Of course you did, David. Oliver clapped him on the back, hard enough to nearly make him stumble. Told you did great. You've earned yourself a proper braised meat dinner. I'm the one cooking. Why do you make it sound like it's your treat? Carl scoffed before turning to David. How about it, David? Still got an appetite? I'm good. David adapted quickly. Didn't waste all those black market brain dances for nothing. All right then. Keep that Kenshin, you can have it. Later, I'll hook you up at the shop near your school. If you buy ammo in bulk like 4 boxes at a time, you'll get a discount. You should hit up the range when you get the chance. 4 rounds for one guy is a bit of a waste. 1 out of 4. Honestly, David's aim isn't bad at all. Jack rummaged through the scav's suite, but aside from some second-hand cyberware junk, there was nothing worth taking. Instead, he went through their computer and checked their email logs. Yeah, this is the crew. The threats they sent to Vic are still sitting in their inbox. Hold on, they even have a log of the people they've kidnapped. This might make it easier for ACPA to reach out to victims' families. After forwarding the data to Johnson, Carl grabbed a bag filled with loot and handed it to David. What's this? Scav weapons. Pick them up while checking their gear. Not great quality, but you can sell them at a gun shop. Should make you a little cash. Call it pocket money. At this point, Carl and the others didn't really care about selling junk weapons. But for David, who had just gone through his first real job, it was a perfect start. I could really have this. David looked at the bag in surprise. It was technically his first earnings. A mix of shock and excitement crossed his face. You took down 2 out of 7. More than me. What's there to feel guilty about? Carl shoved the bag into David's arms. Just be careful. Don't let your mom find out. She's busting her ass to get you through Arasaka Academy because she doesn't want you caught up in street-level shit. You've learned the basics now. Next step is just hitting the gun range whenever you can. We don't have much else to teach you. Saying there was nothing left to teach him, of course, that was a lie. But Carl said anyway. David's family wasn't like Oliver's or Jack's, where gang life was the norm. It was better for him to stay away from the merc world as much as possible. Nothing left to teach me. David understood what Carl was really saying. This was the last time. It was just supposed to be a taste of the real world. But in his heart, David couldn't help comparing the acceptance he felt here to the rejection he experienced at school. Maybe, just maybe, he wanted the mercenary life more than he wanted to be a student. But he knew this really was the end, because, as he thought of his mother, her struggles, her expectations, David glanced at Carl, Oliver, and Jack. In the end, he didn't say anything reckless. He just nodded. I understand. But hey, you're always welcome to stop by for a meal. Carl chuckled, patting David on the shoulder. I don't mind friends coming over for dinner. Gives me a chance to test my cooking skills. With David's nod and the distant sound of approaching sirens, their pre-dinner exercise was officially over. Now it was time to claim their reward. Mr. Johnson. After heading downstairs, Carl filled Johnson in on the situation and casually handed him a small flyer he had picked up earlier. Old William's hot dogs. Johnson glanced at the flyer, looking a little confused. Some locals gave us this while we were dealing with the scavs. The pictures looked decent, so I figured I'd recommend it. You're recommending me a place you haven't even tried yourself? Hey, they didn't make sound while we worked. Consider it a small favor. Carl was about to chat a bit longer, maybe even invite Johnson over later to grab some meat, when Jack's voice came from a distance. Carl, we've got a problem. What's wrong? Carl turned to see David and Jack standing near his car, while Oliver looked absolutely pissed. Some car thief tried to break in while we were upstairs. Didn't steal it, but they slashed all 4 tires. What? Carl rushed over to check, and, sure enough, the signs were obvious. The lock had been tampered with, the car door had visible prime marks, and whoever did it must have been in a hurry. Of all things, this had to happen to us. Jack, who had his fair share of street experience, had stolen plenty of cars before. But now, the car thief had become a victim. Well, not like it's the end of the world. Carl glanced at Oliver, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud. But I guess this means we're taking the metro home tonight. If I ever find that little shit, I swear I'll string him up and whip him with my belt. Oliver, clearly the most attached to the car, growled through gritted teeth. He understood people hustling to survive on the streets, but if someone messed with his ride, that was a different story. If he caught the thief, he wouldn't straight up kill them like some corpo dogs would, but a serious beating was definitely on the table. Carl shook his head. He took the situation in stride. It was, after all, the biggest inconvenience of the day. Then he turned to Johnson. "Mr. Johnson, we'll call a repair service later. Mind sticking around to make sure they get my car to the shop? We got some things to take care of tonight." "No problem. You guys go ahead. Besides, you handed us another case today, so this is nothing. Get home safe." Johnson's gaze shifted to David, still covered in blood. "Kid needs a serious shower, too. Appreciate it. But yeah, this isn't ideal." Carl had planned ahead and swapped clothes before the job, but David hadn't. After thinking for a moment, Carl pulled out an Arasaka Academy uniform he had stashed in the car and handed it to David. "It's a bit big, but wear this for now. Keep the bags with your gun and clothes. You can wash up at my place." Following Carl's instructions, David held the two bags, one with weapons, the other with spare clothes, and boarded the metro with Carl, Jack, and Oliver. As his foot stepped onto the train, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something white. David followed the glimpse of white, his eyes locking onto its source, a young woman with short hair, pink at the roots and fading to white at the tips. She looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a cropped jacket over a tight black leather bodysuit. Her makeup was dark and smoky, her features strikingly beautiful. "She's gorgeous." That was David's first thought. Then, he noticed something odd about her movements. She seemed to be deliberately drifting closer to a group of Arasaka employees on the metro. "David!" Oliver's voice snapped him out of it. He turned, meeting Oliver's puzzled expression. "We were asking if you have any food preferences. What's got you so distracted?" "Sorry," David quickly apologized. "I spaced out for a second. What were you looking at?" Oliver followed David's line of sight, but only saw a few Arasaka corpo grunts chatting amongst themselves. He smirked. "Checking them out, huh? Well, makes sense. If all goes as planned, you'll be working there after graduation. Wonder how much Arasaka employees make a month." Jack also glanced at the corpo workers, shaking his head. Even here, on the metro, they're still talking about work. "No downtime at all. Can't be that much," Carl muttered, rubbing his stomach. He was starving. His meals at Arasaka Academy were kept simple to maintain his cover. Just bread and synthetic milk, both for breakfast and lunch. It wasn't nearly enough to keep up with his energy demands. "Honestly, I'm more concerned about what we're going to eat. So, David, got any food restrictions? I'm ordering takeout now. By the time we get to my place, the delivery drone should have it waiting at the door." "Food restrictions?" David thought for a moment. "Nope, I'll eat anything." "Good. First time ordering takeout, I just realized there's a price difference between human and drone delivery. The drone costs way more. Practically the same price as the food itself." Carl's complaint was met with Oliver's pragmatic response. "Check the terms for both options. If a human courier screws up your order, they're not responsible for it. But if a drone delivers it, the company takes full responsibility. It's more expensive, but at least you're guaranteed to get your food." "Guaranteed how?" "Even if the courier gets flatlined on the way, another drone will take over and make sure your order arrives on time. So if a human dies, tough luck, both the food and the guy are gone. But if a drone gets wrecked, another just picks up where it left off." Carl thought it over. He was starving, and he didn't want to risk any delays. Paying extra for a sure thing was worth it. "All right, I'll get a few pizzas. No, wait, that might be too filling. Fried rice sounds better, goes well with meat. And maybe some." As Carl muttered to himself, David turned his attention back to where he had seen the woman earlier. The pink white-haired woman had already moved through the crowd, now standing directly behind the Arasaka employees. Then, David saw a flicker in her cybernetic eyes. Click. There was no sound, but David saw it. At the nape of each Arasaka employee's neck, in the slot where their cyberware chips were inserted, a small chip ejected from each one. David didn't recognize what kind of chips they were, but he did see how fluidly the woman's hand moved, catching each chip in midair like she had done this 100 times before. A thief. David immediately understood what was happening. She had hacked into their systems, triggered the data ports in their neural interfaces, and forced the chips to eject, then swiped them effortlessly. The chips embedded in corporate employees were never worth less than 100 eddies, and that was the bare minimum. For Arasaka employees, especially those with firearm-related augmentations, some chips could sell for thousands. David watched as the pink white-haired woman stole them, but he didn't say a word. Because this was Night City, this kind of thing happened every day. There was nothing surprising about it, especially when the victims were corpo employees. The only thing that caught David off guard was that someone so beautiful was pulling this kind of job. He turned his head away, deciding not to stare at her any longer. When you were having a conversation, you couldn't keep getting distracted. But just as he looked away, the pink white-haired woman felt his last glance. She scanned the area and quickly noticed the Arasaka Academy uniform on his back. Arasaka. Her cybernetic eyes flashed, scanning him and immediately locking onto his Arasaka Academy ID. Identity confirmed. If he was Arasaka, then the pink white-haired woman took a step closer to David. From her perspective, all she could see was the back of a young Arasaka Academy student standing in front of her. The metro was crowded. She noticed he was talking to someone, but due to her angle, she could only see the person directly in front of him, a blonde-haired man in his 20s with a thin mustache. No visible threat. But even if he was a threat, it didn't matter. She was experienced. She knew how to mask her movements in a crowd. The moment she forced his chip to eject, the only risk was that it might be visible for a split second, just long enough for the blonde man to maybe notice. But even if he saw it, he wouldn't have time to react. At most, he'd think he was seeing things. And by the time he realized what happened and warned the kid, she would be long gone, vanishing into the crowd like she was never there. Tonight's conditions were perfect. Her cybernetic eyes flickered, and with her hacking prowess, she quickly breached the vulnerability in the Arasaka kid's neural interface. Click! She anticipated the silent chip ejection and was already reaching out to grab it midair, when another hand snatched it first. Her eyes widened. The one who caught the chip was not the Arasaka kid. It was the blonde-haired man, the one she thought wouldn't have time to react. He held the chip calmly, his gaze locked onto hers with an eerie stillness. Shit! The pink white-haired woman instinctively tried to back away into the crowd. But before she could even move, the sound of a real click echoed. A gun's safety disengaged. 2 guns. One pressed to her temple. One aimed at her forehead. She wasn't alone. There were more people around her. Her body froze. A thief. The blonde man's voice carried a hint of irritation. Today, I really hate thieves. Name? Lucy. Real name? Real name. Oliver stared at Lucy, who was obediently seated on a metro bench. There was something oddly familiar about this interrogation. Back when he first met Carl, he had been questioned in the exact same way. Age? 21. What do you do? Net runner. Occasionally make some extra cash on the metro. Carl. Oliver turned to Carl. She telling the truth? Based on her registered identity in Night City? Pretty much. But she seems to be an outsider. There's no record of her before she got here. Then again, that's pretty normal in this city. Carl yawned as he spoke. After giving Lucy a few more glances, he added, Saw her a few days ago at a restaurant downtown. Pretty sure she dined and dashed. So she's a thief and a dine and dasher? A street rat? Most likely. Carl wasn't particularly interested in dealing with pickpockets. Killing her wasn't necessary, but roughing her up and tossing her into a dumpster? He had zero issues with that. Carl didn't discriminate, man or woman. He'd hit both. If it came down to pulling the trigger, he wouldn't hesitate either. Damn, I just want to eat some braised meat already. The metro's too damn slow. Unlike Carl, Oliver was actually thinking about what to do with this thief. She tried robbing the wrong people, And on top of that, right after they had their car stolen. Her timing was unbelievable. Should he beat her up and toss her out, or... Oliver turned to David. David, what kind of chip was she trying to steal? How much was it worth? David glanced at Lucy, who had already made quite the impression on him. Just a storage chip for cafeteria credits. Had about 300 eddies left in it. 300. Oliver nodded, and, in front of Lucy, who was clearly tense, gestured to Jack to ease up on the trigger a bit. Then let's make it 3 for 1. Pay up 1,000 eddies as compensation. Oliver understood how things worked on Night City streets. But steal from him, and there had to be consequences. She got caught, and she wasn't skilled enough to get away with it. So instead of calling ACPA, who wouldn't do much besides lock her up, she could just pay a fine. 3 times? Wouldn't that be 900? Lucy, feeling slightly less pressure from the gun, still had the audacity to argue about the numbers. Even at a time like this, she was trying to bargain. Round it up. Be glad I'm not charging you 10 times the amount. Transfer all of it to David. It's his money. You picked the wrong target. If you're going to steal, at least go for someone with cash. Instead, you went for a broke kid. An Arasaka Academy student is broke? Lucy might have been handing over the money, but she wasn't going down without a fight, at least verbally. Still, she transferred the full 1,000 eddies to David without hesitation. Not every Arasaka Academy student is a corpo brat. Oliver turned to David. Got it. Yeah, 1,000 eddies. All right, then. Consider this your lucky day. I won't kick your ass. Next time, be more careful who you pickpocket. Just as Oliver was about to say something else, he noticed Lucy's eyes flash for a second. Trying to hack us? That was his first instinct. Before he could act, Carl's lazy voice came from the side. It's a call. I'm reading the data now. I already paid up. Can I at least answer my damn phone? Lucy was clearly eager to pick up the call, but with Jack's gun still pressed to her head, she didn't dare make any sudden moves. Be more careful next time. Chica. Jack finally lowered his gun. Not everyone is as nice as us. Not everyone would rob me for 1,000 eddies either. Her extra earnings for the day? Completely gone. Lucy was just about to answer her call when she noticed something strange. The laziest of the group, the black-haired hacker, had suddenly sat up straight and was looking right at her. Maine, you know Maine? Lucy blinked in confusion. Only now did she realize that the person calling her was Maine. Wait, did this guy hack into my system and check my call logs? If she hadn't just been staring down the barrel of a gun, she would have counter-hacked him on the spot. But that wasn't what mattered right now. What mattered was that this guy had recognized Maine's name, because Maine was her squad leader. You know Maine? Lucy fired the question back at him as she answered the call. Lucy, got a job. Get here fast. Maine. Carl's voice cut into the call, joining the conversation. Carl. On the other end, Maine was stunned. Why the hell is my call to Lucy routing to you? It's an open connection. Lucy, what's your connection to Maine? Wait, you ran into Lucy? She's a new member of my crew. Since Sasha is still recovering, we need an extra netrunner for jobs. Kiwi found one of her contacts, and Lucy joined us. Something happened. Maine instantly realized that Carl had tapped into Lucy's comms channel, which meant something must have gone down. If she screwed up, cut her some slack for me, will you? Maine knew how Carl operated. If Lucy was still alive and talking, that meant Carl wasn't too pissed. But if things had really gone south, Carl would have already put a hole in her head. Maine was hoping to smooth things over before it escalated. Nah, nothing serious. She was just making extra cash on the metro and picked the wrong people to rob. We already settled it. Her skills weren't sharp enough. She paid up, and it's done. But if she's one of yours, we could have let it slide. Carl explained the situation to Oliver, Jack, and David. Meanwhile, Lucy's face was burning with embarrassment. Not only did she get caught, but by someone Maine knew. This was beyond awkward. Yeah, that's nothing. If it's all settled, then let me apologize on Lucy's behalf. Let's grab a drink sometime. I'll cover it. Not necessary, but if you got some good food spots, I'm down. I'm cutting the call. Talk to your team. If anything comes up, hit me on private comms. With that, Carl ended the call. Since Lucy was a friend, there was no need to keep things tense. I'm Carl. That's Oliver. And that's Jack. Carl gestured toward David. And this is David. Guess you could say we didn't exactly start off on the right foot. Let's start fresh. Lucy, net runner for Maine's crew. She introduced herself properly this time. And right on cue, the Metro arrived at their stop, bringing an end to this extremely awkward encounter. The moment the doors opened, Lucy practically bolted, barely throwing out a goodbye as she escaped into the station. She knew Maine's crew was going to roast her about this for weeks. Braised meat time. Coincidentally, Lucy's stop was the same as Carl and the others. As Carl cheered about finally getting to cook his long-awaited meal, David took a moment to glance at Lucy's retreating figure. So, she was a mercenary too. First, soak the pork belly in cold water to remove the blood foam. Oliver, give me real water. I want the best ingredients. Buy a whole damn bucket. Carl barked orders while heating up a wok on the induction stove. Then, we blanched the meat to remove impurities. Hold up. Why the hell does this stink so much? Did they not drain the blood when they butchered this pig? Wait, what? They didn't even castrate it. Holy shit. David sat on the apartment's sofa, completely dumbfounded. He had seen Carl stay calm, even when facing cyberpsychos. But now, the man looked absolutely distressed over some pork. His entire perception of Carl was changing by the second. Damn, fine. If it stinks, it stinks. I'll just use more seasoning to cover the smell. Cut the pieces smaller. I'll stir-fry them longer to get the flavors in. But the blood, forget boiling it now. Jack, give me an empty pot. Pour in cold real water and white vinegar. I need to soak this mess first. Hopefully, it'll help with the blood smell. Do we really have to go through all this trouble, Carl? Oh, yes, we do. Oh, right, we bought a bunch of corn too, didn't we? Bring that over. I'll use this pot to boil it. Carl's eyes suddenly shifted, locking onto David. David, yes. Under Carl's commanding gaze, David instinctively jumped up from the sofa. Grab the small bag I bought. Small bag, the one labeled with cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves. Be careful. I only got one pack. Got it. With Carl calling the shots, the whole apartment was buzzing with activity. Oliver had assumed Carl would be the one cooking while they just waited. Instead, they were being used as free labor. Carl, you're way too lazy. Oliver grumbled, but under Carl's intimidating gaze, he still followed orders without protest. I'm handling the wok. Everything else? That's on you guys. Oh, and after we eat, you're all doing the dishes too. Jack, on the other hand, just laughed. Back home, I only help my mom cook on my birthday. Never thought I'd be sweating in the kitchen without a reason. Trust me, it'll be worth it. You won't be disappointed. Carl confidently reassured them, then casually added something that stabbed Oliver right in the heart. Gotta make sure it's perfect. After all, we're bringing some for Vic, Mama Wells, and Misty. Can't have them eating trash. I don't want to be a test subject. Oliver could only pray that this hyped-up dish was actually as good as Carl claimed. Finally, everything was ready. Carl heated oil in the wok, added the spices, and slowly stir-fried them until their aroma filled the kitchen. All right, hand me the pork belly. He tossed the meat into the wok, rendering the fat and bringing out the fragrance. Then he added the soy sauce, salt, and rock sugar he had bought in Chinatown. There were many ways to make braised pork. Some people caramelized the sugar first, then added the meat. But Carl preferred to fry the pork first. Once the meat was coated in caramelized sauce, he poured in boiling water, reduced the heat, and covered the wok to let it simmer. So, is that it, Carl? Seeing Carl finally stop moving, Jack asked, shouldn't we add some cooking wine or tea water to remove the gamey smell? Normally, yeah, but we don't have those on hand, so this will have to do. We'll be okay. Braised pork is a dish that every household makes differently. There's no set recipe. You can throw in whatever you want. Some people even use cola. So yeah, it's fine. Jack didn't fully understand, but he memorized Carl's steps anyway. If Misty ended up liking it, he could try making it for her. Corn's done. Oliver lifted the lid off another pot, releasing a cloud of white steam. Beneath it, the bright yellow corn gleamed, not exactly crystal clear, but still beautifully golden. Eagerly, he grabbed a cob, only to almost drop it from the heat. I've never had real boiled corn before. Always just cornmeal or flakes. The fresh, earthy scent of corn husks filled the air. After letting it cool a bit, Oliver snapped it in half, handing one piece to David and the other to Jack. Here, try it, David. And Jack, you've been waiting for this the most. Can I really eat first? David hesitated as he took his half of the corn. Don't worry, there's plenty. Try it first. If the flavor's lacking, we can boil the next batch with salt. See how salted corn tastes. As Oliver went back to the pot, considering which piece to grab next, Jack had already started devouring his corn. Seeing Jack dig in, David followed suit. He had learned about corn in Arasaka Academy, so he knew not to bite into the cob itself. He only ate the kernels, and the soft, starchy texture was unlike anything he'd ever had before. It was different from the synthetic food he was used to. For the first time, he could actually taste the flavor of corn, pure and unmasked. It's kind of sweet. Starch breaks down as you chew. It gets sweeter. Carl, who had tough hands, wasn't as sensitive to the heat as Oliver. But even he wasn't immune. His lips and teeth weren't heat-resistant, so he waited a bit before taking a bite. As soon as the familiar taste hit his tongue, Carl's mind went completely blank for a second. Then a thought surfaced. Damn, I might actually cry. A taste from the past. Even in 2075, he could still experience it. Shaking off the nostalgia, Carl lifted the lid off the braised pork, turned off the heat, and placed the glistening pot of rich, caramel-colored meat in front of everyone. All right, come on, dig in. But before anyone else could move, Carl had already ripped open a takeout container of fried rice, grabbed his chopsticks, and picked up a chunk of tender, sauce-soaked pork. He placed down the fluffy fried rice and took a bite. The rich, umami-packed juices from the pork soaked into the rice, and as the two mixed together in his mouth, the flavor explosion hit his brain. His hands moved on autopilot. He couldn't stop eating. A merc can't just live off vegetables. Watching Carl devour his food, Oliver made that observation from the heart. Tonight's meal? Braised pork. At 11:25 p.m., David returned home carrying a plastic container filled with braised pork, fried rice, and 2 ears of corn. Just as he stepped inside, his mother, Gloria, arrived home at the same time. David, Gloria looked at her son in surprise. Her exhausted face showed hints of shock. Why are you coming home so late? Because of her demanding job, Gloria rarely saw David at night or in the morning. Most of the time, when she got home, David was already asleep, or when he left in the morning, she was still sleeping. But tonight, David was awake, and coming home late from outside, that almost never happened. Immediately, a mother's worst fears flashed through her mind. David, could he have gone bad? Was he hanging out with street thugs behind her back? But before she could spiral deeper into her worries, David handed her the container and, as Carl had instructed him earlier, gave his pre-planned excuse for coming home late. A classmate from school invited me over for dinner. We ended up hanging out longer than expected, so I got home late. He told me to bring some food back. I already ate, but Mom, have you had dinner yet? You should try some. You went to a classmate's house for dinner. Gloria looked at him in disbelief. Her son, David Martinez, actually had friends at Arasaka Academy. For a moment, she couldn't believe it. Then, joy surged through her heart. David was no longer alone. He had found friends at school. You didn't cause them any trouble, did you? That was the first thing she asked, even as she beamed at him. David, caught off guard by her warm expression, felt a bit uncomfortable. It had been so long since his mother had ever cared about his friendships. Ever since he started at Arasaka Academy, these conversations had become non-existent. But despite feeling a little awkward, he still answered, Nope, I even helped with the cooking. You helped with the cooking? Gloria chuckled. You weren't just getting in the way, were you? Of course not. I actually helped. David pushed the takeout container toward her. More importantly, Mom, just eat. It's really good. All right, I was starving anyway. Let's see what you helped make. Gloria expected to see some basic pre-packaged, reheated street food, which, in her mind, matched David's cooking abilities. But the moment she opened the container, she froze. Inside, even though the food had cooled down, the richly colored braised pork, the fragrant fried rice, and the plump, golden corn on the cob sat neatly arranged. For a brief second, she thought she might be hallucinating from exhaustion. but the aroma of real, freshly cooked food filled the air and told her this was real. David, Gloria immediately turned to him. This food, where did it come from? I already told you. My friend made it. He had extra, so he let me bring some home. Her eyes narrowed slightly. But this is real corn, isn't it? Gloria had never eaten real pork before, so she couldn't say much about the meat. But corn, that was something she had tasted once. A long time ago, during her honeymoon phase with David's father, they had saved up for months and, through a friend's connections, managed to buy a single cob of real corn. They had split it in half and eaten it together. That sweet, earthy aroma had become a symbol of their love. And after her husband passed, that memory had been one of the things that kept her going, raising David all on her own. She would never mistake that smell. It's real corn. David nodded and pointed at the braised pork in the container. Mom, try the pork too. I helped by gathering the spices. It tastes really good. But Gloria wasn't focused on the flavor. David, her voice was gentle, but filled with concern. This is expensive food. Are you sure it's okay to bring something like this home? It made sense that a student at Arasaka Academy would have access to real food. That wasn't the surprising part. But to freely give it away and let David take some home? That was a lot. She was worried that accepting something so valuable might affect his friendship with his classmate. Expensive. Hearing his mother say that, David finally realized just how valuable real corn actually was. A single cob, after import fees and bribes along the way, cost anywhere from 100 to 200 eddies. Buying in bulk made it slightly cheaper, but at that price, one cob of corn alone was worth an entire month's worth of David's food expenses. His daily meals consisted of 1 eddy bread for lunch, 3 eddy meal for dinner. Most of their household income, over 90%, went into paying for David's tuition. For their situation, this kind of luxurious food really was a big deal. But don't worry, Mom. Everyone who was there took some home, not just me. Of course, the others weren't really classmates. I see. Then your friend must be very generous. Hearing that David wasn't the only one, Gloria finally relaxed. Since it wouldn't affect his friendships, she allowed herself to enjoy the meal. Mom, don't you want to heat it up first? No, it's fine. It's delicious, David. Make sure to thank your friend properly later. I will. Watching his mother's exhaustion fade, seeing her look content as she ate, a small smile formed on David's lips. Just like Gaius, no, Carl said. Good food really can heal a tired soul. But as he watched her, a different thought surfaced. Their family's finances. Every single month, almost all their income went to paying for his tuition. Rent, food, equipment, everything else was stretched thin. But even with extreme saving, no matter how much they cut back, his mother's salary wasn't enough. David knew how much she made. Her base pay was 5,000 eddies per month. Even if she worked herself to death with overtime, she would never make over 10,000 eddies a month. And yet, since he started at Arasaka Academy in April, he had already completed 2 full semesters under their 3-semester system. April to July, first semester. September to December, second semester. January to March, third semester, next year. That meant he had been enrolled for 6 months already, even if December's tuition hadn't been paid yet. At 20,000 eddies per month, the total for 5 months would be 100,000 eddies. Where did she get that money? Is it really like she said? That it's from Dad's old work compensation payout. Is that really enough to cover my tuition? David's gaze shifted toward the black bag his mother had brought home. For some reason, maybe it was just his imagination, but he swore he could smell blood coming from it. Now that he thought about it, his mother often brought home black bags. Beep beep. Awake yet, KK? An unknown call. Carl, check the time. 6:40 a.m. 50 minutes before school started. He had been woken up. No, I wasn't awake. I was just woken up. So who are you? Rubbing his eyes, Carl sat up and answered the call. On the other end, a deep, steady voice of an older man responded. You should have heard of me from Jack. How's the Gaius identity holding up? Gaius. Hearing that name, Carl suddenly woke up a little more. Then, he instantly realized who was calling. The infamous fixer of Haywood. Father, so what's the job? Carl already knew the answer. If a fixer was calling a merc, it could only mean one thing. There was a job, and if it was coming from father, Carl was inclined to accept, as long as it was short-term. After all, he owed the man a favor. And from what Jack had said, father was one of the few fixers worth working with. I have a job that requires someone capable. Figured you and your crew might be interested, so I held on to it for you. The pay's not too high, 60,000 eddies. But if someone as well-known as you all takes it, that'd be ideal. Come on, father, we're just some small-timers. But if it's your request, of course, we'll take it. Is it urgent? Not particularly. It's about a tiger claw who killed a peaceful, law-abiding resident in Haywood, then ran back to Japantown for protection. The victim's son spent every last eddy he had trying to get revenge, and to find out why his father was killed. If you can uncover the reason for the murder, I can even add more to the pay. KK, if you're willing to help a kid who lost his father, I'd be grateful. If it's not urgent, we're in. Then I'll leave it to you. Details are in the attachment. The call ended. Carl opened the attachment and quickly skimmed through it. Everything matched what father had said. The victim was 58 years old, considered old age in Night City. But in the end, he still couldn't escape Tiger Claw's bullets. His son, on the other hand, was only 16. A miracle baby, born when his father was already past middle age. His mother had died in childbirth, leaving the two to rely on each other, running a small convenience store to get by. Despite the odds, the kid excelled in school. He was on track to graduate, get into a good university, and land a solid job. Until this happened. Night City, where you never know if tomorrow or death will come first. Carl sighed. Tragedy never sits well. He glanced at the time. 6:45 a.m. There was no point in going back to sleep. He forwarded the job to Jack and Oliver, then got up to start his morning. Reheating the leftover braised pork, he grabbed some wheat bread and sat down to eat. To anyone else, this might look insane, but Carl had no other options. He had wanted to make a proper Chinese-style pork bun, but he didn't have the ingredients. So, he did the next best thing. Took 10 minutes to scrape the remaining sauce with bread until the dish was completely cleaned out. Then he walked to the window and saw that it was raining lightly outside. Rainy day, huh? Carl closed the window. As he put on his Arasaka Academy uniform, his facial features began to shift. A few seconds later, Gaius yawned and walked out the door. He headed upstairs to check if there were any visitor logs. Most days, he expected nothing. But today, there was a record. Got a job for you. Why the hell haven't you been answering? You blackout or something. Meet me tomorrow night, 10 p.m., Lizzie's Bar in Kabuki. Along with the message, there was a hollow image of a tattooed young man. Didn't look older than 25. Tomorrow night, 10 p.m., Lizzie's Bar. Finally, a lead. Judging by the tone of the message, the guy didn't seem particularly close with the green-haired mohawk who died. But even a loose connection was better than nothing. Carl had already used his NCPD contact, Johnson, to dig into the guy's identity over the past few days. But in Night City, between fake IDs and messy records, tracking someone down was a nightmare. The only solid piece of info he found. The green-hair guy's name was Alan. And even that was only because he had used it when registering for an apartment in the mega building. Better take note of everything. His current priorities. Long-term goals. Wait for news from Blanca and extract information on the Atom Smasher cyberware from Tanaka. Short-term goals. Take out a tiger claw, track down information on Alan, and see if any of his family is still around to pay them back. Organizing it like this made things feel much clearer. But Lizzie's Bar, Carl's mind quickly recalled the info on that place. Lizzie's Bar, a flashy backstreet nightclub, known for its braindance experiences and the headquarters of the Mox gang in Night City. Carl remembered Jack mentioning it before. If you wanted a true braindance experience, it was the place to go. Apparently, they even had a braindance editing legend working there. A braindance editing master. Thinking about that, Carl felt a flicker of irritation. Just yesterday, David had brought the latest Cyberpsycho black market braindance for them to check out. It was the one that recorded their fight against former new American Lieutenant James Norris. Seeing himself featured in yet another JK braindance made Carl feel conflicted. All he could say was, if he ever got the chance, he wouldn't mind landing a punch on JK, the so-called braindance editing master. But the one working at Lizzie's bar was rumored to be a woman. Meanwhile, JK was supposedly a man. Didn't match. Then again, in 2075, gender didn't mean much anymore. For all he knew, JK could be the type to swap between identities, or maybe even claim his true gender was an attack helicopter. Either way, if he ever met JK in person, he'd make sure the guy got a real taste of what a cyber psycho was like. Here's the braindance you ordered. This one's yours, and wait, you wanted the special custom edition, right? That one will take a little longer. My associate is picking it up now. Associate. Hearing Gaius say that, the male students conducting the deal in the secluded corner looked confused. Then, they saw David hurrying toward them, slightly out of breath. Wait, it's you? David Martinez. Up until now, David had been careful about picking his customers, only selling to those he was sure wouldn't expose him. Most students at Arasaka Academy knew there was a mysterious black market braindance dealer on campus, but they had never known it was him. Seeing his face now, it shocked them, especially his classmates, the students who had always seen him at the top of the class rankings. Watching him now, standing there handing out illegal braindances, their emotions were complicated. The straightest student of their class was secretly selling braindances on the side. A few students, particularly those who read a lot of Japanese novels, had all kinds of strange storylines flash through their heads. At the same time, an unexpected feeling of relief washed over them. Maybe this guy isn't as annoying as I thought. So he's not some perfect, untouchable genius. Selling BDs in school? That's hilarious. In the end, he's still just some poor kid from Santo Domingo. Many of the students who came from corporate backgrounds had always hated David. He was just a nobody, yet he outperformed them. Raised in families where competition was everything, they had been conditioned to compare themselves against others. And when they realized they couldn't beat him in academics, it frustrated them. But now, seeing this side of David, they felt different. That natural corporate arrogance they had, the superiority they were born with. It came back. No matter how good his grades are, no matter how much he plays the part in class, at the end of the day, he's just a poor kid from Santo Domingo. When it's time for corporate recruitment, he'll get rejected anyway. No connections? And you think you'll get into Arasaka? Many of David's classmates, who once viewed him with hostility, now looked at him with far less resentment. Seeing him hustling to sell BDs, working under a street braindance dealer like Gaius, they didn't feel threatened anymore. He may be an official Arasaka Academy student, but he's already stuck doing errands for some street vendor. Let's be real, his future's just going to be selling braindances on the street. Their feelings toward him shifted, but their actions didn't slow down. If anything, they smiled at him. Now that they knew who he was, they leveraged their classmate status to try and get their orders first. Recess was short. The sooner they got their braindance, the better. And if smiling at someone helped speed up the process, so what? We're all classmates, after all. David had no idea what was going through their heads. To him, it was simple. Customers were customers. And as long as they paid, he didn't mind smiling back. The braindance business was booming, far better than David had anticipated. His account balance kept rising, euro after euro flowing in. Even though he knew, this insane demand for braindances wouldn't last forever. Once most of the students had gotten the braindances they wanted, the future sales would likely drop to 1/10 of what they were today. And that would already be impressive. But watching the numbers in his bank account steadily rise, David's smile grew wider and more genuine. Damn, I can actually make this much money? If I had known earlier, No. If it weren't for Gaius, he wouldn't have had the guts to sell in such large quantities. He wouldn't have had the funds to buy this many braindances in the first place. As he worked, David glanced at Gaius, and a thought crossed his mind. Even though Gaius had told him that all the profits from today's sales were his, David felt uneasy keeping so much money for himself. After all, it was Gaius's investment that made this possible. Gaius had been the one to supply the goods, set up the sales, and even handle transactions. David had only played a minor role. He didn't feel right pocketing such a large sum. Then, he thought about his mother. The way she had genuinely smiled last night when talking about how he was making friends. The rare moment of happiness she showed while eating. With that in mind, after recess ended, David transferred all of the money he had earned to Gaius. Since they were connected through personal terminals, the transfer didn't require any hacking, just a simple confirmation for Gaius to accept the payment. This is the money from today's sales during recess. David sent a message along with the transfer request, but Gaius rejected it. I already told you, today's earnings are yours. No need to send it back. My word is final. But this is way too much. Nah, it's nothing crazy. Don't overthink it. You need this money more than I do. And it's not like I'm giving up sales completely. We already agreed on the split going forward. I take 70%, you take 30%. I'm getting plenty. Still, we probably won't sell this much again. Slow and steady wins the race. I'll be making more money than you think. And once my trial month at school is over, you'll be handling everything alone. You'll have to risk carrying black market brain dances by yourself. And here you are, giving away money when you're only keeping 30%? If you go work at Arasaka with a conscience like this, they'll eat you alive down to the bone. After hearing Gaius's reasoning, David reluctantly accepted the earnings. Meanwhile, as recess ended, Gaius returned to class. And right after finishing his conversation with David, he opened a private chat with Oliver and Jack. Carl, I found some intel on our target, Tanaka. While casually chatting with one of the students buying brain dances, I learned something interesting. There's a student at the academy with the surname Tanaka. He might be our target's son. His name is Katsu Tanaka. And as it happens, I know him. Katsu Tanaka was not in a good mood today. He couldn't quite pinpoint why. Maybe it was because the usual hostility toward David in class had suddenly disappeared. Some students were even laughing and chatting with him. Maybe it was because his two lackeys were sneakily hiding something when he looked their way. Either way, he was annoyed. It felt like everyone was keeping something from him, even his own subordinates. Carrying that frustration through the school day, Katsu finally got into a car after class. A Villefort Alvarado. It was his father's car. Every day, a man named Maxim, his father's personal bodyguard and driver from Arasaka Corporation, picked him up and drove him to and from school. This wasn't considered misuse of company resources. Maxim's sole job was protecting his father. And once an Arasaka executive reached a certain level, they were entitled to this kind of service. Katsu Tanaka was one of the privileged few who enjoyed this benefit. But as he sat in the back seat, he had no interest in chatting with Maxim. To him, bodyguards and drivers came and went. He had seen too many die, sacrificing themselves to protect his father during corporate conflicts. There was no point getting to know someone he probably wouldn't see for long. Any bodyguard truly capable of keeping his father alive would have already climbed higher, becoming security for someone more important. Why stay under his father, who was just mid-level management in Arasaka? Even bodyguards and drivers had ranks. The ones with real talent moved up. Arasaka's hierarchy only allowed two kinds of people to rise. Those with skill, those with seniority. And of the two, the first always climbed much faster. Maxim was already in his 30s, not senior enough to climb by experience, and clearly lacking in ability, which meant he was stuck at this level forever. Katsu didn't bother paying attention to people destined to be left behind. His focus was on his father's expectations and the higher positions he was meant to reach. His father's official role in Arasaka was Executive Director of Arasaka Academy's Board, Department Head of Arasaka's Experimental Division in Night City. An awkward and unstable position, because in Night City, his father was seen more as a school administrator, rather than a rising figure in the Experimental Division. Running an academy might have been considered a powerful position in the past. After all, educating future corporate elites gave you some level of influence. But in 2075, in Night City's Arasaka Academy, it meant nothing. As an executive director, his father had little real authority. Even when it came to education policies, he had no say. All decisions were dictated from above. His job was just to nod and agree. A figurehead, there to take the blame if something went wrong with the students. The fact that this was his father's main position spoke volumes about his status in Arasaka. His real influence came from his secondary role as a department head in the experimental division. That was where the real power was. In Arasaka, beneath the executives who held absolute power, corporate structure followed a strict hierarchy. Department heads, senior managers, just below the board of directors, oversee entire divisions and command multiple section chiefs. Section chiefs, mid-level management, considered high-ranking within their branch. Supervise and control regular employees. Team leaders, true middle managers, responsible for organizing the workforce. Supervisors. Unlike in other companies, an Arasaka supervisor was just a slightly higher-ranking employee, not real management. Regular employees, the corporate bottom rung. For now, Katsu's father was just a department head, not yet someone with true power. If Katsu Tanaka graduated from Arasaka Academy, his father's connections would ensure he quickly rose from a regular employee to a supervisor. But his father's expectations went far beyond that. After a few years of hard work, Katsu was expected to become a team leader. And ideally, within the next decade or two, he should surpass his father's position, skipping past section chief and reaching the level of department head. If he could do that, the Tanaka family would finally have a foothold in Arasaka's upper ranks. Sitting in the back seat, Katsu glanced at his next private tutoring session displayed on his cybernetic vision. He was daydreaming about his future, completely unaware that the moment he got into the Villafert Alvarado after class, a Quartz EC had begun following him. Inside, the Quartz EC squeezed together in the cramped space were Carl, Jack, and Oliver. Got a lock on him? Jack's eyes stayed glued to the Villafert, weaving through the heavy city center traffic. Relax, I've got him locked in. Oliver, gripping the steering wheel, spoke with complete confidence. Since you got a bodyguard, I couldn't stick a tracker on the car. But when it comes to tailing people, Jack, you can count on me. This Quartz EC had been sitting in use for a while. Oliver had only dug it out now because his Hera was still in the shop for repairs. And even then, he was pretty excited to be driving it again. I've been driving this thing since my sister gave it to me for my 20th birthday. For years, racing through Santo Domingo and the Badlands. Compared to that, tailgating someone in the organized chaos of the city center is child's play. Besides, Oliver smirked. Compared to the Hera, this Quartz EC is actually a newer model. It's faster, so speed-wise we're covered. You can always trust the Quartz series. Squeezed uncomfortably in the middle, Carl shifted in his seat, trying to make room. Listening to Oliver hype up his car, Carl made a dry remark. Good horsepower, cheap, durable. That's the Quartz series for you. Hearing you say that feels kind of weird, though. After all, Quartz cars are basically domestic vehicles for me. If it works, I'll drive it. Oliver shrugged. Doesn't matter where it's from. As long as it's high quality, reliable, and cheap, I like it. Can't argue with that. Carl agreed, but his eyes remained focused on the Villafert ahead. It had just turned a corner, and its new direction was Japantown. I remember Father's job was to take out someone in Japantown, right? Oliver watched the Villafert heading toward Japantown. Looks like we're on the way there anyway. Jack flipped through the mission details Father had sent. Target's name is Kazuo Sato. He's with the Tiger Claws. No idea where he's hiding in Japantown, but if we see him, we might as well take him out. Let's focus on the job in front of us first. Carl spoke up. We still can't confirm if Katsu Tanaka is really our target's son. If we move on him now, it could draw unnecessary attention from Arasaka Academy. I'll create some chaos to distract them, then hack into the driver's head and pull the info we need. After that, I'll wipe his memory so he won't remember being hacked. Do we really need to be that careful? Oliver kept his eyes on the road, glancing at Carl. A bodyguard or chauffeur dying or disappearing in a corporate scuffle isn't something those corpo bastards will care about. You're being too careful, Carl. Don't tell me. You actually feel bad for a corpo dog. There are two reasons. One, outright killing him could make our target paranoid. It's safer if he just blacks out in the chaos. No one's going to waste time investigating the blurry memories of a knocked-out driver. 2. He hasn't done anything to me. I have some principles. If he's not the main target and hasn't pissed me off, I don't see the point in shooting him just because he works for a corpo. If I start killing people based solely on that, how am I any different from Arasaka? Jack nodded, piecing things together. So that's why you always check a scav's history before dealing with them? No, that's where you're wrong, Jack. Carl shifted slightly, adjusting his position in the cramped car. Scavs are different. You just said you don't judge people by their status. Yeah, as long as they don't piss me off. But scavs? Their very existence pisses me off. You sure have your own moral code. You could call it Carl's code. I remember favors. I remember grudges. Both are important. What? Jack Wells got a problem with that. Drop the sarcasm, Carl. I got no complaints. Jack flashed a wide grin. If anything, everything you're saying makes perfect sense to me. Feels damn satisfying. We should make it official squad rules. Oliver pulled the Quartz EC to a stop by the curb. But for now, gentlemen, get the hell out. We're here. As if you're not getting out too, you piece of crap chauffeur. Carl rubbed his sore back as he climbed out of the car. Thanks to your driving, my damn body feels wrecked. Can't you slow down when turning? Quit whining. If you don't like it, drive yourself next time. And don't say things people might misunderstand. What? Just because you almost smacked your head against the windshield 3 times. Not my fault if you don't wear a seatbelt. Just to be safe, run fast if things go south. Carl stepped onto the sidewalk, wearing a casual black jacket. He stretched out, working out the soreness from being crammed in the car. After checking that his pistol, overnight, was securely holstered, he turned his gaze to the Villefort parked behind the bar. So, an Arasaka Academy Corpo brat gets into a car after school and heads straight to a bar in Japantown? Looks like we're about to learn some interesting secrets. Westbrook District, Night City's most luxurious and pleasure-driven district. As long as you have money, you can spend it freely, indulging in any and every luxury imaginable. NCPD threat level, very low. Japantown, Night City's entertainment hub, primarily inhabited by Japanese residents. One of the most popular tourist spots in the city. Among its most famous attractions, the Cloud Club, where unexpected surprises await. Watching Katsu Tanaka and his driver, Maxim, step into the bar, Oliver gave Carl a slight nod before heading in himself. Carl's face was already well known among Arasaka's Night City circles. If anyone needed to stir up chaos, it was better that Oliver handled it. Keep an eye on the car, Carl. Jack, gripping his pistol, followed after Oliver. However, he intentionally kept some distance, making sure not to walk into the bar right behind him. If no one inside was causing trouble, Jack might have to stage a scene with Oliver to create a distraction. Leaning against the Quartz EC, Carl kept his communication line open, listening in. The area around the bar had no surveillance cameras, probably to maintain customer privacy. But right now, it saved Carl the hassle of masking his face. I should get a jammer from Vic later, something to scramble cameras for picking up my face. Having to constantly check for cameras is a pain. Certain cyberware, like Oliver's Karoshi optics, had an auto-jamming feature for surveillance cameras. Made things a lot easier for him and Carl. Carl pulled out overnight, giving his pistol a quick check. No issues. Right then, Oliver's voice came through on comms. Oliver, we're inside. Katsu Tanaka followed a bartender into a private booth. His driver stayed at the bar, drinking. Carl, driver's name is Maxim. I already pulled up his info. Interesting guy. Apparently, he's a fan of underground fist fights. How's the bar looking? Jack, plenty of tiger claws around. Also some regular customers. If we need to start shit, no problem. Carl, asterisk good. As long as we got someone to pick a fight with, we're set. But hold off for now. Order some drinks, sit tight. And don't actually get drunk. I need to see what exactly Katsu Tanaka, an Arasaka Academy student, is doing in this bar. Asterisk. Carl hacked into Night City's local network. From there, he tapped into the bar's hidden surveillance cameras inside the private booths. Just as expected, a place that had no cameras outside, claiming to respect customer privacy, was bound to have hidden surveillance in all the key spots. The second Carl got a feed, he stared at the screen and froze. Inside the booth, Katsu Tanaka was plugging into a learning chip under the guidance of a bartender. What the hell? Coming to a bar to study? Was he seeing things? Was his cyberware acting up? Baffled, Carl dug deeper into the bar's records. A few moments later, everything made sense. This place was actually a secret tutoring center run by Arasaka Academy's administrative office. What are you here for? Oh, just here to study. Absolutely insane. Even if other students saw Katsu Tanaka walking into a bar, they'd just assume he was partying. But in reality, he was grinding study sessions in a private booth. A bar visit to hide the fact that he was overworking himself? Did he really have to go this far just to keep other corporate kids from knowing he was cramming? This academy's culture is completely fucked. As Carl waited for Jack and Oliver to grab some drinks and start causing trouble, his attention shifted toward the parking lot behind the bar. A new guest had just arrived. When Carl saw the man step out of his vehicle, he straightened slightly, no longer leaning against the quartz EC. Carl, I see an interesting target heading into the bar. I think you guys might want to pick a fight with him. Oliver, interesting target? What do you mean? Carl, he's already inside. You'll understand when you see him. As Oliver received the message, he spotted the man entering the bar. A large brute, his body covered in glowing tiger claws tattoos. Fully cybernetic ink, unmistakable. Tiger claws full-body ink implant. Links the user's optics and weapon systems, providing real-time weapon status and granting smart weapon targeting capabilities. Seeing this, Oliver immediately understood why Carl had pointed him out. Because, by sheer coincidence, this Tiger Claw member was none other than Kazuo Sato, their bounty target from Father's Mission. Oliver, Kazuo Sato. Well, now talk about good timing. Feels like we just stepped outside and found money on the ground. Carl, not exactly. This bar seems to be a regular gathering spot for the Tiger Claws. It's not just some secret backdoor tutoring center for Arasaka Academy. Sato showing up here just means we got lucky with our timing. It wasn't all that surprising. Katsu's father was an executive director at Arasaka Academy. And the Tiger Claws? They were nothing more than Arasaka's hired thugs in Night City. Just like the 6th Street Gang was a corporate black ops arm. The Tiger Claws were the same, just for a different megacorp. A bar tied to Arasaka would naturally have Tiger Claws patrolling the place. Hell, they probably ran security here. Jack, still, this is lucky as hell. The Tiger Claws own a ton of bars. What are the chances we'd run into our target here? Carl, don't get too excited, Jack. You said earlier that this bar has a lot of Tiger Claws hanging around, right? Don't screw this up when you start a fight. Jack, relax. We got this, Carl. Just wait for our signal. Carl didn't respond, letting Jack's confidence hang in the air. Click. Pulling out overnight, Carl gave the slide a quick check, making sure it wouldn't jam at the worst possible moment. Everything looked good, and so, he began walking toward the bar. Kazuo Sato had shown up at just the right time. Now, he could be used as a cover. Carl didn't want Arasaka's corporate branches investigating this event too deeply. If they dug too far, they might connect the dots to Arasaka Academy. And that would be a problem. But now, Father's bounty contract provided the perfect excuse. The original plan had been simple. Start some random fight inside the bar. Use the chaos as cover for Carl to hack into Maxim's head, extract information, and wipe his memory. But now, with Kazuo Sato here, the plan could shift. Now it would look like a mercenary squad taking out a bounty target for a fixer's contract. Maxim? He'd be nothing more than collateral damage. A bystander caught in the crossfire. No one would suspect that Carl had wiped his memory while he was unconscious. As far as the world was concerned, Maxim and Katsu had nothing to do with this fight. Just two unlucky guys who happened to be at the wrong place, wrong time. And even if Katsu's father was truly their real target, there was no way he'd ever connect this bar brawl to some larger conspiracy against him. This situation, it was like a friend telling you they saw a wild dog biting another wild dog on the street. The two dogs ran around barking, almost crashing into them. Would you really worry about whether those dogs were secretly plotting to mug you for your grandma's famous cake recipe? That would be insane. To someone like Katsu Tanaka, street mercs, the tiger claws, even his own chauffeur, were all just stray dogs. As long as they didn't bite him, they weren't worth a second thought. Oliver, Kazuo Sato. Are we putting him down or keeping him alive? Carl, keep him alive. Toss him in the trunk and send him to father. He said if we found out why Sato killed that kid's father, he'd pay extra. If we deliver him alive and tied up, father might even let the kid get revenge himself. Jack, that works. Revenge should always be personal. All right, I'll start. Carl, get ready. Carl, move in. Carl made his way to the bar's back entrance. This was the same door used by customers arriving in vehicles. With overnight in hand, he took a deep breath and waited. It didn't take long. A few seconds later, chaos erupted inside. The first thing Carl heard was Jack's voice. What the fuck are you looking at? Your corpo ass eyes shine too bright or something. No way. Jack was going with that old school provocation, but maybe that's why it worked so often. Carl then heard a brief silence, followed by Kazuo Sato's voice, laced with both confusion and anger. What's your problem? You're big as hell. What? I'm not allowed to look. Try looking again. Oh yeah? And what if I do? Then try it, dumbass. Bang. No hesitation. The moment Carl heard Jack's customized Doomsday Diva fire, he rushed inside. As soon as he stepped in, a wave of blinding neon lights hit his eyes. But within seconds, Carl processed everything. A few experienced Night City bargoers had already ducked under their seats, hands over their heads. Meanwhile, 8 tiger claws had drawn their weapons. 3 bartenders were also pulling guns from beneath the counter, all of them aiming at Jack, who was still seated at the bar. And in front of him, Kazuo Sato, clutching his gut, stumbling backward from the impact. Jack aimed for his stomach. Even with subdermal armor, Doomsday Diva was no ordinary gun. There was no way Sato's armor had fully absorbed that shot. But at least, Jack was keeping him alive. Carl stepped forward, gun raised. 11 enemies, with Oliver and Jack backing him up. This would take 1 second. The brass shell casing ejected from overnight, gleaming gold as it spun through the air. For a brief moment after the initial burst of gunfire, the bar fell into absolute silence. Then, thud, the first body hit the ground, followed by another, and another. Thud, 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 a total of 11 times. Mixed in with the shattering of bottles and broken glasses, Oliver slowly holstered his Nova revolver. Then, just to show off, he blew away the lingering gunpowder smoke from his barrel. TCH, nothing special. Carl, you took out 3 guys and you're acting like a legend. Oliver, like you did any better. You only dropped 4. As Carl and Oliver bickered, Jack was actually still working. He stepped over Maxim, the driver he knocked out earlier with a stray elbow, and walked up to Kazuo Sato, who was still groaning in pain. Scanning the rest of the terrified patrons, Jack raised his voice. Just a merc job. If you got nothing to do with it, then get lost. Many of the regulars, still dazed from the gunfire, cautiously lifted their heads. And when they saw the situation inside the bar, their jaws dropped. The tiger claws, usually so high and mighty, had been annihilated before they could even react. What the hell? Who are these guys? A few people stared at Jack, noticing his massive frame and thick arms. And in that moment, a new rumor was born in their minds. Asterisk, that guy, he's got to be their leader. No way I'm messing with him. If he and his squad can wipe out an entire Tiger Claws bar in an instant, then they must be complete lunatics. Asterisk, Carl, if you're leaving, leave now. If more Tiger Claws show up, they might mistake you for our allies. The reminder snapped the remaining patrons out of their shock. Their gazes briefly flicked from Jack, the mercenary boss, to the young lackey who had just spoken. A few nodded in thanks, muttering appreciate it. Then, without wasting a single second, they bolted out of the bar. They knew the Tiger Claws didn't care about innocence. When revenge came, it would be indiscriminate. Since the main area of the bar had no cameras, Carl casually strolled over to the wailing Kazuo Sato. Then, he stomped on his head. Sato let out a muffled groan before passing out cold. With Sato silent, Carl turned to Maxim. Crouching down, He extended a monowire from his wrist, plugging it directly into the driver's neural port. Data extraction in progress. Carl wasn't after anything complex. All he needed was the guy's communication history. And since Maxim was already unconscious, it only took him 5 seconds. Done. Didn't even need to wipe his memory. Carl stood up, glancing at Maxim's limp body. Carl, by the way, Jack, you knocked this guy out with a stray elbow. That's not going to look weird. Jack, and no big deal. Drunken brawls in bars happen all the time. Even if he wakes up, he'll probably just think he was unlucky, caught in the crossfire while having a drink. Jack, a veteran of Night City streets, casually hoisted the unconscious Kazuo Sato over his shoulder. Jack, first real fight I ever got into? I got accidentally knocked out too. Some bastard smashed a bottle over my head. Oliver, that explains why your skull looks so damn thick now. As Carl spoke, several bartenders from the VIP rooms had begun noticing what was happening outside. Guns in hand, they cautiously stepped out, only to be greeted by a friendly bullet from Oliver. One after another. 1, 2, 3, 6 down, Carl. That means I'm ahead of you now. Looks like the rest of them are smart enough to stay put. Hearing Oliver's smug remark, Carl simply rolled his eyes. Asterisk, give me a break. The hallway from the VIP rooms leads straight to the front. Any rational person who sees 3 bodies stacked ahead would just sneak out the back. We should get moving. They've probably already called for Tiger Claw's backup. And this is Japantown. Stay too long, and we'll get swarmed. Asterisk. Fair. But give me a sec. There's one last thing I gotta do. What thing? Oliver reached into his pocket, pulled out a $20 bill, and waved it in Carl's face. Then, he placed it on the bar counter. Asterisk, 2 drinks, for me and Jack. $14 total. This is $20. Asterisk. Oliver glanced at the corpse behind the counter. Keep the change. Consider it a tip. Carl scoffed. Damn, you're really an honest guy, huh? Oliver simply shrugged. The drink was good. Even if the bartender pulled a gun on me afterward, I still think it was worth paying for. Carl snorted. So, you're paying for the booze, but not the guy? Pretty much. With that, the 3 of them left the bar, tossing Kazuo Sato into the trunk. The bullet in his gut, thanks to his subdermal armor, had absorbed most of the damage. According to Oliver, who had some medical expertise, Sato had about 2 hours before things got critical. That was more than enough time. The court's engine rumbled to life. Once again, Carl found himself sandwiched between Jack and Oliver in the cramped back seat. Man, I missed the Hera. Their next stop, the Glen District, the border zone between Haywood and Westbrook's Japantown. This was where Father was waiting. Glen District, the poorest part of Haywood, rampant with violence. Mostly controlled by the Valentinos, but with a small 6th Street presence. The moment they entered Valentino/6th Street territory, their mission would be 80% complete. Even if the Tiger Claws sent a chase squad, they wouldn't dare storm into Valentino turf. Not unless they wanted both gangs turning against them. But before they could get there, they first had to make it out of Japantown. That was the real test. The courts had barely been on the road for 1 minute when Oliver, glancing at the rearview mirror, noticed something. Asterisk whelp. Took them less than a minute. For Tiger Claw's bikes, already on our ass. Damn, these guys are efficient. Asterisk. He was just about to hit the gas, when suddenly, a car swerved into the intersection ahead, blocking their path. Its trajectory was deliberate. If Oliver maintained speed, they would collide head-on. TCH, shit. Yet, instead of slowing down, Oliver slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The courts roared forward at full speed. Fine. You want to play? Let's see who's really afraid. Bang! As the courts collided with the oncoming car, 3 figures flung their doors open, tumbling onto the pavement in a controlled roll. Was that really necessary, Oliver? Jack was already taking cover, pulling out his Saratoga and opening fire on the incoming Tiger Claw bikers. I've got road rage. Fuck them if they thought this was going to make me hit the brakes. Oliver turned back, his eyes flaring red. Staring at the courts, its front left side completely caved in from the impact. His breathing got heavier. Fuck, my sister gave me that car. Carl, still a little dizzy from being thrown around, blinked. Wait, You only just realized that? And what's with those glowing red eyes? Cyber psychosis kicking in. Oliver smirked. I knew you'd say that. These are Kiroshi optics. I picked the red scan mode just to mess with people. Tells me when there's a life form nearby. Did I get ya? Carl shook his head. Honestly, I think you're too sane. Like high-functioning cyber psycho levels of sane. So now what? The car's wrecked. How are we moving out? Oliver scoffed. A little crash? That ain't enough to kill a quartz. I told you, trust in the Thornton build. The target's still in the trunk. We take out these kittens first, then we keep driving. Carl sighed. Fine. You're driving. Your call. Considering the speed of their pursuers, the quartz wasn't going to outrun them forever. Might as well finish them off first. Done. Oliver popped 2 rounds into the drivers and passengers of the crash car, putting down the remaining tigers. Jack, meanwhile, had already mowed down the bikers behind them. Man, this synaptic accelerator is insane. Thinking of pairing it with Berserk next. Maybe tweak my hormone regulation algorithm too. Berserk OS, a cyberware implant that enhances physical strength, durability, and regeneration. Higher-end models come with nanoskin impact absorption, allowing users to tank bullets like nothing. Carl holstered Dying Knight, realizing there was no one left to shoot. Hold off on that for now. Vic's been clear. You stack too much cyberware too fast, your body won't adapt properly. You just got the accelerator. Maybe put in order first. Let Vic source a good one. Jack nodded, considering cyber psychosis risks. Fair. No need to rush. Oliver stretched, patting his Kiroshi optics. I'm set for now. Just gotta see how I adapt to these first. If it goes well, might pick up a Sandevistan next. No more waiting around to line up shots. Carl narrowed his eyes. That thing isn't for amateurs. At least don't get some corpo experimental model. We all know how that ends. Oliver smirked. Come on, I'm not an idiot. Who the fuck just grabs random cyberware without checking the manufacturer? Thanks to Vic's constant warnings, they never installed second-hand cyberware or mystery mods. Click. Jack popped open the trunk, checking the cargo. Kazuo Sato was still inside. His head had smacked against the trunk during the crash, leaving a massive lump. Still breathing. Jack grinned. Lucky bastard. Then let's not wait. Keep moving. Oliver was mid-sentence when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar glow flickering in the distance. A very familiar glow. The moment he saw it, he immediately knew what it was. RPG. Shit. The car. Boom. The shockwave from the mid-air explosion barely reached Oliver. By the time it did, it was no stronger than a light breeze brushing against his face. They're actually trying to use that on us. Jack lowered his pistol, staring at the smoking trail of the RPG he'd just detonated mid-flight with a single shot. Why the hell do Tiger Claws have rocket launchers? Carl, in contrast, looked completely unfazed. Probably leftovers from that convoy job we ran. The higher-ups didn't use everything, so they sold off the extras at a ridiculous markup to the street-level goons. Classic corpo dog tactics. Same reason I got this cyberware on my face right now. Waste not, want not, huh? Oliver popped open the car door, pulling out his Nakomata. Good thing my rifle made it through. He raised the scope, took aim. Inside the crosshairs were 3 Tiger Claws, scrambling to reload another RPG. Compared to the agents who hit us before, these guys are laughably slow. They seriously didn't expect anyone to shoot their RPG midair? Come on, let me show them something fun. He exhaled, stabilizing his shot. Carl, I remember you once sniped a bullet into a gun's chamber mid-shot to jam it, right? Yeah, the last time we got hit by an RPG. Oliver grinned. Then let me show you something else. A mid-air detonation. The moment the Tigers launched their RPG, Oliver pulled the trigger. Showtime. Carl and Jack didn't even flinch. Just stood there, arms crossed, watching. They trusted Oliver's aim. Trusted enough to bet their lives on it. Whiz. The Nakomata's bullet tore through the air, faster than a blink, intercepting the just-fired RPG mid-flight. Boom! A blinding fireball erupted in the night sky. Oliver lowered his rifle, flipped off the explosion, and muttered, I fucking hate people who shoot RPGs at me. because it always reminded him of his SOR-22, the rifle he never even got to fire once before it got blown to hell. No doubt about it. You guys did one hell of a job. Father let his men take Sato Kazuo away, both to deliver him to the grieving son for revenge and to extract the truth about why he murdered the boy's father. Then, he stepped forward and gave Jack a big bear hug. At first glance, Father looked like nothing more than a kind old man, his face marked with obvious age spots. No one passing him on the street would ever suspect that this elderly man was actually the most powerful fixer in all of Haywood. After hugging Jack, Father turned his gaze to Carl. This job's wrapped up, so take this as a little personal bonus from me. Beep. Carl glanced at his account balance. 90,000 eddies. Jesus. Carl had to admit, Father was one generous motherfucker. The original reward was 60,000 eddies. Father just dropped an extra 50% on top of that, out of his own pocket. Now that was a fixer worth respecting. Unlike that brain-dead corpo bootlicker, Faraday, Carl actually liked the way Father did business. Anytime he got work, just hit us up. Taking the money meant a few polite words were in order. Carl wired 30,000 each to Oliver and Jack, then glanced at his own balance. 990,000 eddies. He was about to break $1 million. But honestly, with his Chrome still in its adaptation phase, he didn't even have anything to spend it on. Carl wasn't into fancy cars, he was satisfied with his apartment, and now that he had real pork, even his food situation was settled. He literally didn't know what to do with all this cash. Even if he wanted to hand some over, Jack and Oliver wouldn't take it. Of course, technically speaking, if he didn't count that random 1 million eddy payout from that Arasaka Corpo princess, he was actually still 10,000 in the hole from everything he'd spent. But that was a lucky break, not something he could count on happening again. So in the end, there was only one conclusion to make. More gigs. Always. That was Carl's final takeaway from staring at his overflowing account balance. Father, we're heading out. After delivering the target, they didn't linger long in Kings Boulevard. They dropped the quartz off at a repair shop and switched back to their freshly repaired Hera. Destination? The afterlife? Lizzie's? A fixer's office? Nah, El Coyote Kojo. Carl hadn't been to Mama Wells' bar since starting school, and even though it had only been 3 days, he was already craving her homemade fries. On the way, Carl pinged Maine and the crew with an update. Carl, got Tanaka's route. Just send it over. Need you guys to set up an ambush and nab him. Maine, received. Don't worry, won't take long with this info. With 2 net runners and 1 recovering net runner, Maine's crew had way better tracking skills than Carl's. Carl, then I'll leave it to you. If anything goes sideways, ping me. Also, let me know the second you bag Tanaka. With that, he ended the call. Overall, the whole Militech job had gone off without a hitch. Hey, Carl. Jack spoke up not long after Carl ended the call. What's your endgame with all this? What's your goal? Goal? Yeah, goal. Like, for example, I became a merc because I want to make a name for myself. Make eddies get famous. Hell, if I can pull it off, maybe even become one of the legends. Morgan Blackhand. Wayland the Old Snake. That kind of level. I want every damn person in Night City to know my name. But you? We've been running together for a while now, and I've never seen you show much interest in anything besides food. So what the hell is it you're actually after? Yeah, I get that feeling too. Oliver, still gripping the wheel, added. For me, it's simple, same as Jack. I want eddies, I want my name out there. I want to rub it in the faces of the fuckers who kicked me out of the 6th Street gang. One day, I want them crawling back, begging me to take a contract I won't even bother looking at. That's why I became a merc. But you? You don't seem to have that kind of hunger. Turning a corner, Oliver continued. Honestly, Carl, sometimes I wonder if you're some kind of monk. No, scratch that. Those bald fucks still sneak off to watch Brain Ant Smut. They don't have that calm, that warmth you do. If I'm being real with you, Carl, you're different. You're like the sun. And I don't mean in some poetic bullshit way. I mean it literally. You don't fit in with the city. You don't belong in Night City. Jack nodded. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, though Oliver's whole some metaphor is kind of vague. Jack paused and said, I'll put in my own words. Before I met you, Carl, I never imagined someone could smile at everyone. Treat every single person like they actually mattered. And I definitely never thought someone would actually show respect to anyone who could be called human. Remember the old junk dealer? In all my 28 years, I've seen plenty of people deal with guys like him. And you're the only one, who ever treated him like a person. Carl blinked. Respect. Yeah. You mean I just have good manners? Maybe part of it, but it's more than that. You're too goddamn bright, Carl. Too warm. Looking at you, I start to think, damn, maybe this city isn't so hopeless after all. Maybe people still have something to hold on to. You don't belong in Night City because you make people feel like there's still something worth believing in. Oliver chuckled. Yeah, exactly. You're like the daytime sun, clear as day. Everyone who gets to know you knows exactly what you love, what you hate. You don't hide a damn thing. And because of that, none of us have any clue what you're actually chasing. Jack nodded again. No one's real dream is to be a corpo bootlicker. No one's real goal is just making eddies and climbing the ranks. That's not what we're truly after. Money's just a tool to get where we want to go. Carl, when I look at you, I see someone who could walk a golden path to whatever dream you choose. So tell us, what's your dream? Carl fell silent. What was his dream? Come to think of it, ever since arriving in 2075, he'd just been rolling with the tide, teaming up with Oliver, pulling in Jack for gigs, running missions back to back. But he'd never actually stopped to think about what he wanted. What do I want? Nothing concrete. But that's fine. Dreams are something you chase on the way. Carl lifted his head. Even from Haywood, he could see the towering skyline of Night City city center. Then I guess my dream is... Carl smirked. Becoming a legend. Standing at the top. Maxim, why are you only answering now? My deepest apologies, Section Chief Tanaka. I was caught in the crossfire of a mercenary operation and was knocked unconscious. I just woke up now. A mercenary operation? At 6 p.m., still working overtime at Arasaka Tower, Tanaka frowned at Maxim's response and asked, was my son harmed in any way? Your son, Katsuo, was completely unharmed. It seems the mercenaries were only after their target and left without involving anyone else. Do you know their identities? Thanks to the surveillance from Tiger Claws in Japantown, 2 of the 3 mercenaries had no cyberware to block facial recognition. Their identities have been confirmed. Since they previously took on a company contract, their profiles are recorded in our database. How many street mercs haven't done work for the company at some point? That's nothing unusual. Send me the footage. Yes, Section Chief Tanaka. On the other end of the call, Maxim's voice was filled with nervous tension. It was accompanied by the sound of wind, as if he was bowing repeatedly while speaking. Tanaka paid no mind to the display of submission. He had seen far too many people in Arasaka who thought bowing could express loyalty. The surveillance footage provided by the Tiger Claws was quickly transmitted to Tanaka's personal terminal. Curious about the mercenaries who had almost entangled his son in their work, he immediately opened the file and played the recording. Raiding a Tiger Claws bar in Japantown to kidnap someone? These guys have guts. Let's see who. With that thought, Tanaka watched the footage and immediately saw the unmasked faces of Carl and Jack. That face. Upon seeing Carl's face, Tanaka raised an eyebrow. He had already heard about this mercenary. The name was spreading fast among the Arasaka operatives in Night City. After all, this was the same mercenary who had protected Miss Hanako Arasaka and was specifically instructed by her to receive equivalent medical assistance and cyberware compensation. The footage even showed him nearly taking down a military-spec ACPA from Militech in a one-on-one battle. How could it be him? That was Tanaka's first thought, but he quickly dismissed it as ridiculous. A mercenary is still just a mercenary. Even if he had saved Miss Hanako Arasaka, gaining temporary favor, he was still just a street dog. Running gigs for a paycheck was nothing unusual. It really must have been a pure coincidence. No one was targeting his son. No one was targeting him. Shortly after receiving Maxim's first-hand report, Tanaka found the same footage circulating in internal Arasaka briefings. Along with it, the final mercenary's identity was confirmed. The one whose face had been obscured by a Kiroshi optical cyberware system. It was Carl's squad mate, Oliver. This intelligence, compiled by Arasaka's counterintelligence division, did not raise much concern among Night City's corporate executives. A merc job on the streets was too insignificant to warrant attention. However, this same intelligence was placed on the desk of the only remaining Arasaka family member currently residing in Night City. Mercenaries. Meanwhile, inside El Coyote Kojo, Carl raised his cup of sweet tea and casually saluted the middle-aged man in a suit who had approached him. "For me, it's simple," Carl said. "If there's a gig, just tell me. No need for long speeches." Bold. No wonder you're the rising star of Night City's mercenaries, KK. The middle-aged man sitting across from Carl, his blue eyes glowing faintly, smiled before glancing at Oliver and Jack, who were seated beside Carl. "You three truly stand out as one of the rare, exceptional mercenary teams in Night City. Why do you sound so damn weird?" Jack took a sip of his lager, staring at the blue-eyed man. "No need to butter us up. Just tell us the job. We'll take short-term gigs, but long-term ones? We're already tied up with something else. Are you busy with Militech-related affairs?" The moment those words left the blue-eyed man's mouth, Carl, Jack, and Oliver narrowed their eyes slightly. "Looks like you know quite a lot." Carl gave him a long, deep look, but ultimately wasn't too bothered by what he had just said. So what if he knew they were working a long-term gig for Militech? Even if he snitched, the worst-case scenario would be the mission going south. It would hurt their mercenary reputation a bit, and they'd have to refund their advance payment, but nothing major. Besides, the fact that this guy had deliberately mentioned it meant he wasn't planning to rat them out. He was just flexing how much he knew. Gulp. Taking a sip of his sweet iced tea, which tasted almost like cold green tea, Carl set down his half-empty can. "So, since you already know we're busy, I'm guessing you're offering a short-term job that we can still take. If the pay's good, I don't mind." But before Carl could finish, Oliver cut in for him. "You gotta pay up front. If we bust our asses and you ghost us after, we're not getting screwed over for free." "No need to worry." The blue-eyed man gave a mysterious smile. "I'm not here to hire you now. I'm just hoping that after you finish your current job, you'll consider taking a long-term contract from me." "A reservation?" Jack raised an eyebrow, partially understanding but still skeptical. "You want to lock us in now? You're not worried we might fail this gig and end up dead in Militech's hands?" "I have faith in your abilities. A mere experimental project in Arasaka's Night City Research Division shouldn't be too much trouble for professionals like you." Leaning back into the worn-out leather couch at El Coyote Kojo, the blue-eyed man crossed his hands over his knee, his words dripping with implications. A mere experimental project? This was a military-grade cyberware test, something Militech itself considered highly classified. Yet to this guy, it was just some minor test in Arasaka's research division. Big words. Who the hell was backing this guy? "For today, let's just say we've been introduced." The blue-eyed man uncrossed his legs and stood up. He shot one last glance at Carl before heading for the exit. "When your mission is over, I'll be in touch immediately." "In touch? You haven't even added my comms." As Carl watched the man leave, he wasn't sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but in that last moment, when the man turned his head, Carl thought he saw the glow in his cybernetic blue eyes dim slightly. Was he using the same Kiroshian model as Oliver? The kind that changes color based on emotions? "Good morning, Gaius." "Yo, good morning, David." It was quite the coincidence today. Gaius and David happened to run into each other at the school entrance. 7:10 a.m.? "You're here early today, Gaius?" After getting to know Gaius, David was well aware of his habit of cutting it close when it came to school arrival times. Seeing him this early made him a bit curious. "I have to head to the Lizzie's bar in Kabuki, Watson District tonight. Figured I'd get up early to prepare a few things." "Lizzie's bar? You mean the Lizzie's bar, the one famous for its brain dances?" David was clearly familiar with the name. In fact, for someone as obsessed with brain dances as he was, not knowing about Lizzie's bar would be downright strange. "Yeah, that one." "Gaius, are you heading there to arrange some special services for the Academy crowd?" "But I remember no one ordered anything custom lately." "Nah." Gaius took a bite of his bread, slathered with real butter, and only after chewing and swallowing did he respond. "Just a personal matter I need to take care of, but you mentioning that reminded me. Are you free tonight? Want to come see some of the most cutting-edge, high-quality brain dance editing in action?" "My treat." "Wait, No need to pay for me. David checked his account balance, then thought for a moment before replying. I was planning to send some money to my mom, so she wouldn't have to work so hard. After setting aside what I need for that, and for buying brain dances, I should still have enough for myself. I think I can afford the trip. Things over there can get pretty expensive, you know? It's top-tier service, after all. Expensive, huh? David hesitated for a moment, but then nodded with determination. I can't always rely on you treating me, Gaius. I need to handle things myself, too. That's so. Gaius chuckled. Well then, just remember, don't drink. Don't drink? What's that supposed to mean? David got his answer that night. At Lizzie's bar, as he browsed the drink menu, David's eyes widened in disbelief. A specialty cocktail cost 30 eddies? That's the cheap stuff, David. Jack took a sip of his vodka, lime juice, and ice-filled personal mix of ginger beer. Hearing David's exclamation, he paused to explain, swirling his glass. This little thing right here? Just some vodka poured into ginger beer in front of me, and they still charged me 40 eddies. That's why bars are bars, kid. This ain't Mama Wells' El Coyote Kojo. Oliver smirked as he nursed a rusty nail cocktail. Even this mix I copied still cost me 40 eddies. So, the real attraction here isn't the drinks, it's the brain dances. Carl's eyes scanned Lizzie's bar, his focus set on one thing, waiting for the person he had arranged to meet at 10 p.m. More specifically, he was waiting for the person who had set up a meeting with Alan, the green-haired, mohawked young man who had already died. When Carl first arrived in 2075, he had looted Alan's corpse, taking the eddies and the Lexington that had fallen from his hands. Back then, Carl had made a silent promise. If he had any family left, then when I have the ability to do so, I'll find them and pay back my debt. That was why he had rented Alan's apartment and kept it intact up to this day. To Carl, this was a debt he had to repay. If it weren't for that Lexington, now modified into Midnight, he wouldn't have been able to save Oliver by chance, nor would he have met Jack and gone through everything that followed. Everything started with Alan's death. He was the beginning of Carl's story in 2075, and Carl would not forget him. Carl had searched for a long time, even reaching out to his NCPD contact, Johnson, for help. But all he had been able to learn was Alan's name, nothing more. Tonight, however, was his best chance at finally uncovering more. A tattooed young man had visited Alan's apartment and left a message in the visitor logs, arranging to meet Alan at 10 p.m. at Lizzie's bar. Carl was counting on this guy to give him more information about Alan. The current time, 9:50 p.m., and right on cue, Carl saw him, walking through the entrance of Lizzie's bar, looking exactly like the image from the visitor logs. I'm stepping out for a bit. You guys keep going. After leaving a few words for Jack, Oliver, and David, Carl sat down next to the tattooed young man at Lizzie's bar, just as he took his seat at the counter. Mind if we get to know each other? Carl initiated the conversation. Huh? Who the hell are you? The tattooed youth glanced at Carl, frowning slightly. Clearly, he was wary of random men trying to strike up a conversation. I know Lizzie's bar has people offering those kinds of services, but I'm pretty sure they're all women. If that's what you're looking for, you should try Big Bird Round and Round instead. Big Bird Round and Round, a well-known gay bar in Vista Del Rey, Haywood, primarily catering to psychological or physical males. Carl's eyelid twitched. He nearly threw a punch at this guy over his blatantly dismissive words. Damn, this dude was as street as they come. Restraint -1. If he weren't worried about literally blowing the guy's head off, he would have swung. Suppressing his irritation, Carl responded, Alan. The tattooed youth blinked in confusion before realization dawned on him. He studied Carl for a moment before asking, Did Alan send you? Why didn't he come himself? He's dead. Dead. The young man's eyes widened in brief surprise, but almost immediately his expression returned to indifference, like the news wasn't anything significant. Dead, huh? Well, that's a shame. I was actually going to pull him in on some work this time around. You knew him well. Knew him well. The tattooed youth gave Carl a puzzled look. We grew up together, came to Night City together to try and make it. Of course, I knew him. Someone you grew up with dies, and you're this indifferent? What else can I be? The young man let out a dry chuckle. There were 7 of us when we left home to try our luck here. As of this year, it's just me and Alan left. Surviving in this city is already tough as hell. Everyone's got their own shit to deal with. Even getting a check-in every now and then was rare. And now, well, looks like it's just me now. You get used to it. In Night City, whether you die early or late, what's the difference? His voice was calm, unshaken, like he had come to terms with the cruel reality long ago. Then, he turned the question on Carl. But what about you? I don't remember Alan having any friends. How do you know about him? I'm a merc. Name's KK. I owed Alan a debt, and I wanted to repay it. Carl introduced himself, then asked what mattered most to him. If you grew up together, does he have any family? Any way to contact them? You trying to pay him back? The tattooed youth was about to say something, but stopped when he saw Carl's face. That expression, it was serious, completely sincere, without even a hint of deception. Yeah, I want to repay him. The young man stared at Carl in silence for a moment, then abruptly stood up. Carl followed suit, but all he got was the guy turning away, raising a hand in a casual wave as he walked off. No need to follow. Nice meeting you, KK. I could tell you're a good guy, so I guess coming to Lizzie's bar tonight wasn't a mistake. But since Alan isn't coming, there's no point in me sticking around either. And you, there's no need to go repaying debts or anything. Just let it go. Let it go. Why? The young man stopped for a brief moment and looked back at Carl with a smile. Because we all came to Night City because we had no family left. With those words, his expression remained unchanged, still smiling. For outsiders trying to make it in Night City, that's just how it is. But hey, I do appreciate that you even thought about repaying whatever random debt Alan left behind. But you know, not everything in life works out the way you want. Still, just knowing that someone, besides me, remembers Alan, that's pretty damn nice. He turned back around. If you really don't mind, then consider remembering Alan's name as your way of paying him back. He always used to talk about becoming somebody big. Guess he didn't quite make it. But if he can at least be remembered, if his name doesn't just vanish completely, then that's not too bad either. At least better than me. I probably won't be around much longer either. And when I go, if Alan's name still lingers in someone's mind, well, that's longer than either of us lasted. With that, the tattooed young man walked away, still smiling as he spoke so indifferently about death. Carl stood there, frozen. He watched the man's back for a long time before slowly resting his hand on midnight at his waist. Remember? Yeah, he'd remember. Something happened, Carl. Jack noticed Carl walking back, looking a little dazed. He was curious about his conversation with the stranger earlier. Just something. Not wanting his emotions to affect the others, Carl quickly adjusted himself. Did you guys check out Lizzie's bar's braindances yet? Knowing Carl was changing the subject, Oliver simply went along with it. Not yet. We were looking through the menu, still deciding. Anything special? Customizable sensory levels, pain adjustments. You can tweak a bunch of details. David added, most commercial brain dances tone down sensory stimulation to avoid incidents, but the ones here can be cranked to full intensity, or even higher. Real intense stuff. Like what? For example, David thought for a moment before answering. Like that black market brain dance of you guys taking down James Norris. Here, you could crank the pain sensitivity up to 150%. Not that I think any sane person would want to experience that. A James Norris BD? Wait, does that mean the editor here is JK? Carl still hadn't let go of the fact that JK had twice put him in those Cyber Psycho Chronicles brain dances. No, it's another editor. JK might be one of Night City's top-tier BD editors, but he's obsessed with Cyber Psycho content. When it comes to fine-tuning sensory adjustments, this editor, JA, is better than him. So it's not JK. Carl had been hoping to settle a score. If JK had been the editor behind Lizzie's BDs, he'd have paid him a very personal visit, preferably while stringing him up and beating the hell out of him. But since it wasn't him, there was no need to stir up trouble. You guys planning on taking some BDs home? These custom ones are rare. You'd be missing out if you didn't grab a few. Carl sipped his sweet tea, uninterested in the hedonistic experiences Lizzie's had to offer. This wasn't exactly the kind of place that sold instructional combat BDs, after all, but he did remember that Oliver loved this kind of stuff. I'm going to try one first and see. Oliver picked out his BD and headed toward one of Lizzie's private booths. The bar had plenty of open BD stations in the main hall, but he wasn't that shameless. No way he'd risk certain reactions in public. Jack? David? Not my thing. I'm just here to hang out with you guys. Jack shrugged, then turned to David. You gonna try one? I think I'll pass on this kind of BD. David looked a little embarrassed at the sheer amount of explicit content Lizzie's had on display. A pure little schoolboy, huh? Yeah, I get it. Carl smirked. Well, let's get another round of drinks then. This one's on me. Also, this bar doesn't serve any real food. Do they not care that people might pass out from overindulgence and lack of nutrients? They've got Mexican tacos here, though they taste like plastic mixed with sawdust. Even you are complaining about the food. Hey, I am Mexican, you know. Jack finished his sentence, but just as he was about to say something else, his words cut off abruptly. He gestured toward Carl, signaling him to look in a certain direction. What is it? Carl followed Jack's gaze and immediately understood why he'd gone silent. Arasaka people? In a place like this? Carl spotted 3 men in full Arasaka corporate uniforms. It wasn't like Arasaka employees couldn't come to Lizzie's bar. Plenty of them did, but they usually try to be discreet. Walking in so openly like this, there was only one reason for it. Official business. What the hell was going on? Carl, Jack, and David weren't the only ones wondering. Other customers, still waiting to slot into a BD, turned to watch as well. Under their stares, the 3 Arasaka suits made their way toward a well-dressed, middle-aged man who was already looking at them in sheer terror. One of the Mox enforcers moved toward the group, probably to check what was happening, but she didn't even get close before one of the Arasaka agents held up a hand, signaling her to stop. This is internal corporate business. It won't be handled here. Hearing that, the Mox backed off. As long as no one started shooting or breaking things inside Lizzie's, the club didn't really care what happened between customers. What do you think's going on, Carl? Most likely, just another faction war sacrifice. Carl wasn't particularly interested in the inner politics of Megacore. Corporate power struggles were just too common to waste time worrying about. But then, he noticed the expression on David's face. Curious, huh? What happens in internal conflicts? David stared at the pale-faced, middle-aged man as the 3 Arasaka agents surrounded him, grabbing him roughly and dragging him toward the exit. Somewhere deep inside, David felt a sense of dread. I already told you, he's a sacrifice. What do you think happens? Carl set down his now empty can of sweet tea and stood up. If you want to see for yourself, I'll take you. Jack, we'll be back soon. Be quick. With Jack's response in the background, David got up hesitantly and followed Carl. They squeezed through the dense crowd inside Lizzie's, trailing just behind the Arasaka enforcers. Before long, they exited through the back door, stepping into the alley outside. Take a good look, David, Carl said casually. If you're planning to work at Arasaka, you'll have to get used to this. David's eyes widened in horror. The middle-aged man was forced to his knees by 2 of the Arasaka agents, each holding one of his shoulders. The 3rd agent, standing in front of him, drew a gun. David recognized it instantly. A Kenshin. Wait. Bang. Carl's voice was calm. Execution. The gunshot wasn't particularly loud, but David could feel the impact. The middle-aged man's body twitched from the force of the bullet, then went completely limp. The 2 agents holding him let go, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a dull, sickening thud. Thud! The sound echoed in David's mind. It slammed deep into his heart. David's mother had told him, time and time again, if you join Arasaka, you'll have a respectable life, and you'll be happy for the rest of your days. In the past, while David never completely agreed with this idea, he still accepted it under his mother's guidance. He believed that joining Arasaka was the path he had to take. Becoming an Arasaka employee meant stability, security. It meant ensuring a better life for his mother. Maybe he wouldn't be happy, but at least things would be stable. But now, after witnessing this execution firsthand, everything shattered. A respectable life. That middle-aged man, dressed in an expensive suit, clearly living a life far better than David could even imagine, had just been executed. His rank within Arasaka must have been high. Hell, higher than David could ever hope to achieve, even if he spent his entire life climbing the corporate ladder. And yet, despite all that wealth and status, he was dragged into the back alley of a bar, surrounded by the stench of vomit and piss, and executed like an insect. No, worse than an insect. At least an insect would flail before dying. The man only twitched from the impact of the bullet, and then nothing. No resistance. No struggle. David thought about his own desire to fight back when faced with danger. The reason he'd started following Carl, to see the world for what it was. But if he joined Arasaka, would he end up like that man? Would he, too, lose his will to resist? For the first time, David questioned the future his mother had planned for him. He had endured rejection, humiliation, and hardship in Arasaka Academy, all for the sake of securing that future. And now, that dream shattered before his eyes. For the first time, he doubted whether becoming an Arasaka employee was the right path at all. As David stood there, lost in thought, the 3 Arasaka agents, now finished with their internal matter, finally noticed him and Carl standing near the back door. A couple of street rats looking to loot the corpse? One of the agents scanned them with his optical implants as he spoke. There's nothing here for you. Even the corpse belongs to Arasaka. Beep, beep. His scan results came back. His words cut off immediately. David Martinez? Nothing special. Just another Arasaka Academy student. But the black-haired young man standing beside him, casually grinning at them? Carl. Merc, KK. The moment they recognized the name, all 3 Arasaka agents instinctively took a step back. They were Arasaka security. While they hadn't participated in that incident, they knew the stories. KK wasn't just some random merc. This was the man who had single-handedly taken on a military-grade ACPA and survived. The man who had personally saved Arasaka, Hanako Arasaka, and was granted special privileges by her of all people. They knew, if he wanted to, they would all be dead within seconds. One of the agents, the leader of the group, the one with the strongest corporate loyalty, managed to only take a single step back before forcing himself forward again, standing his ground under Carl's gaze. The Arasaka agent leading the group hesitated for a moment, then cautiously spoke, his tone noticeably softer, almost nervous. This man, he's not one of your targets, is he? Carl smirked. No, just here to watch the show. Don't worry, I've got no interest in Arasaka's internal affairs. At least, not when I'm not on a job. You guys do whatever you want. Hearing this, the 3 Arasaka agents visibly relaxed. The 2 who had instinctively taken multiple steps back quickly moved forward, rushing to lift the lifeless body of the middle-aged man. As they hoisted him up, they shot Carl uneasy smiles, but under the glare of their superior, they hurriedly turned away, carrying the corpse as fast as they could. Just another bunch of corporate grunts scraping by. They weren't elite Arasaka enforcers, just low-level personnel doing exactly what they were paid for. If they had to face KK, they'd rather someone else take the hit. Bastards, you really think I don't know what's running through your heads? Like I'd be any better off against this guy. Hell, I wasn't even on the short list for Hanako-sama's personal security detail. Despite his inner frustration, the lead agent, now standing alone, kept a nervous grin plastered on his face as he turned back toward Carl. But he didn't leave. He just stood there, grinning. Aren't you going to go? Carl asked, eyebrows raised. I can leave. Why wouldn't you be able to? The agent felt like slapping himself. Why the hell did he ask that? He could have just left, walked away like the others, but now he was standing there, smiling like an idiot, waiting for, what? A bullet in the back? This was KK, a guy who had taken down a fully cybered-out military tech cyborg barehanded. And let's not forget those Cyber Psycho Black Brainance recordings. The agent had seen them. In one, a group of elite Arasaka operatives, each one capable of taking out 5 of him, never even saw Carl's face before getting wiped out. In the other, some full-body military-grade Cyber Psycho had been systematically dismantled, arms and legs severed, left writhing like some helpless, broken doll. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Without another word, the agent blurted out, right, I'll get going. Then he turned and ran. Carl turned back around to find David staring at him, eyes filled with a storm of emotions. "What's up, David?" Carl asked casually. "Hard to process?" "No, it's not that. It's just that now I understand how powerful Carl really is." David had always felt it, but now he knew. Carl could walk into Arasaka right now and rise higher than David ever could. For someone like Carl, reaching the top of Arasaka wasn't just possible, it was inevitable. And yet, he chose to remain on the streets as a merc. That's when the thought hit David, one that had been lingering in the back of his mind for some time. Maybe I don't need to join Arasaka to make something of myself. Maybe being a merc, like Carl, is the better path. But could I really protect Mom that way? Could I even convince her? Beep. Carl's personal comm link lit up. It was a message from Maine. Short, straight to the point. "We've located Tanaka." Carl grinned. "Showtime." Tanaka's movements. Maine's crew already got a lock on him. Oliver, fresh from his braindance session, whistled in appreciation. No surprise. A squad with 3 net runners? That kind of speed is expected. Well, technically, they don't have him yet, Carl corrected. What they do have is a lead. Tanaka regularly orders custom-made black braindances. So Maine came up with an idea. Instead of hunting Tanaka directly, why don't we find the BD editor making his stuff and lure him out? Oliver grinned. "A trap, huh?" "Yeah, and as it turns out, we're in luck." The BD editor in question, Carl smirked. "A guy named JK. Oliver blinked. "Wait, that JK?" "Yep, the same JK responsible for those cyber psycho BDs I keep showing up in. Didn't really plan on going after him specifically, but looks like fate handed him over on a silver platter." "All right, so what's the plan?" "Simple. These customized BDs aren't ordered through any normal store. They're arranged through private, in-person meetings between the client and the editor. Since Tanaka's movements are heavily restricted by Arasaka security, we just grab JK, take his place, and bait Tanaka into meeting us alone." Oliver frowned. "And you're sure he'll come alone? No guards? Come on, man. Even porn BDs have private rooms. You really think a corporate suit like Tanaka wants his dirty kinks public? Corpo execs care way too much about appearances. He'll show up alone." Jack leaned back in his seat. "All right, so have Maine's guys found out where to find JK yet?" "They're still working on it." Just as Carl finished speaking, a voice from the back seat chimed in. "If it's JK, then his real name is Jimmy Kurosaki." Carl, Oliver, and Jack all turned to look at David. Oliver raised an eyebrow. "You know a lot about him?" David shrugged. "I've watched all of his BD series." Carl smirked. "Of course. You do deal in black market BDs, so I guess that makes sense." Oliver nodded. "That makes things easier. If this guy's a well-known BD director, then he's not exactly hiding in the shadows. Shouldn't take long for Maine's team to track him down." And sure enough, just as David was getting dropped off at his apartment, Carl's comm pinged. "Maine, we've got Jimmy Kurosaki's schedule. He'll be hitting up a club tomorrow night. We'll handle the extraction." Carl grinned. A reliable team made everything easier. "Looks like things are coming together," he muttered. With that, Carl bid farewell to Oliver and Jack, then headed home to his apartment. After a quick shower and a change of clothes, he sat down at his rented desktop terminal, bringing up Night City's local net. As he skimmed through the latest headlines, something unexpected caught his eye. A news article, not about Night City, but about nomads. Nomads, a scattered people bound by family, wandering the Badlands to survive. The news article about the nomads read, "The Backer clan, a notorious band of outlaws in the Badlands, is once again facing internal conflict. Perhaps the very group that has troubled New America's Route 43 supply lines for so long will finally disappear due to their division. This, of course, would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of New America's soldiers." Carl skipped over the propaganda nonsense that followed. Empty words meant to glorify the corporate-controlled military. His attention was fixated on just one thing. Backer. For some reason, the name felt familiar, like he had heard it before. He couldn't place it yet, but he mentally bookmarked the article. Something told him it was worth looking into later. Shifting his focus, Carl browsed through the latest updates in Night City. ***, following negotiations between Arasaka and Militech, It has been confirmed that the recent ACPA incident was orchestrated by a rogue former Militech executive. The individual, a former head of Militech's R&D division, attempted to reignite war in Night City for personal gain. Militech has since taken appropriate disciplinary action, reaffirming its commitment to maintaining peace. The successful diplomatic talks between Arasaka and Militech have once again ensured stability in Night City. Asterisk asterisk. Carl smirked. So the fall guy finally made it to the news cycle, huh? Judging from a narrative, it seemed like Militech caved first. That mission, both corps had blood on their hands. Arasaka's forces led the assassination. Militech provided the ACPA unit. Arasaka security handled protection. Militech hired freelancers, including Carl's team. Arasaka's Hawks led the assault. Militech pilots operated the ACPA. A perfect web of deniability, tying everything into a clean resolution. Knock, knock. Just as Carl was about to call in night, a knock echoed through his apartment. At this hour? He quickly tapped into his door camera feed. A man in a black suit stood outside. Mid-40s, not particularly muscular, but Carl immediately noticed the cyberware beneath his tailored sleeves. Asian features. Golden yellow optics staring directly into the camera. Carl didn't recognize him. Someone new, and someone dangerous. Ignoring the continued knocking, Carl calmly slipped on his armored jacket, holstered Seraph, clipped on a few grenades, and grabbed his backup Crusher shotgun from his stash. 6 seconds later, fully geared up, he finally answered. "Who's there?" The voice through the door responded plainly. "You may call me Kenichiro, mercenary KK." Carl's eyes narrowed. A Japanese name? After a brief pause, Carl moved to the door. He unlocked it and swung it open, facing the stranger. "What do you want?" That was Carl's first question as they officially met. After closing the door behind him, Carl gestured for Kenichiro to sit down. For nearly 2 minutes, they sat in silence, staring at each other. Carl, growing impatient with Kenichiro's scrutinizing gaze, was the first to speak. "So, Mr. Kenichiro, why exactly are you here at this hour? I don't think I know who you are." "I'm a bodyguard." The response was short and direct. But that wasn't enough for Carl. "A bodyguard? So, tell me, Mr. Kenichiro, why aren't you busy protecting your client?" Carl smirked, keeping things lighthearted but laced with sarcasm. "I don't recall hiring any security services. Unless, of course, you're offering your protection for free. Though, I have to decline. Free things tend to be the most expensive." Despite debating, Kenichiro remained silent. His eyes never wavered from Carl, but his calm, measured gaze somehow made Carl uneasy. There was a presence about this man, a sense of danger. It wasn't just a feeling. Carl's body instinctively reacted. His temple and chest began to feel a phantom pain, as if Kenichiro had already sized up the weakest points on his body. This guy locked onto my vital points in an instant. Carl wasn't used to being watched like this. It was uncomfortable. So, with a casual wave of his hand, he cut the interaction short. "Look, I was polite enough to let you inside. If you've got nothing important to say, don't waste my time." Kenichiro ignored his words completely. Instead, he made a comment. "Your skills are impressive." Carl sighed. Was this guy testing him? "Yeah, thanks for the compliment. Now, what do you want?" Kenichiro finally got to the point. "I came to offer you a job." From inside his suit jacket, he pulled out a document and placed it on the glass coffee table between them. "You qualify for this." Carl picked up the papers, expecting it to be some kind of mercenary contract. Instead, his eyes narrowed. An employment salary sheet? At the top of the document, the company name was clearly printed. Danger Girl Detective Agency. Carl had heard of them. Danger Girl, a private investigation, security, and personal protection agency based in Night City. Founded by Arasaka Michiko, the company became infamous for its investigators. Young female detectives enhanced with cyberware like cat ears for heightened sensory perception. Though they had declined in recent years, Danger Girl still dominated a significant portion of the market. Carl froze for a moment. Arasaka Michiko's private detective agency is scouting me? At midnight, he kept his expression neutral, flipping through the details of the contract to understand what kind of deal they were offering. Because Carl identified as male, he wouldn't be joining as a cat-eared, cybernetically enhanced detective girl. His role would be focused on security and bodyguard work, with a month-to-month contract. The benefits he'd receive included discounts on popular cyberware. Not a big deal. He could already get discounts from Victor. No mention of internal-grade gear, meaning at best, it would be on par with his current Arasaka type, 3 cyberware, high quality, but already outdated for him. Performance-based commission. His cut depended on client satisfaction, maxing out at 60%. Not great. He made 100% on his own jobs. Why would working for a company lower his share? Minimal standby time. He only had to show up when needed. If he wasn't notified, the agency took full responsibility. Something fell off. The wording made him feel like a contingency plan or a last resort specialist. Was this even a normal bodyguard role? Base salary, 300,000 eddies per month. 300,000 per month. That's 3.6 million per year. If bonuses applied, it could reach 4 or even 5 million annually. Higher than most mid-level corporate managers. For a bodyguard, Carl knew he was worth that kind of money. But why was a detective agency, not Arasaka or Militech, offering him such a high salary? His gut told him something wasn't right. Carl locked eyes with Kenichiro. Why? Why are you offering me this job? Carl wasn't blind. From the moment Kenichiro walked in, his expression had been one of disdain and scrutiny. Why would an agency send someone who clearly disliked him to recruit him? Kenichiro exhaled slowly. Even now, I don't approve of you. But you qualify. His tone was purely objective. You are among the top 20 people I've encountered. Top 20? Carl wasn't sure if that was an insult or a compliment. But more importantly, then why not recruit someone from your top 19? Why me? Kenichiro stared at him for several minutes. Carl was starting to get annoyed again. Finally, Kenichiro spoke, his tone slightly heavier. Because you're someone who mistrusts. Miss, you have protected her before. Arasaka Michiko's private agency. Ridiculously high salary. Last-minute emergency response role. A miss he had protected before. Carl looked at the contract again. No restrictive clauses. No non-compete agreements. No full-time duties, just emergency response. Kenichiro's gaze sharpened. You're not allowed to be around during normal operations. His tone shifted slightly, carrying an undercurrent of warning. Carl grinned. He tapped the paper lightly with his fingers. I think we can discuss some details when finalizing the contract. His grin widened. Tell me, does your agency allow part-time employees? 300,000 a month. Carl, and you still claim you don't have connections with that Arasaka heiress? The next day, after learning about Carl's contract and salary, Oliver slammed the steering wheel of his Thornton Colby Hera, refusing to believe that his friend had just landed himself a sugar mommy. He wasn't jealous, but, Carl, you're not planning to quit merc work and let yourself get kept, are you? That was his real concern. Carl chuckled, shaking his head. Kept? Come on, don't say weird stuff. It's a legit contract for a legit bodyguard job. I'll only be called in when necessary. Obviously, it's just a side gig. He leaned back in his seat, completely unfazed. Honestly, I doubt they'll even call me. I'm probably just a backup plan in case things go south. Oliver sighed, rubbing his temples. Yeah, that makes sense. Unlike Oliver, Jackie wasn't too worked up about it. Sounds like they just want to fail safe after what happened last time. His words made Oliver pause and reconsider the situation seriously. So, not only do they have their visible security detail, but they also keep hidden reinforcements on standby? Damn, that Arasaka chick must be terrified after last time. But honestly, with their corporate security, it'd take some serious firepower to even reach her. Carl nodded. Exactly. No regular attacker is getting past Arasaka's security. His eyes narrowed slightly. But if they do call me, it means we're dealing with something on the level of at least an ACPA level threat. Oliver rested his hands on the wheel, exhaling. Man, that's a dangerous paycheck. Carl shrugged. Realistically, no one's dumb enough to target the Arasaka family. Even if someone did, they'd have to break through an entire army of corpo security first. He grinned. So, statistically speaking, I'm basically getting paid $300K a month for doing nothing. Oliver opened his mouth to argue, but then stopped. It was true that such an attack was unlikely. Still, it was bad luck to say it out loud, so he decided to shut up instead. Jackie, on the other hand, offered a final piece of advice. If shit ever hits the fan, don't go alone. Carl smirked. You think I'm an idiot? Of course I'll call you guys. Just as Carl got into the hera, Jack's optics flickered. A call was coming in. A few seconds later, his expression changed. A strange, conflicted look crossed his face, something rare for Jackie. Carl and Oliver immediately noticed. Before they could ask, Jack spoke. My ex, Camila, just called me. Silence. Carl and Oliver didn't need an explanation. They already knew who Camila was. Jackie had mentioned her before, back when he was drunk at a party. She was his childhood friend, the girl who joined Valentino's at the same time as him. While Jackie left the gang over time, Camila stayed and rose through the ranks. Now, she wasn't just a Valentino's member. She was a high-ranking officer, one of the most powerful women in the gang. For her to reach out to Jackie now, something serious was happening. Despite leaving their gangs, both Jackie and Oliver still had ties to them. If something big was happening in Valentino's, if it involved people they cared about, they couldn't ignore it. Like Mama Wells, she had deep Valentino's ties. Or Oliver's father and sister, still involved with 6th Street. Jackie sighed, rubbing his neck. Carl watched him carefully. Is it bad? If it is, I can take the day off. Carl's words made Jack shake his head. Don't even think about ditching school, Carl. It's nothing serious. After reading the entire message and getting a full understanding of the situation, Jack smiled, reassuring Carl and Oliver that there was no need to worry. Camila just needs someone to watch over a place in Vista del Rey. They're short-handed and need someone trustworthy for a bit. Then, he glanced at Oliver. It's a conflict with 6th Street. Vista del Rey. Hearing that, Oliver immediately understood. That area had been a constant battleground between 6th Street and Valentino's. It wasn't particularly rich or valuable, but even leftover scraps were enough for gangs to fight over. If it's about that place, once we drop Carl off at school, I'll go with you. Oliver offered calmly. If it's someone I know, maybe I can talk them down. That's not going to work, Oliver. Jack didn't reject the offer, but he wasn't optimistic about talking things out either. Oliver had barely lasted a week in 6th Street before getting kicked out. Even if he grew up around them, how many of the current members would still listen to him? Jack wasn't holding his breath. Carl yawned, slumping back into his seat. As long as it's not something major. He didn't particularly care about Jack helping his ex with security, but he did bring up an important issue. But listen, Jackie, you're running off to help your ex. What happens if Misty finds out? Silence. Jack froze. Oliver, who hadn't even thought of that, suddenly realized Jack was fucked. And now, he was looking at him with a mix of pity and amusement. It's just for a day. No big deal. Jack forced a smile. Besides, I'm not doing anything shady. It's a paid job like any other gig. And if you and Oliver don't snitch, no one will ever know. You sure about that? Carl raised an eyebrow, skeptical, even if he kept quiet. Misty's tarot readings had a suspiciously high accuracy. Carl had a feeling Jack was about to suffer. End of chapter. P.S. I replayed all 3 life paths for V today and noticed something interesting in the corpo route. When your boss gives you the file on Abernathy, it includes some bank details. Her accounts: Night City Credit Union, Euro $8, 343.1. Marmo Bank, Euro $5, 023, 031.3. Matterhorn Swiss Bank, Euro $2, 543, for 32.5. That's a total of Euro $7, 574, 806.9. Meanwhile, Corpo V savings, Euro $1, 21, 994, plus an extra Euro $45, 800 in mission funds. That's Euro $167, 794 total, around 44 times less than Abernathy's accounts. Either V wasn't saving money, but there's a massive wealth gap even within Arasaka. During a break between classes, Gaius was stopped by one of the friends he had made at the academy. The girl, with long azure blue hair tied into a single ponytail, stared at him and asked, "Are you planning to leave the academy?" Sharp as always. As usual, Gaius didn't bother hiding the truth. He sat down on a bench directly under a surveillance camera and casually adjusted its angle so it wouldn't capture him or the girl. "But how did you notice?" "Because you're in a good mood today," the girl responded in a calm tone, like a bird finally escaping its cage, singing freely among the flowers. If you said that to any normal Night City resident, they wouldn't have a clue what you meant. Most people here have never even seen birds or flowers. Gaius patted the empty spot beside him, gesturing for her to sit. "You're right. I'm leaving, probably within the next few days." The blue-haired girl hesitated. She stared at the empty space beside him. She stared at Gaius. Then, finally she sat down. But she made sure to stay on the opposite edge of the bench. After a brief silence, she spoke. "Did you complete your mission at the academy?" "More or less." Gaius smirked. "Are you planning to report me for selling black brain dances?" The girl's expression remained calm. "Wait, you knew?" For the first time, Gaius flinched slightly. His smile stiffened. "You never tried to hide it." She replied matter-of-factly. "I've seen you carrying braindance chips through the hallways, right in front of the cameras." "Well, that confirms it then." Gaius leaned back on the bench. "If you noticed, then the faculty, who monitor the cameras constantly, must have known for a while too. And yet they never took action. That means they have their own plans for you." The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are they planning to replace you?" "I like how quickly you catch on." Gaius grinned. "Since they've decided to ignore my activities, that means they're planning to let someone else take over my business after I leave. In that case, I should leave them a little reminder before I go. A warning, so they don't get any funny ideas about taking over my network." Gaius stood up. "That's enough for now. I won't leave immediately. I'll wait a couple more days until things cool down." He glanced at her. "If you want to talk again, you know where to find me." Then he smirked. "After all, having a corporate kid like you as a friend isn't so bad. Maybe I'll teach you more about how the real world works." "Wait." The girl also stood up. She took a few steps forward, blocking his path. Then, she looked him directly in the eyes. "Can I know your real identity?" "Nope." Gaius rejected her without hesitation. "Because you still don't trust me?" She pressed further. "No." Gaius raised a hand, pointing to the side. "Because we have company." A group of Arasaka Academy students were passing by. Gaius waited for them to move out of earshot before continuing. "I call you my friend because I trust you. If I misjudged you, then that's on me. But revealing my real face right now? Not happening." However, Gaius paused for a moment, then smirked. "I can at least tell you my name." The girl tilted her head. "But if you won't show me your real face, then your name is fake too, isn't it?" "Well, just like I never asked for your name either, right? One person knows the face but not the name. The other knows the name but not the face. Seems fair." He tapped his chest. "I'm Carl." The girl blinked. "Never heard of you. Then you need to get out more." "Gaius, asterisk no Carl, asterisk grinned. Is your name really that well known?" The blue-haired girl gave Carl a thoughtful look. "I see. I'll try not to look into it until we officially meet again. I'll be looking forward to that day." After parting ways with his academy acquaintance, Carl didn't even make it far from campus before receiving a call from Man. "Carl, we've captured JK." "Captured already? That was fast. Did you run into any trouble?" "Nah, nothing major, just a small surprise." Man continued, sounding annoyed. "Turns out this JK Jimmy Krzyzki was carrying a small EMP device. Almost knocked me out cold. A small EMP? Was he even able to withstand it himself? He's got a few minor cyberware implants, but nothing heavy like me. Still, he thought that EMP would save him." Carl narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Man chuckled. "The idiot assumed that once my cyberware got fried, I'd be defenseless. So he walked right up to me, thinking he could just check if I was down. That's when I reminded him. Even if my arm's disabled, it's still made of steel." Carl sighed. "So what happened?" Man laughed. "I just swung my deadweight arm at him like a club and smashed his face in. He went down instantly." Carl could only imagine it. A braindance editor like JK must have thought he was so clever, carrying an EMP to disable mercs. But walking up to a still-conscious, cybernetically enhanced mercenary? That was just asking to die. Is he willing to cooperate? Not awake yet. Man sounded casual, like this was just another day on the job. I hit him pretty hard. His face got caved in, so we're patching him up right now. Wait, he's still alive, right? Carl frowned. This guy's our lead. Relax. Man reassured him. Pilar's taking care of him. You remember Pilar, right? Our team's tech specialist? Fixing a person's body is no different from repairing cyberware for him. Carl exhaled. All right, when are we moving on to the next phase? JK's gonna need some persuasion first. Man's tone turned dark. Give us until tomorrow. Once we force out the location of his private meetings with Tanaka, we'll send you the details. Then you just need to show up. Carl nodded slightly. Having a professional merc team as backup was convenient as hell. They handled everything: tracking, capturing, interrogation. All Carl had to do was show up at the right time and finish the job. All right, see you tomorrow. With that, the call ended. Tomorrow would mark the final step of his academy mission. It hadn't even been a full week, yet their progress was light years ahead of the Militech-imposed 2-month deadline. Carl smirked. Not bad. Not bad at all. P.S. Extra Cyberpunk trivia. I didn't want to cram too much into the last P.S., so here's something interesting I noticed when replaying V's 3 different life paths. Turns out, before moving into the apartment, both male and female V lived in Jackie's house, sharing a room with him. Damn, Jackie really treated V like a sibling. Also, the game originally had cutscenes for when V moved in and met Mama Wells, moved out and said goodbye. Too bad they weren't fully developed. It would have given Jackie more screen time. Also, I finally figured out why Mama Wells treats V like family. She literally watched them grow up in Night City. No wonder she calls V her own child. Oh, and one last random financial fact. After getting fired as a corpo, V starts their new life with only Euro $45, 800 in cash. All of Arasaka's cyberware gets deactivated, so V needs to spend all that money just to replace their lost cybernetics. So yeah, cyberware is cheaper than we thought. Okay, I'm taking a break tomorrow, but I'll be back with 4 chapters the next day. See ya. 8:44 p.m. Carl sat inside a small diner in the Glen. He opened his messages. Jackie and Oliver. We'll need a bit more time to wrap up. Order something while you wait. We'll be there by 9. Everything's been quiet. 6th Street hasn't shown up. It's been smooth so far. Carl wondered if Jackie had run into his ex. Since this morning, when Jackie and Oliver had dropped him off at school, they'd been on security duty for nearly 12 hours. Had 6th Street backed off because they saw them standing watch? Or were they planning something later? According to the address Jackie sent, the bar they were watching over was new, right on the borderline between 6th Street and Valentino's turf. If 6th Street had even a little common sense, they'd recognize that this bar belonged to the Valentinos. 12 hours without starting a fight? That probably meant they were accepting it. Maybe they're just biding their time. Carl wasn't sure. But either way, Jackie's job was only for today. Whatever happened after tonight wasn't their problem. Worst is over. No way they show up at the last minute. Carl was mentally jinxing the situation while sitting in a corner booth. Through the window, he could see straight into the bar across the street. Oliver's bright blonde hair was practically glowing. Did that bastard put something in his hair to make it shine like that? Carl ordered tomato pasta and a bottle of real water from the electronic menu. He was just about to pick something for Oliver and Jackie when the diner door creaked open. CHKK. The sound of old glass and metal grinding together filled the room. Carl glanced up. A familiar face walked in. David? Carl was about to call out, hand already half raised, when he noticed the person behind him. A middle-aged woman followed closely behind. Her face was worn with exhaustion, deep lines from years of hard work. Even without introductions, Carl recognized her immediately. Gloria Martinez, David's mother, a trauma medic at a Night City emergency center. David was smiling, chatting excitedly with her. Despite her tired expression, Gloria smiled back, responding warmly. Carl quietly lowered his hand. They were probably heading home from City Center and stopped here for dinner. Considering Gloria usually worked past midnight, this was a rare chance for them to eat together. She probably got off early just for this. Carl leaned back in his seat, glad he had picked a corner booth. With the backrest blocking part of the view, David hadn't noticed him yet. If he did see Carl, he'd definitely drag him over. I should probably stay out of this. Carl didn't want to intrude on a mother-son moment. He also knew that Gloria had worked hard to keep David away from street life. Seeing him casually chatting with a mercenary in a place like this, she might worry he was falling in with the wrong crowd. Carl wasn't just some random street kid. He was David's friend, which meant he needed to be careful about how he handled things. David's mother dreamed of him becoming an Arasaka executive. She'd protected him from the streets his whole life. If she saw David happily chatting with a merc in combat boots, armed to the teeth, would she still feel at ease? Carl stayed quiet. Thankfully, David didn't notice him. He glanced around the diner before picking a window seat. Coincidentally, right in front of Carl's booth. David picked one of the best seats in the diner. Clearly, he had learned a thing or two from Carl and the others. Jackie and Oliver won't be here for a while. David and his mom should finish eating before then. If not, I'll tell them to hold off. Carl watched silently as David and his mother placed their orders. I'll have the tomato pasta. David picked the exact same dish as Carl. What about you, Mom? Gloria hesitated for a long time before ordering the same meal. Carl, listening from his seat, glanced at the menu. Tomato pasta was the cheapest thing on it. 3 eddies. Even in a legit restaurant in the Glen, food was this cheap. This place really was dirt poor. Carl hadn't paid attention to menu prices in a while. Unless something had 3 digits, he barely noticed. While waiting for their food, Gloria brought up the money David had suddenly sent her. David, where did you get that much money? 5,000 eddies? You didn't do something illegal, did you? No way, Mom. I've just been selling brain dances at school. Legit ones. You know, I used to help that Ripper doc sell BDs, right? I just got lucky. Made a lot this time. Don't worry. Selling normal brain dances isn't against the rules. You think I'm just sitting at home all day? I'm checking inventory. Selling BDs can make that much? Of course. No one else at the academy can get them. I'm their only source. This won't mess up your studies, will it? Not at all. Don't worry. I only sell during breaks. I pay full attention in class. If you say so. Gloria still looked a little unsure. David put on his most confident look. You'll see. We got exams coming up this week. I guarantee I'll make top 10 in the whole school. As long as your grades don't suffer. They won't. Trust me. Oh, and Mom, since I can already make good money, you don't have to work so hard anymore. You should stop taking such long shifts. I think I can cover my tuition myself now. I'm old enough to take responsibility for myself. Gloria shook her head. It's good that you're making money, and I'm proud of you, but there will always be bigger expenses in the future. What if you get into the university program? You'll have extra costs. You can't just stop working hard because you're making a little money now. You'll need it later. There's always scholarships. Before David could finish his sentence, the diner door slammed open. Bang! A group of men stormed in. They were dressed in intropism fashion, clothes marked with 6th Street insignias. Each one was armed. Intropism, a Night City fashion trend that values function over style. It's popular among 6th Street and some mercs. Fix us some food. This diner belongs to 6th Street now. Hearing this, David glanced toward the window. Somehow, without him noticing, more than 26 street members had gathered outside, blocking off the entire street. 6th Street. What are they doing here? David scanned the outside, focusing on where the gang members had gathered. Most of them were standing in front of the bar across the street. So the bar is their target, and this place just got caught up in it. David turned back, glancing at his mother across the table. Her face was tense with fear. Mom is scared. What, right? She should be scared. It was only now, in a moment of clarity, that David realized how much his own mindset had changed. The Oldham would have reacted the same way as his mother, terrified at the sight of gun-wielding gang members, desperately hoping ACPA would show up. But now, David was shocked to find that he wasn't afraid. Not of their guns. Not of the way they moved around the store. No. Instead, his mind was calculating how long it would take for them to raise their weapons. If he drew his gun first, could they react in time? Why am I even thinking like this? What's happening to me? Was it because of Carl, Jackie, and Oliver? Was it their training, their lessons on how to handle yourself in Night City? David realized something. He wasn't just losing his fear. He was gaining the courage to stand on equal footing with real gang members. Mom, it's okay. David tried to reassure her. This has nothing to do with us. Gloria stared at him. She couldn't believe how calm and composed her son looked. David, trust me, Mom. David's hand slowly reached under his jacket, resting on his kin's shin. I'll protect you. David now had the courage to defend his family, and at least some of the power to do it. There were 6 Sixth Street members inside the diner. 2 of them talked to the owner while checking the kitchen. The other 4 spread out to the 4 corners, standing guard. Their movements were tactical, disciplined. They weren't just here to eat. If a fight broke out at the bar, they wanted to seize this place fast, turn it into a firing position. David understood now why 6th Street, with only about 2,300 members, managed to hold down Santo Domingo and even extend their reach into Haywood. They weren't just gangsters. They were ex-military, well-trained, efficient. Other gangs couldn't match them in sheer combat skill. One of the 6th Street guys, standing in the corner, glanced at the customers. His eyes lingered on one person sitting alone in the back, head lowered, hunched over, like he was trying to make himself smaller. Dark hair, seemed scared shitless, didn't look important. The 6th Street guy lost interest and turned away. Looks like just an ordinary diner customer. As long as he doesn't interfere, he can keep hiding. Holding an Ajax assault rifle, the 6th Street member positioned himself in the corner of the restaurant. Militech M251S Ajax, a durable and reliable assault rifle, the top choice for soldiers worldwide. As he stood there, his eyes remained fixed on the bar across the street. Those Valentino punks had boldly opened a bar right on the agreed border between both territories. That was a clear provocation. No way this ends peacefully. If a shootout broke out, the 6th Street soldier tightened his grip on his gun. Would he survive it? Valentinos were the biggest gang in Night City. If this turned into an all-out war, it would be a brutal fight. No guarantees he'd make out alive. Inside the diner, the only sound was the muffled conversation between the owner and the 6th Street guys. The customers stayed completely silent. Nobody wanted to get involved in a gang dispute. But the tense silence didn't last long. Not after a new group arrived. A small crew of Valentinos had pulled up outside. Shit, this is about to blow up. David watched as both gangs lined up against each other. He felt a terrible sense of foreboding. His table was right by the window. If they started shooting, stray bullets would tear right through the glass. Then, before the standoff could explode, a third group rolled in, riding all sorts of modded out bikes. Even the Tiger Claws are here. The Glen was already a powder keg where Valentinos, Tiger Claws, and 6th Street all had territory. With 6th Street and Valentinos on the brink of war, it made sense for the Tiger Claws to show up. If things went south, this might be their chance to push deeper into the Glen. The new arrivals immediately drew attention from both sides. Neither 6th Street nor Valentinos wanted them here. This wasn't their fight. This wasn't their turf. But then, something changed. A Tiger Claw representative had a quick conversation with one of the Valentinos. Then, without hesitation, the Tiger Claws joined their side. They turned their weapons towards 6th Street. In an instant, the balance shifted. David couldn't hear what was said, but it was obvious. Tiger Claws and Valentinos had cut a deal. 6th Street was about to get screwed. It was just like their parent corporations. Arasaka would do anything to undermine Militech, just like Militech would do anything to undermine Arasaka. Initially, 6th Street had the advantage. They outnumbered the Valentinos, 20 versus 10. That's why things had stayed at a standoff. But now, with Tiger Claws backing them up, the numbers were even. David watched as the Valentinos and Tiger Claws stepped forward. The 6th Street guys in the diner gripped their weapons tighter. All it took was one spark. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Nobody knew who fired first, but the powder keg had just exploded. Call NCPD. Somebody call NCPD now. The moment gunfire erupted, most of the restaurant's customers dove for cover, scrambling toward the back of the establishment. This was Night City. They all knew what happened when gangs started shooting. It wouldn't be long before this whole place became a war zone. Mom, we need to go. Now. David grabbed his mother, shielding her as they rushed toward the back. Their table was right in the line of fire. They had to move. Bang, bang, bang. The moment they left their seats, gunfire ripped through their former spot. A tiger claw had unleashed a full auto spray inside the restaurant, sweeping his gun across the room. They had spotted the 6th Street members and had no intention of holding back. Fucking Valentinos. Fucking tiger claw bastards. The 6th Street soldier in the corner immediately ducked behind the closest cover, using an overturned table as a makeshift barricade. He raised his Ajax assault rifle, returning fire through the shattered window. At the same time, he barked orders into his comms, calling for backup. He emptied his entire mag, suppressing the outside shooters. As soon as the rifle clicked empty, he pressed himself against the table, reaching for a fresh clip. That's when he noticed something. The black-haired customer who had been hiding in the corner earlier was gone. Guess he ran for his life. Can't blame him. The 6th Street soldier reloaded, ready to fire again. But before he could peek out and return fire, something rolled across the floor. An oval-shaped object. Grenade. Without a second of hesitation, the soldier threw himself backward, diving toward the rear of the restaurant. Boom! The shockwave hit his back, launching him forward. His entire torso felt like it had just been punched by a sledgehammer. His lungs burned, his vision blurred. For a moment, he was barely aware of his surroundings. When his head cleared, he realized something. His roll had landed him right at David's feet. David, who was desperately dragging his mother toward the kitchen. Outside, the tiger claw who had thrown the grenade noticed his target was still alive. He raised his rifle. Arasaka HJSH 18 Massimian, a fully automatic assault rifle, developed by Arasaka in the 2050s. Simple, reliable, and deadly. Capable of switching to 3-round burst fire with the flick of a switch. Without hesitation, the tiger claw pulled the trigger. The 6th Street soldier, still recovering, didn't stand a chance. His back was torn apart by a dozen high-velocity rounds. The bullets shredded through his armor, turning his body into nothing but meat and blood. But the tiger didn't stop firing. His adrenaline-fueled brain kept his finger locked on the trigger. He wildly jerked his rifle toward the next 6th Street member. But his gun wasn't under control. The recoil was too much for him. The barrel of his weapon kicked upward. Bullets sprayed toward David and his mother. To the tiger claws, they were just random civilians. Collateral damage didn't matter. They never cared about who got caught in the crossfire. From the moment the first shot was fired, David knew this was a bad situation. Now his worst fear was coming true. The moment he saw the tiger claw's rifle rising toward him, a sharp, piercing instinct screamed in his mind. "Mom, get down!" David tackled his mother, forcing her to the ground. But in that split second, he felt it. A violent jolt in his left arm. Then numbness. Then pain. A hot, burning sensation bloomed in his upper arm. He had been hit, but it was just a graze. If the bullet had landed directly, his entire arm might have been torn off. David! David! Gloria's eyes widened in horror as she saw blood spraying from David's arm. His shredded Arasaka Academy uniform fluttered in the air. She had seen this before. Her husband had been gunned down in front of her eyes. A stray bullet from a gang war. Now, her son was bleeding right in front of her. "I'm fine, Mom." David endured the pain and forced a smile, just as he was about to comfort his mother, only to notice how pale she had become. The bullet had grazed his left arm, so where had it ultimately landed? The answer was Gloria's shoulder. David's eyes turned red as he looked at his mother's shoulder, already a bloody mess. Through the torn fabric of her jacket, bone was visible. "David, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Gloria had no idea she had been shot. The panic, the chaos, it had numbed her to the pain. When she saw that David was still standing, her breath eased. But as that breath left her body, her vision began to blur. And then she collapsed. The moment of seeing her son injured overlapped with the memory of her husband's death. Her mind, already stretched to its limit from endless overtime shifts, finally snapped. And combined with the shock of being shot, Gloria's overworked body shut down the moment she confirmed that David was safe. Mom! Mom! David dragged his mother behind the cashier's counter, trying desperately to wake her up. But no matter how much he called out, she didn't respond. And as he struggled to move her, he only made the bleeding worse. Shit. Fuck. David's mind spiraled into chaos. His rage told him to pull his gun and kill the tiger claw that shot her. But his last shred of reason reminded him. She needed help. He needed to save her first. At that moment. Here, take this, David. Carl was there. David froze, staring at the man, now crouching in front of him, handing him a Revitin 3 injector. Carl, what? What are you staring at? You an idiot? Carl shoved the Revitin 3 into David's hands. Neck injection. You know how to use it, right? Of course. David was still dazed, but the moment he saw his mother's wound, he snapped back into focus. He gripped the Revitin 3 and immediately administered the injection. As he did, he heard Carl apologize. Sorry, I was in the shop this whole time. Didn't want to meet your mom, so I kept my head down. When the shooting started, I moved to the kitchen, didn't think too much of it. Then I realized, fuck, you guys are right in the middle of it. I turned back and saw that tiger claw spraying the place down. I drew my gun, but he wouldn't stop firing. I only managed to shoot down 9 bullets. One still got through. That one hit you and your mom. Carl's expression darkened. He was frustrated with himself. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he had treated David differently. They had done a job together before. And in that job, Carl had protected David, but he had also treated him like an equal, like he would treat man or any other merc. And because of that, when the gunfire started, Carl's instinct told him David would be fine. What was some random gangbanger going to do? Nothing that could actually threaten David, right? But David wasn't like man. David wasn't Carl. By the time he realized that, it was already too late. I should have reacted faster, Carl muttered. This isn't your fault. David, seeing his mother's breathing stabilize, did something unexpected. He comforted Carl instead. I wanted to protect my family. But when things really went bad, I couldn't do anything. I was too scared. And in the end, I could only think about you. It's my fault. I let down your training. I let down Jackie. I let down Oliver. I wasn't strong enough. David's grip tightened around the Massimian at his waist. He drew it. That's why, at the very least, I have to prove I learned something. David still remembered Oliver, Jackie, and Carl's lessons. 2 hands on the gun. Don't grip too tight, just like turning a doorknob. And then, David leaned out from cover, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The tiger claws had exploded. The bastard who shot his mother was dead. You're a good shot, David. I'm still far from being as good as you and the others, Carl. After taking down the tiger claw as payback, David turned to Carl with a request. Carl, can you recommend a merc team for me? I want to start taking jobs like you do, after school. You want to be a merc? Carl looked at David, meeting the unwavering determination in his eyes. Amidst the relentless gunfire outside their cover, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. That look in your eyes, have you already decided not to go down the corpo route anymore? I still have a year until I graduate from the Academy's high school division. Then, Arasaka Academy's university division takes another 2 years. That means it'll be at least 3 years before I even become a low-level corpo employee. And after that, who knows how long it would take before I climb up high enough to have any real protection. That's too long. I want the power to protect my mom now. But you've been safe all this time, haven't you? Carl stopped mid-sentence. How long would that luck last? Tonight had been proof that it wouldn't last forever. Even so, you don't have to be a merc, Carl countered. Being a merc is more dangerous than the life you're living now. You could take a job in the morning and be dead by noon. Hell, even before lunch. If you want to get stronger, there are other ways. Carl knew exactly what kind of business mercenary work was. You could hire someone to train you. That was a stupid thing to say. David's family? Hiring bodyguards or trainers. That was never an option. Carl sighed and added, I can lend you money. Enough to hire a trainer or a bodyguard. When you start making money as a corpo, You can pay me back, or not. I don't really care. No, Carl. David shook his head, rejecting the offer. He looked Carl dead in the eye. I've been relying on you guys for everything. But this is the one decision I don't want to depend on anyone else for. David thought back to that moment of desperation. When he was pinned down, when his mother was bleeding out, the first thing he thought of was Carl. That wasn't right. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'm really grateful to you guys, Carl, David continued. You, Jackie, Oliver, you helped me grow. You made me see what the corpos really are. But I think, at least when it comes to things that could cost me my life, I have to make those decisions myself. That's a very mature way of thinking, David. Carl studied him for a moment, then asked a question. What's your dream? In the past, under his mother's expectations, David would have automatically answered, to climb the ranks of Arasaka. But this time, David didn't hesitate. I want to protect the people I care about. It sounded the same as before, but the way he said it, the way the words held weight, that made all the difference. Watching David, shining like gold, his ambition glowing like a fire that had finally been ignited, Carl asked one last question. Aren't you afraid of what would happen to your mother if you died? I don't want to live with the regret of being too weak to protect her. David's voice was steady. I want to become stronger. Stronger than thugs. Stronger than gangs. Stronger than the darkness of the corpos. So just this once, Carl, let me be selfish. To live in constant fear, clinging to the illusion of safety within a corporation's walls. Or to walk into the darkness on his own terms, carving his own path, fighting to truly stand above the core in his mother's name. David had already made his choice. To stand still, paralyzed by fear, waiting for death to come at any moment. Or to move forward, to face death head-on, and try to overcome it? How do you choose? Everyone has their own answer, but Carl knew one thing. Anyone who took that step forward was someone he would always respect. You're an incredible friend, David. David knew he wasn't strong enough yet, so he had chosen to become stronger. He refused to keep relying on Carl, Jackie, and Oliver. The David standing before him now was a man who could stand as their equal. So Carl realized he hadn't been wrong to treat David like one of them from the start. A man's conviction wasn't something he had the right to interfere with. So in the end, he simply smiled and said something that made David, who had been standing so firm in his decision, let out a small, exasperated chuckle. You keep saying you don't want to rely on us, but now you're asking us to recommend a merc team for you. Well, David's face flushed red as the determined image he had just put up completely crumbled. Then, a little embarrassed, he muttered, just this once. Then let's call this your first real favor owed to me, David. Carl grinned. A favor from future legend. Guess I better find you a damn good merc team, huh? Carl started going through the merc teams he knew. Not many, just two. But both of them were trustworthy. One was Brown Squad. He had met them during convoy job. A team that faced certain death with such ease, who nearly got buried alongside Carl and his crew. Even in their final moments, they looked after the youngest, made sure someone got out alive, made sure someone carried their legacy. David would be in good hands with them. But Carl didn't know if they were looking for new members. That's why the second option was a safer bet. Maine's crew. Carl thought back to that same convoy job. To Maine, who said he'd take the front line, and actually did. To the way his team worked like a machine, efficient, well-organized, clear roles. Yeah, Carl figured he could ask Maine if he'd be willing to take on a rookie looking to learn the ropes. But throwing in a kid with no chrome at all, even if it was just for supply runs or grunt work, that didn't sit right. If you're going to juggle being a student and a merc, David, you're going to need some cyberware, Carl pointed out. Luckily, I've got something for you. Something I wasn't going to use anyway. I don't like the neural link on it. If you want it, it's yours for free. You don't have to refuse, Carl added quickly, seeing the look on David's face. This isn't a favor, just a gift between friends. If it makes you feel better, consider it your first job payment. Job payment. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet a merc crew I know. You'll run support work for them, just grunt stuff. If you do a good job, you'll get your first payday and my recommendation. And if I don't do a good job, you doubting yourself? David's eyes hardened. No, then you owe me that favor. Carl smirked. I trust you, so I'm paying you in advance. Outside, the gunfire gradually died down. Carl checked his comms and hit up Vic. Yo, Vic, you got a ballistic coprocessor? Ballistic coprocessor, a cyberware implant that directly links the user's optical implants with their weapon systems, providing real-time tracking and targeting assistance. Tomorrow, David's new life would begin. As David led his mother out through the back door, Carl stood up just as the gunfight in the streets had begun to subside. It wasn't that the gang members had decided to stop fighting. Rather, most of the people inside the shop had already been killed. Carl glanced around at the corpses littering the restaurant and then at the wounded gang members outside, groaning and screaming in pain. He shook his head. Gang wars were nothing new to him. As a mercenary, he had no intention of getting involved unless he had a job. To him, it was nothing more than dogs tearing each other apart. Neither side was any better than the other. Noticing a bullet-riddled vending machine in the shop, Carl took a few steps toward it, stuffed a banknote into the now-exposed coin slot, and retrieved a can of real water. It was about time. Carl, looks like it's almost over out here. Did anyone try to break into the bar? Oliver, nope. Everyone inside, except me, and Jackie rushed out to join the fight. They're all going at it outside, shooting like crazy. Since our job was just to guard the bar, I didn't bother getting involved. Carl, and you, Jackie? You didn't go out either? Jackie, we were hired to protect the bar, so we're protecting the bar. We're mercs. We don't need to get involved in anything extra. Besides, I don't even know any of these guys outside. Why should I care? Carl, fair enough. The Valentinos have nearly 6,000 members. No way you know all of them. And you're not exactly the social type. Jackie, hey, watch it, Carl. I used to be pretty damn popular. But yeah, I get it. Some people have nostalgia for their old crew, but I'm a merc now. I'm not about to start helping people just because we used to roll in the same gang. Oliver, honestly, it's better that no one ran inside. It would have been a real headache if that happened. Jackie and I came from opposite backgrounds, so if people had tried to barge in, we'd probably have to just stick to the job and do what we were hired for. Jackie, exactly. This is the last time I take a job tied to my old crew. Things get too messy when past and present collide. Carl, I already called NCPD. They'll be here soon to clean up. Oh, I hear the sirens now. Looks like the 6th Street gang is going to take the fall for this one. It's past 9. Time for us to head out. Oliver, got it. Jackie and I are wrapping up here. Meet us at the bar, and we'll take the car out the back. Mercenaries had no stake in gang wars. You either took a job or you didn't. And if you did, you stuck to it. No unnecessary heroics. They were supposed to be done by 9, and they had already stayed past their shift. No one was paying them for overtime. Finishing the last sips of his water, Carl walked out into the street, stepping over the scattered shell casings. The moment he stepped outside, he caught the attention of all 3 gang factions. The unspoken rule in the streets was to settle things before NCPD arrived. If they showed up, things might be negotiable. But if the Max TC squad was called in, it was game over. Hearing the growing wail of sirens, all 3 gangs realized the fight was over. They began gathering their equipment and dragging away their fallen comrades' bodies, preparing to leave. But just as the battle was coming to a close, a man strolled right into the center of their former battlefield. Dressed neatly, moving casually, drinking from a can as if he were out for a leisurely evening walk. He stood out like a sore thumb. Who the hell is this guy? Every gang member who had just survived a brutal shootout had the same thought. The scene was absurd. If they had to describe it, they would say it was like a rabbit hopping between 2 bloodied beasts, a lion and a tiger, just after they had finished mauling each other. Either the beast had gone insane, or the rabbit had lost its mind. Who in their right mind would casually stroll through the middle of a battlefield right after both sides had just lowered their guns? Even among the most thick-skinned Night City residents, those who had long grown numb to shootouts, there wasn't a single person reckless enough to do something like that. Carl walked over to a street-side trash bin and, with a certain sense of etiquette, tossed his empty can inside. Then he shook his hands to fling off the condensation that had formed on the cold aluminum and stuck to his fingers. The air was still hot from the gunfight, almost as if the battle itself had raised the temperature a few degrees. But drinking an ice-cold can of real water straight from a vending machine, now that was refreshing. After disposing of the can, Carl noticed the stunned gazes coming from both sides of the street. He didn't pay them much mind. He simply nodded toward the group on the left, then did the same toward the group on the right. That should count as saying hello. It's already late. Get some rest, everyone. As Carl calmly walked into the bar, his demeanor completely unshaken, the gang members finally snapped out of their daze. And just like that, time, momentarily frozen, began to move again. For some reason, the wounded lions and tigers had only resumed their actions after seeing the rabbit walk past them. Hurry up and drag the wounded out. This one's still alive. Leave the bodies for the trauma center. We'll claim them later. Damn those tiger claws. I swear, I'll get every last one of them on the street next time I see them. Move. NCPD's here. Don't let those corrupt bastards catch us. Or they'll be more than happy to put a bullet in our heads just to pad their damn arrest record. Shit, why the hell did NCPD get here so fast today? Amid the chaos, the gang members, seasoned in handling street skirmishes, couldn't shake off a lingering thought from their minds. They had all seen it. That black-haired young man, walking straight through the heart of the battle with no hesitation. Normally, if someone pulled a stunt like that, at least one gang member would have reacted. Someone would have threatened him. Someone would have drawn their gun, just to flex their dominance. But no one did. Why? Was it because they thought it pointless to deal with a lunatic? Then why? Out of the 30-something hardened street soldiers present, not a single one had spoken a word. Not one had moved a muscle. It was as if they had all been muted, like someone had pressed the silence button in a brain dance. Why, in that moment, had the only sounds in the street come from the wounded, writhing in pain? Only after they had all retreated did the lions and tigers realize the truth. In those old African savanna brain dances, when a real lion walked through the plains, the little rabbits hiding in their burrows would never dare make a sound. Only the wounded ones, those who had nowhere left to run, would cry out. Today was Thursday, December 5th, 2075, Carl's last day of school. He had enrolled on November 30th, making this his 6th day attending. Finally, it's over. Gaius's face morphed back into Carl's as he stretched his arms in excitement inside the Thornton Hera. His hands nearly touched the car's ceiling, and his whole demeanor had improved dramatically, as if he were a student just starting summer vacation. If I had to sit through another day of half the lessons teaching how to suck up to superiors, I swear I'd lose my damn mind. Hearing Carl's excitement, David, sitting quietly beside him, scratched his cheek in mild confusion. I don't think it was that bad. That's because you're still stuck in it, while I just got out, and now you have to go back in. Totally different experiences. Carl suddenly remembered something and asked, David, how's your mom? She's fine. I paid to have her moved to a Santo Domingo Medical Center. She's already awake and should be discharged tomorrow. That's good to hear. Oliver, also from Santo Domingo, spoke up while driving. I've been treated at that hospital before. A little pricey, but the service is solid. Yeah, almost uncomfortably friendly. They better be for that kind of money. Definitely better than some back alley ripper doc. But if we're talking real professionals, I only trust Old Vic. Old Vic, that's where we're headed right now. Carl's getting rid of his facial cyberware. He's had it long enough. I remember he was planning to give it to you. Be careful with it. Wear it too long, and it fuses with your nerves. Then, you'll never be able to take it off. I don't mind. Keeping it on suits me just fine. Hearing that, Jackie, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled. Yeah, makes sense. Only someone like Carl, who's obsessed with keeping his original face, would go through the trouble of removing cyberware. I hate the nerve pain, and I hate even more the idea of getting used to it over time. Carl tapped his cheek. Honestly, I care a lot about my face. Yeah, you really do, literally. With Oliver's remark, the Aegis Hera smoothly pulled up near Misty's esoterica. This time, Oliver had learned his lesson. He activated the alarm system before they all headed inside. After greeting Misty, Jackie stayed behind to keep his girlfriend company, while the others slipped through the back door to Vic's clinic. Old Vic had been informed about the procedure the day before, and by the time they arrived as scheduled, Everything was ready. Lie down. That same, familiar line he always used before a cyberware procedure. The behavioral synchronization faceplate was an impressive piece of tech, but installing and removing it was surprisingly simple. It didn't take Vic long to finish the operation. Keep your facial expressions active for the next few days. If any residual sensations linger, your facial nerves might stiffen. If you don't want to end up with a frozen face, smile more. Got it, Vic. Carl took the towel Oliver handed him and wiped off the last traces of blood from his face. Then, stepping down from the operating table, he looked at his reflection. After 6 days without sunlight, his face was noticeably paler. He reached up and rubbed his cheek. To be honest, the sensation was no different from when he had the cyberware on. But somehow it just felt right. At least now, his face wouldn't change, and he wouldn't have to deal with the nerve pain that came with it. He wasn't some Sichuan opera face-changing master. Why would he need so many faces? If you wear that thing for too long, you might never be able to take it off. Are you ready, kid? Carl was done, and now it was David's turn. Hearing Victor's voice, David took a deep breath and nodded. Lie down then. I'll start with your hand. The facial cyberware still needs some adjustments and a cleaning. Normally, I don't use second-hand cyberware in surgeries, but this behavioral synchronization faceplate just happens to be universally adaptable. You'll have to bear with it. It might hurt a little. The nerves around your cybernetic eyes might be affected, causing some flickering and color loss. As he spoke, old Vic administered the anesthetic and, under Carl and Oliver's watchful eyes, began the procedure. Installing the ballistic coprocessor in David's palm didn't take too long. By the time Jackie and Misty finished chatting and walked in, the surgery was already wrapping up. Damn, that was fast. The real challenge is coming up next, but don't worry, it'll be over soon. Vic glanced at Jackie, then reassured the panting David. He pulled out another syringe and injected a small dose of anesthetic to test David's resistance before determining the right amount. This time it was the real deal. I'm going to peel your face open in a moment. Try not to resist too much when you're half-conscious. I also need to reroute the cyberware wiring connected to your cyber eye. The guy who did your implants, was he a ripperdoff from Santo Domingo? Victor, you can tell. The work is rough, but passable. Not many ripperdocs in Night City can manage something like that. Saying this, Victor injected David with a full anesthetic. As the cold liquid coursed through his veins, a chill spread across his body, and his consciousness faded. When he opened his eyes again, the installation was complete. Here, an inhalable immunosuppressant. You'll feel a bit off for a few days, nerve pain, and all that. 1 dose a day for 2 days should be enough. The human body naturally resists foreign implants, but this stuff will help your system adapt. Immunoblocker, a drug that suppresses the body's immune response. Got it, document. Hold up, we still need to select and adjust your facial settings. Sit tight and figure out which face you want to use going forward. As David regained full awareness and chatted with Victor, Carl couldn't help but eye the immunosuppressant Victor tossed over. Hey, old Vic, why didn't you give me one? I was in pain for good while last time. You don't need it. Victor shot Carl a glance and replied calmly. Your body's rejection response to cyberware is surprisingly low. It's like the implants were made for you, as if they've always been a part of your body. You don't need immunosuppressants. The pain you felt was just neural linkage pain, not an immune reaction. Huh, like they've always been a part of me, huh? That makes me sound like a pile of spare parts, plug-and-play style. Who knows? Either way, even if your rejection rate is low, try to limit your upgrades. No matter how advanced cyberware gets, it'll never be as comfortable as your original body. Can't be helped, old Vic. A merc's gotta do what a merc's gotta do. Sometimes, upgrades are necessary. But I don't have any urgent needs right now. Can't even get my hands on a better neural interface. Just wait. Victor turned back to his work, then mentioned something that piqued Carl's interest. I've been in touch with a supplier, someone from inside a corp. He's working on reallocating some internal stock. If things go well, you might be able to get some high-end gear soon. Rather than slapping on random cyberware, I'd rather you just upgrade your neural interface. Damn, Vic, where the hell did you pull this off? Corporate-grade hardware. Not me. It's who I know. What about me, old Vic? I want a Sandevistan. Oliver, you should wait a bit. You haven't been running with your current setup for that long. As the conversation about corporate hardware heated up, the sky outside the clinic darkened. And then, beneath the neon glow, Night City flickered to life once more. Nighttime, the designated secret meeting spot. This guy is Jimmy Kurazaki? Carl looked at the BD director with long, deep blue hair. He was surprised that the guy who had put him on screen twice actually looked like a serious artist. Or rather, like the stereotypical image of an artist. Long hair and earring. While Carl was sizing up Jimmy Kurazaki, the BD director was also scrutinizing him. And the moment he got a clear look at Carl's face, his expression suddenly turned excited, despite having a pistol aimed at his head by Maine. You're not Carl, are you? The merc KK, one of the most famous in Night City right now. Carl wasn't surprised that Jimmy Kurazaki knew him. After all, he'd been on screen twice already. If the guy still didn't recognize him, that would have been ridiculous. What Carl didn't understand was why he was so excited about it. Yeah, that's me. Problem. I'm Jimmy Kurazaki, the top BD director in Night City. Yeah, I know. You made a BD featuring me, and I've been thinking about smacking you for it. So, as Carl eyed him suspiciously, Jimmy Kurazaki twitched slightly. The moment he moved, Maine shoved the barrel of the gun right against his temple. Don't move. Whoa, relax, relax. I already agreed to cooperate. I wouldn't break my word. I just wanted to properly introduce myself to the man standing in front of me. As he spoke, Jimmy casually waved a hand to signal that Maine didn't need to be so tense. Then, without a care in the world, he pulled a small piece of paper from his coat, held it carefully in both hands, and respectfully handed it over to Carl. Carl glanced down and saw that it was, of all things, Jimmy Kurazaki's business card. You're giving me this for? If you ever feel like starring in something, don't hesitate to contact me. I'll offer a high Eddie's payout. Just out of curiosity, what kind of BD are you thinking? Jimmy Kurazaki lifted his head with a look of genuine confusion. Obviously a cyberpsycho BD series. With your talent, it'd be a shame not to be featured in one. But I'm not a cyberpsycho. Every cyberpsycho says that. Jimmy didn't seem to care in the slightest. And even if you aren't one yet, it's only a matter of time. Let me make a reservation in advance. The payout will be huge. A reservation? Carl's expression remained calm as he clenched his fist. First, this gonk made him waste money on a BD. Then, he put him in a cyberpsycho BD series without his consent. And now this? That made 3 times. And anyone who pissed him off 3 times. The hell you are, you gonk. Whoa, Carl, don't do anything rash. Jackie and Oliver each grabbed one of Carl's arms, barely managing to pull him back before his fist connected with Jimmy Kurazaki's face. With the kind of strength you've got now, one punch and this gonk would be dead. Hold off for now. Plenty of time to kill him after the job's done. As Oliver tried to reason with him, Jimmy Kurazaki, who had just brushed past death, was now staring at Carl, his eyes filled with a growing excitement. Then, in a complete reversal, he suddenly lunged toward Carl. Don't stop him. I already activated my BD recording software in my head. If he kills me, this will be the ultimate masterpiece. The guy recording Cyber Psychos finally dying to one. The irony, the poetic justice, it's absolutely perfect. Shit. Maine had to use one arm to forcefully hold Jimmy Kurazaki back, yanking him away. You're seriously starting to act like a cyber psycho yourself. As the struggle continued, David and the rest of the team stood frozen, watching the bizarre scene unfold, all of them completely bewildered. Finally, Rebecca voiced what they were all thinking. The fuck is going on? This harmonious first meeting didn't last long, though. Tanaka was already nearby. After going back and forth with Carl, agreeing to future roles, and even suggesting that Carl publicly execute him for dramatic effect, Jimmy Kurazaki finally gave up on dying tonight. After all, even if he died now, today's main event was Tanaka, not him. No way was he going to die as a side character. He was a famous BD director in Night City. Dying as a nameless extra would be pathetic. I swear to hell, I'm going to string you up and beat you like a spinning top with a belt. Carl flipped off Jimmy Kurazaki, feeling like he'd just been covered in some slimy, nasty-ass sludge that he couldn't shake off. But no matter how much Jimmy pissed him off, Carl was still a professional merc. He pushed down his irritation and focused on the mission. He, Oliver, Maine, and the others all took cover in different corners of the meeting spot, leaving only Jimmy Kurosaki standing alone on the first floor of the designated building. From the shadows, several guns were aimed straight at him. If he showed even the slightest intention of warning Tanaka, his body would be full of lead before he could finish his sentence. Not that Jimmy Kurosaki seemed to care about having multiple barrels trained on him. Ever since he'd casually revealed that he had a BD recorder installed in his head, Lucy and Kiwi had already disabled it remotely. Now, all he wanted was to wrap up this job as fast as possible and then send Carl another offer to star in a BD. A low screech filled the quiet space. Tires grinding over loose gravel. The soft friction of small rocks shifting under the weight of a vehicle. Then steady, composed footsteps echoed in the night. Under Jimmy Kurosaki's control, the door to the meeting spot slid open. Tanaka walked in. When he saw Jimmy Kurosaki grinning at him, his face remained calm. But when he spoke, there was a subtle hint of expectation in his tone. "What's the new BD this time? You've been releasing them pretty fast lately. Used to take you months to drop a new one. With the right material, that's how it is. I'm sure you understand. I have very high standard for my subjects. And lately, I've come across some truly phenomenal material. That BD of ex-Militech Lieutenant James was a hit at the company. A lot of my subordinates are watching it. And now, after something that high level, you're saying you've got another breakthrough. Of course, can't afford to let you down, right? But rather than saying I found inspiration, I'd say the ultimate inspiration came to me instead. Came to you." Tanaka didn't have time to process Jimmy Kurosaki's cryptic words, because suddenly a gun was pressed against his back. "Don't move." Carl stood behind him. "You bastard." Tanaka instinctively wanted to turn around, but the gun pressed tightly against his back stopped him midway. If he turned, the other party might shoot. He wasn't willing to take that risk. Realizing he had walked into a trap, Tanaka glared at Jimmy Kurosaki, his eyes filled with anger. "Kurosaki, you son of a bitch. I'm sorry, sir. I was forced into this too." Tanaka knew that blaming Jimmy Kurosaki was pointless at this moment, so he simply turned his gaze toward the man emerging from behind Kurosaki. "Man, do you even know who I am?" "Of course we do. You're our target." Oliver stepped up beside Tanaka, sizing up the corpo dog. "And don't bother trying to call for help. This place is jammed. Whether you want to contact the corp or reach out to a gang, it's not happening. You bastards. Oh, and by the way, we also disabled trauma teams biometric monitoring for you. No need to thank us." Tanaka glared at Oliver and tried to reach out to the outside world, only to find that, just as Oliver said, the jammer had cut off all signals. "The corp will notice my disappearance soon enough. When they do, they'll track my last signal. We know. That's why this won't take long." Oliver smirked, holding a set of restraints. "It'll all be over soon." At that moment, Tanaka made one last attempt to bargain. "How much were you paid for this job? If you're willing to return me and provide detailed intel, the company will pay double." "Sorry, but we don't break contracts. Now just behave." A large hand clamped down on Tanaka's shoulder. At the same time, as he turned his head slightly, he saw another person reaching out toward him. A burly guy, his muscles looking solid as hell, a small braid tied at the back of his head. He looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The moment Tanaka laid eyes on him, he felt a sense of familiarity. Or rather, the blond man beside him holding the restraints also seemed oddly familiar. Thinking back for a second, Tanaka suddenly realized who they were. Jack, Oliver, mercs from the city. The moment he recognized them, Tanaka also figured out how his location had been exposed. The Kabuki job, that wasn't just an accident, was it? Sharp. No wonder you've survived in Arasaka this long. The voice of the person pressing the gun to his back sent Tanaka's heart sinking into the abyss. Jack and Oliver, two mercs with rising notoriety in Arasaka's records. But right now, they weren't the ones Tanaka feared the most. It was the person behind him, the one who hadn't shown his face yet. "Carl, you're Merc KK, aren't you?" Looks like my reputation precedes me. If it's you, I have nothing more to say. Tanaka slowly raised his hands. Ask me whatever intel you need. As long as you let me live, I... Just as they were waiting for Tanaka to utter the word surrender, their guard lowering ever so slightly. The moment Tanaka raised both hands in surrender, his palms suddenly began to shift. His palms shed their skin and opened up, accompanied by the mechanical sound of unfolding components. A dense array of needle-like projectile launchers appeared within the exposed sections of his hands and the backs of his palms. Needle projectiles, a deployable firing system that could be installed under the skin, unfolding at critical moments to launch deadly steel needles. Both the back and palm of Tanaka's hands had needle projectile launchers. With his raised hands, the entire room, except for the person crouching beneath his arms, was within the attack range of the steel needles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the launchers fired the steel needles in all directions, time seemed to slow down from Carl and Jack's perspective. They could clearly see the steel needles being ejected from the launchers in Tanaka's hands, scattering outward. Corpo dog. Figures. Even his surrender had a hidden kill move. In that slowed-down moment, both Carl and Jack knew exactly what to do. Jack grabbed Oliver and pulled him behind himself. The power of these hand-launched steel needles wasn't enough to penetrate his subdermal armor, but Oliver wouldn't be so lucky. Carl dodged the incoming steel needles and raised his midnight, aiming at Tanaka's outstretched arm. Since he still wanted to struggle, he might as well lose those hands. Bang whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sound of steel needles clashing against subdermal armor was followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the secret hideout. Ahak! Why struggle when you were done for anyway? Carl calmly lowered his midnight, looking at Tanaka, who was now on his knees, wailing in agony. Both of his hands had been severed, leaving only half limbs behind. This guy doesn't have a pain editor. Pain editor. A neural coprocessor that suppresses pain signals from reaching the brain's parietal lobe, preventing the user from feeling pain. Some models are even said to alleviate fatigue. Carl and his crew didn't have one installed. They were mercs, and the added burden on the body wasn't worth it. But a corpo dog of this level, someone who didn't even need to get his hands dirty, should have had one. Black braindance junkies are freaks. He was probably chasing that pain stimulation. If he had a pain editor, he wouldn't have been able to feel the experience properly. Man, who had easily tanked the steel needles with his subdermal armor, walked over and glanced at the kneeling Tanaka. Though I'm not sure if a pain editor would interfere with BD pain modulation. If you want to know, why not ask our BD director? Carl turned to look at Jimmy Kurosaki, only to find him already on the ground. A BD director with a small EMP implant and barely any cyberware. Would he have installed subdermal armor? Obviously not. After activating an EMP, his flesh and blood body wouldn't be able to support the weight of a metal shell. Tanaka was the shooter. Oliver had Jack covering him, and Carl had dodged the attack. Of the four people without subdermal armor, Jimmy Kurosaki was the unlucky one. No protection, no ability to evade, and no chance to tank the damage. His body was riddled with steel needles, the wounds turning his flesh into a pulpy mess. Carl shook his head and walked over to the barely breathing man. Any last words? Unblock the recording, kill me. You can keep the tape for yourself. All right, Carl nodded. A stream of data flowed as he unblocked the segment of Jimmy Kurosaki's brain that was linked to the BD recording. Then, he raised his midnight and aimed it at him. Blood seeped from the corners of Kurosaki's mouth as he smiled. Damn shame. Could have edited it a little more. Bang. Carl put him down. What a waste. After finishing him off, Carl muttered those words. Whether he regretted not stringing the guy up for a beating or something else, no one could tell. Buzz click. A chip ejected from the back of Jimmy Kurosaki's neck, recording complete. Carl caught it in his hand. It was only a few seconds of BD footage, but it was definitely worth keeping. The Cyber Psycho Chronicles had reached its conclusion. The final, one-of-kind edition, now in Carl's hands. Carl, we've got a problem. Kiwi's voice came through the comms. Arasaka personnel are closing in. Looks like they've already tracked this location. How the hell did they get here this fast? Maine, clearly surprised, lifted Tanaka, who had already passed out, while Oliver performed basic first aid to stop him from bleeding out. Even if they noticed the signal jamming, it should still take them time to trace his hidden location, right? Tanaka set this meeting up privately. I know why. Lucy's voice chimed in. Just now, I checked the latest corporate downsizing list from Arasaka. Tanaka's name is on it. It was posted less than a minute ago. Because of our signal jammer, he didn't receive the notification. What? He got fired? What the hell? Then these guys are. They're here to clean him up. Carl's thoughts drifted back to Lizzie's bar, where he had seen the aftermath of corporate power struggles firsthand. So, Tanaka had been caught up in that mess too. And yet, he still had time to go watch black market BDs. Did he seriously not realize he was next on the chopping block? So what's the plan? Extracting the data from Tanaka's head is going to take time. We might not be able to finish before Arasaka gets here. Maine turned to Carl for a decision, and Carl didn't hesitate. Tanaka was a section chief in R&D. Who knows how much classified Arasaka tech he has in his head? There's no way they'll let us walk away with him. Me, Maine, Jack, and Oliver stay behind. The rest of you take Tanaka and extract the adamant cyberware data from his neural implants. Leaving the strongest four to hold off Arasaka's pursuit team was the only logical move. Hearing Carl's orders over comms, Dorio, the muscle of Maine's crew, stepped up. For against Arasaka's elite? You sure that's enough? I should stay too. The retreat team needs cover just as much. For is enough. Dorio fall back. Technically, Carl wasn't even part of their crew, but hearing him speak, Dorio found herself unable to argue. Without further hesitation, she started prepping the extraction team outside. David, hand Tanaka over to them. Got it. Knowing he wasn't strong enough to help in the fight, David didn't waste time. He grabbed Tanaka's unconscious body and hauled him out. Seeing the thin-looking kid carry Tanaka like it was nothing, Maine raised an eyebrow. Carl, your recruit's got some strength. Animal stimulant booster. Same stuff the animals gang uses. He bought a dose before the job. Huh. The kid's going the muscle route like me. More like muscle augmentation plus cyberware integration. He's still got to train his body to handle future upgrades. A strong physique was necessary to withstand high-end cyberware. David's original frame wasn't cut out for it, so that's where the transformation had to start. Not long after David and the extraction team left, Kiwi's voice came through the comms again. It's Arasaka's special operations personnel. Be careful. These guys are elite, way above regular Arasaka grunts. 11 of them, and they've got a Netrunner. I can hold them off remotely for now, but once they get too close, you're on your own. No problem. You've done enough. Maine cut the call immediately to prevent Arasaka from tracing Kiwi's location. Then he grabbed his Militech Crusher power shotgun and pumped it. Arasaka, Special Ops, we've dealt with worse. Oliver aimed at the ceiling hole left by the steel flechettes earlier, then drew his Nova revolver and blasted the hole wider. With Jack's help, he climbed to the second floor and set up his sniper rifle by the window. Let's see if their smart weapons can still lock onto me at max range. 11 guys against us? Sucks for them. Jack pulled out his Saratoga SMG and took position near the first floor window. I just hope they don't drop too fast. Carl climbed up after Oliver and pulled out his Seraph. The only downside is that we might have to expose our identities. Originally, Carl had wanted to stay under the radar, so they could keep taking jobs related to the Adamant Cyberware project. But thanks to Arasaka's constant corporate backstabbing, that plan was already falling apart. Even if Militech hired them next time, Arasaka would be on full alert. So what? We just kill them all. Maine didn't see the issue. Special ops squads have BD recorders or surveillance implants. Some of them even have direct uplink feeds. Remember what happened last time? That gig ended up on the black market as a BD. Wait, what? So don't think too hard about it. Just kill them all. We're exposed anyway. Keep it simple. The 11-man Arasaka Special Operations team quickly locked onto Tanaka's last known location, the safe house in the distance. Be careful. The signal's been cut for over 3 minutes. There may be others involved. Are they protecting Tanaka? What's the order? Wipe them out. No survivors. As soon as the squad leader gave the order, the team's netrunner finished his scan. The enemy netrunner is gone. I've established a link to the safe house's local network. I'm detecting 4 bio signals, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second. Got it. Mark them for us. Understood. Marking no. The netrunner's words cut off as a surge of data flooded his neural link, his cyberdeck overheating instantly. The enemy has a netrunner, SHARGH. His comm signal cut out abruptly. Hey, 6. Respond. Captain, 6 vitals just flatlined. Cause of death, cyberware overheating. That's impossible. He was using an Arasaka Type 3, top-of-the-line military-grade tech. Only Special Ops gets access to it. There's no way some random overheat attack bypassed its firewall. Before the squad leader could process what just happened, something in the safe house window on the second floor flashed for a brief moment. A glint of light? His thoughts hadn't even fully formed before a bullet pierced his skull, taking his life with it. Better gear than the rest. Must have been the leader. Oliver muttered to himself as the squad leader's headless body swayed, then collapsed heavily onto the ground. In just one exchange, 2 members of Arasaka's special ops team were dead. Character info and loadouts. Carl. Age. 18. Recognized appearance age. Weapons. Kenshin pistol. Backup weapons including Saratoga SMG. Cyberware. Arasaka Type 3 neural link. Monowire. Arm augments. Titanium bone structure. Dense bone marrow. Reinforced tendons. Synthetic skin. Netrunning protocols. Target lock. Cyberware overheat. Memory erasure. Mobility disruption. Vehicle. Thornton Hera. Never driven. Jack. Age. 29. Weapons. Malorian arms 3516. Gold custom. Saratoga SMG. Cyberware. Subdermal armor. Synaptic accelerator. Basic Kiroshi optics. Vehicle. Naser motorcycle. Oliver. Age. 24. Weapons. Nakomata Tech sniper rifle. Nova revolver. Shingen smart SMG. Cyberware. Kiroshi optics custom color model. Nanofiber skin. Basic augments omitted. Vehicles. Quartz Thornton. Thornton Hera. Actual driver. V. Not yet introduced. Age. 22. Born in 2053. Weapons. Cyberware. Vehicle. Upcoming cyberware upgrades. Carl. Upgrading neural link. More TBD. Jack. Berserk system. Oliver. Chinti Sandavistan MK.4.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.